Of man's first disobedience, and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal taste brought death into the world and all our fucking woe. Tangent. So there was a tie this month, a tangent topic tie between a Satanism and Gamergate. And I've decided to break the tie and choose Gamergate because Satanism is eternal. Satanism will always be relevant. We can do Satanism any month you want. But Gamergate is beginning to fade from memory. It's beginning to fade from my memory, and the digital record is beginning to decay. So why even talk about Gamergate? Why are liberals still obsessed with Gamergate 9 years later? Well, first of all, because you people voted for it. Obviously, there is an interest. But second of all, because the kind of person who participated in Gamergate or who would participate in Gamergate doesn't want us to remember Gamergate. And isn't that the attitude of everyone who once participated in some sort of hate movement or harassment campaign? God, are you still talking about that? I can't believe you even still remember what that is. I've forgotten. I'm sure everyone else has forgotten. We've all forgotten what I did. We've all moved on. Everyone has forgotten. There's no need to remember that. It never happened. But I think we need to remember what happened. Why? Because the final stage of a moral panic or reactionary backlash is amnesia and denial. And so the final stage of combating a reactionary backlash is simply to refuse to forget, because they want us to forget, but we're not going to. Nor. The author Colin Dickey has recently published a fabulous book about conspiracy theories called Under the Eye of Power, in which he observes, quote, "Moral panics are most useful when they are almost immediately forgotten afterward. Their purpose, after all, has always been to resist and stifle progressive change. But this magic trick only works when it flashes up like a burst of phosphorus, blinding and shocking, only to disappear a moment later." This book argues that conspiracy theories and paranoid moral panics are not a recent development in American politics, but have been almost a looping pattern since before the American Revolution, often targeting conspiracies of the Illuminati, or Freemasons, or Catholics, or the Jews, or communists, or the Illuminati again, or the Democratic Party. And the argument is that these conspiracy movements have been so effective in part because people always forget they even happened. So when I say we should refuse to forget Gamergate, it's not that I'm saying we should never forgive, right? Many of the people involved in Gamergate have been publicly repentant, and for those people, I think we should leave them alone. I don't think we should endlessly harass them because they once harassed someone else. So I think we should forgive when people have genuinely apologized, but we should refuse to be complicit in the amnesia and the denial. Why? Because if we also succumb to amnesia and denial, then we become unable to recognize patterns that are relevant to understanding current situations. So I think in retrospect that Gamergate is fascinating not because it was a unique situation, but because it wasn't a unique situation, because it was an instance of a pattern, of a cycle that has been repeating again and again ever since. And so I think that by remembering and preserving its history, we can help to understand things that are going on in the world today. So, with all that preamble out of the way, what was Gamergate? If you don't already, in a few minutes, you're going to understand why this cup is a joke in very poor taste. It's reprehensible, honestly. I regret this decision. Wikipedia calls Gamergate a loosely organized misogynistic online harassment campaign and a right-wing backlash against feminism, diversity, and progressivism in video game culture. And that is true. Specifically, Gamergate was a massive harassment campaign targeting developer Zoe Quinn in the aftermath of their ex-boyfriend's bitter call-out post. Other targets included feminist games critic Anita Sarkeesian, as well as numerous other women, people of color, queer people, and progressives in the gaming industry and media. Obviously, Gamergaters would disagree with this summary. They want you to think, and some of them sincerely still believe, that Gamergate was a consumer revolt, a media reform movement fighting for, famously, you can say it with me, ethics in games journalism. That is a lot of rum. You need to slow down with that. Maybe drink some of this cherry Coke. But in this tangent, I want to discuss Gamergate as a conspiracy theory. And I feel like I don't see a lot of people talking about Gamergate as a conspiracy theory, but like, it was. The conspiracy theory basically went that there's widespread collusion in the games industry, that interloping anti-gamer journalists are conspiring with feminists and sluts to promote SJW ideology, to ruin games, and to vilify the most marginalized group of all, gamers. The gamers. In the early 2010s, there was a variety of developments in the gaming world, including Anita Sarkeesian's feminist YouTube series, Tropes vs. Women in Video Games, including the growth of progressive gamer blogs, including unconventional games like Depression Quest or Gone Home, which center feminine perspectives that hadn't traditionally been represented in games. And the conspiracy theory basically had it that these sorts of things were not an organic development of the market of the games industry expanding, but were the result of an organized conspiracy against real gamers. Now, I don't want to oversimplify because this is a complicated issue, and Gamergate is a really difficult topic to summarize because, well, let me put it like this. I think the closest latter-day analog to Gamergate is QAnon. Suppose you were tasked with defining and summarizing QAnon. What would you say? What is QAnon? A conspiracy theory? A movement? What are their core beliefs and goals? To save the children? To stop human trafficking? It's really difficult to pin down, right? Because QAnon, like Gamergate, is decentralized and anonymous. There's no official leaders, there's no official manifesto, and yet it's not total chaos. If there are not official leaders, I think it would at least be fair to say that with QAnon, as with Gamergate, there are at least unofficial influencers. At the top is Q, the person or persons who are posting as Q on 8chan. These people are making all of this up. They know they're making it up, and they're doing it on purpose. They started this. They were originally the most influential people in the movement, though you could argue that they've since lost control of it. A tier down are the in on it reactionaries. They know that the conspiracy theory is false. They know that Q is not actually a government official, and they know that Hillary Clinton is not drinking the blood of children, but they also recognize that the conspiracy is useful. A level below that are the dum-dum reactionaries. They actually believe the conspiracy theory. They think that Q is a genuine government official, and they think that Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin are actually slicing the faces off little girls and sucking out that sweet adrenochrome. And then at the very bottom tier, you have probably the majority of QAnon, which are what we could call the duped normies. The foot soldiers who think that they are, quote, saving the children, quote, fighting human trafficking. These are the Facebook moms who don't really understand what 8chan even is. They saw memes about this on Facebook and got really concerned about the children being trafficked by the elites. And a lot of them sincerely think they're engaged in some kind of moral crusade to help victimized children. Once the movement builds enough momentum, the right-wing grifters appear, and they see in something like QAnon an opportunity to harness the movement's energy for profit and for power. So Trump, for example, knows that QAnon is for crazy people, but he recognizes that it's a form of insanity that benefits him, and he's perfectly happy to pander to these people as long as it's useful to do so.
At the crux of the theory is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals. Does that sound like something you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, you know, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there.
Gamergate was a movement that had a similar structure to QAnon. At the top, you had 4chan users who were the most invested in destroying Zoe Quinn. These are the people who formed the Burgers and Fries IRC channel. Their plan was to make Zoe Quinn suffer as much as possible, to terrorize feminists and SJWs out of the gaming industry, to keep women and minorities in their place, and to disrupt and discredit the liberal gaming media. These people said as much explicitly in the IRC channel in August 2014. This is not speculative. We have the receipts on all of this. If we go down a tier on the pyramid, we find the bigots who are in on it. These are the 4chaners who are participating in harassment of Gamergate's targets. They're helping to workshop talking points and public relations to make the movement appear legitimate and credible. Hashtag not your shield. And at the bottom of the pyramid, you have the duped normies. These are probably the majority of people aligned with Gamergate. They're the ones who genuinely think that they are fighting for ethics in games journalism, that they're fighting corruption and collusion in games media. Some of these people actually believe that the harassment and the misogyny and the slut shaming is a fringe minority element in their movement rather than its core. They actually think that the people participating in it are not real Gamergaters. Though it's very difficult, of course, to establish who is a real Gamergater when your movement is so decentralized that it basically amounts to a hashtag. And the fact is that when your movement is a hashtag, the meaning of the hashtag is defined by the way that people are using the hashtag. I also want to point out that both QAnon and Gamergate were originally born from a desire to punish a woman. Gamergate was born out of a desire to punish Zoe Quinn for being a slut and a whore and a slutty whore, and for having no real professional accomplishments, but only succeeding because of sleeping with men in the industry. Nota bene, I will be referring to Zoe Quinn as they because Zoe uses they-them pronouns, but I think it is reasonable to refer to a lot of the hatred against Zoe as misogynistic. Zoe was not out as non-binary at the time most of these events occurred, and it seems unlikely that Gamergate would have taken that into consideration very much. Likewise, QAnon, it's easy to forget this, but the first Q drops were about announcing the dates that Hillary Clinton was going to be arrested. It's hard to pin down any specific claims about QAnon, but I think it would be fair to say that it initially emerged in 2017 as an explanation for why Trump hadn't made good on his campaign promise to, quote, lock her up. Wasn't he supposed to get Hillary Clinton? Why didn't he do that? That is the anxiety that Q initially appeared to address. I'm going to speak in this tangent about Gamergate in the past tense as if it's a thing that's long been over, but one of the tragic comedies of the situation is that it's not even over. I just checked, the Gamergate hashtag is still active on Twitter.
Daily reminder that hashtag Gamergate was never about the idiotic notion about ethics in video game journalism. It's about halting, crushing, and ending the Marxist subversion of video games for once and for all.
Gamergate was really about games journalists having no ethical practices. They were caught red-handed taking bribes to give good game reviews. Oh boy, how little we did not know back then. It has since evolved into ending the Marxist and pedophile subversion of video games.
Kotaku in Action, the almost official Gamergate subreddit, is still active with 143,000 members, 394 online. Last year, I did a tweet comparing the Amber Heard hate storm to Gamergate, and a bunch of Gamergate defenders sprang into my mentions like a bunch of soldiers on a desert island who never heard the war was over.
Oh yeah, Gamergate. The thing that was about shill games journalists trading good reviews for sexual favors, then vilifying the audiences to cover it up. Is that the far-right funnel that you're talking about? Because that is what Gamergate was.
A little bit of searching around has led me to find that there's apparently a lot of people who still believe that Gamergate is about ethics in games journalism. And later in this tangent, I will examine if there's any grain of truth to that. But I think it's a little bit risky to engage with that in good faith. Ethics in games journalism is the, quote, valid concern of Gamergate. Ethics in games journalism is to Gamergate as Save the Children is to QAnon, as protecting women is to the gender critical movement. It's what they want you to think their movement is about, but you're grossly misinformed if you actually believe it. The problem I'm having with this tangent is that the events of Gamergate are so diffuse and complex and Byzantine that it's very difficult to make sense out of all of it. Have you ever seen the 2018 movie Climax? In Climax, a dance troupe throws a party at an abandoned school and they drink sangria that, unbeknownst to them, has been spiked with LSD. As their reality collapses around them, they turn against each other, blaming each other, throwing around accusations as they try to figure out what horrible thing has happened to them. That, I feel, is analogous to the epistemic situation of politics in the 2020s. We are all a dance troupe at a bad acid party trying to figure out what is going on and whose fault is it. It's the situation of any would-be Gamergate historian. So let's maybe begin by using a linear timeline to make order out of the chaos. Part 1. Timeline. I keep drinking rum out of this Five Guys cup because I'm finding this topic oddly traumatic. Not that I'm complaining because I chose it. We could have been talking about Satanism right now. I want to acknowledge at the outset that I owe some of this timeline to Ian Danskin of the YouTube channel Innuendo Studios. His video on Gamergate really helped me put things in order. Summer 2012, Anita Sarkeesian launches a Kickstarter campaign to fund tropes versus women in video games. The Kickstarter gets posted to 4chan. Continuous harassment begins. I'm talking death threats, I'm talking rape threats, bomb threats, canceled speaking events, FBI investigations. This generates a lot of attention, in result of which Anita Sarkeesian's organization Feminist Frequency raises $150,000+ on a goal of $6,000. Great work, misogynists. Gamergate is still 2 years in the future at this point, but is important background because Anita will eventually become a primary target, and because this shows that gamer culture was already a powder keg of misogyny ready to be ignited at the slightest provocation. On February 14, 2013, Zoe Quinn releases a game called Depression Quest. Depression Quest is a text adventure game that uses its gameplay to simulate the experience of living with depression. Depression Quest attracts a lot of positive attention from video game journalists, many of whom have humanities degrees and are kind of excited to see gaming being used for a form of storytelling that is sort of emotional and unconventional and is not just based on this structure of military masculine dominance as so many of the big game franchises are. But the game is also resented by a lot of gamers who don't like that women and people who want to talk about feelings and people who want to talk about social issues are invading their allegedly apolitical space. They just want to play apolitical war simulators about non-political topics like wars, and here are all these people talking about mental health like some kind of political shills. And maybe they had a point. Mental health is a very political topic, whereas we can all agree on war.
This war was a lie. Is the threat real?
Yes, sir, we believe it is.
Give Mr. Adler whatever he wants.
These people are funny. They are funny. August 16, 2014, the date that Gamergate really begins. Zoe Quinn's ex-boyfriend, Johnny, publishes a nearly 10,000-word call-out post known as the Zoe Post, which really sets this whole thing into motion. Subtangent, the Zoe Post. I think the Zoe Post itself is interesting and warrants a closer look. The Zoe Post is the incredibly bitter ramblings of a jilted lover. In a way, it's actually quite similar to a genre of post-breakup call-out posts that one regularly encounters on parts of the LGBT internet. You know what I'm talking about. Lilith and Rainbow broke up, and now Lilith has gone public with accusations that Rainbow is a manipulator who gaslit the entire household about doing the dishes. It's actually really interesting to me that Gamergate never seems to get brought up in the context of what we now refer to as cancel culture, or call-out culture as it was known, because isn't that what the Zoe Post really is? It's a Tumblr-style call-out. Aaron Gioni did not start out as some kind of neo-Nazi. Aaron and Zoe flirted on Tumblr. The Zoe Post contains unironic trigger warnings. The Zoe Post was Aaron's attempt to escalate his private grievances of being cheated on into a matter of public concern. In other circumstances and in a different style, the Zoe post would likely have been completely ignored. But Aaron actually workshopped the post to increase its reach. He later told Boston Magazine, quote, "If I can target people who are in the mood to read stories about exes and horrible breakups, I will have an audience." So let's take a look at this thing. The first thing that jumps out at me is that it is extremely pretentious. It's a 7-act breakup letter that quotes Wittgenstein.
Act 0. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent.
Literally kill me. If you look at the Zoe post today, it begins with a paragraph that was added a month later.
I didn't really know what emotional abuse was when I wrote this blog, and the comments from therapists and survivors who have since taken the time to inform me have been tremendously helpful to myself and a number of other commenters. If you've never dealt with emotional abuse before, as I hadn't up until this point, it can be especially difficult to spot, as one of the most persistent patterns is being made to feel at fault for your partner's behavior.
In the latest edit of the Zoe post, he even links to the National Domestic Violence Hotline. To me, this feels like Category 5 Jarvo, but that's just like my opinion, man. It's interesting to think that if Aaron had workshopped this call-out for another month, it's likely that the primary accusation would have been emotional abuse. But instead, the accusation was really Zoe being a hypocritical whore. It's interesting to think how this might have gone down differently if Aaron had used the emotional abuse angle from the beginning. Aaron's fundamental grievance with his ex is that Zoe cheated on him multiple times and then lied about it. And while I do think that Aaron posting this was reprehensible, I also want to acknowledge that the rage and despair of the jilted lover are very real. Like, maybe the problem is that this is not acknowledged as a legitimate kind of pain even in and of itself, but the pain of heartbreak is almost unequaled by any other emotional experience in the human condition. Just ask the Italians. But there's one small problem with heartbreak, which is that no one besides you really has any reason to care. If Zoe cheated on you and broke your heart, you're going to be in agony for a while. But no one else is going to be in agony, and most people aren't really going to be that mad at Zoe, unless you can find a way to kind of transmute your heartbreak and your bitterness into some kind of moralistic accusation, which is exactly what the Zoe post does. The Zoe post attempts to expose Zoe Quinn's, quote, hypocrisy by enumerating Zoe's ethical principles.
Number 4, views on the ethics of infidelity, which she maintained is inherently wrong even if the person who was cheated on never finds out. Because, aside from willfully endangering their partner by way of increased STD risk, if the unfaithful party then has sex with their partner, they are doing so under false pretenses and therefore without their partner's consent. That is, sex with a partner who doesn't know you've cheated on them is sex without consent.
I wouldn't have minded being cheated on and betrayed by Zoe, but this was a violation of their strongly held ethical principles, and isn't that hypocrisy? And shouldn't we all care? It reminds me of this David Mitchell comedy bit called I Wouldn't Have Minded, But.
Has anyone ever finished the phrase, I wouldn't have minded, but in such a way that the person listening doesn't immediately secretly think, oh yes you would. In particular, this is a thing people say when they've been dumped. I wouldn't mind, but she did it by text. I wouldn't have minded, but he did it on my birthday. That was the worst thing. It wasn't though, was it? The person you thought was excellent told you they do not think you are similarly excellent, or at least not excellent enough that they want you hanging around all the time. That was the worst thing.
I wouldn't have minded Zoe breaking my heart horribly, but they did it in a way that violated their strongly held principles on sexual consent. The hypocrisy was the worst part. Was it?
I've had 2 possible pictures in my head for the past month. One that looked like some ransom note collage of letters scotch taped over a cum-covered canvas spelling out, Zoe Quinn is the best person, best possible person. You are a bad person if you think Zoe is not the best person. Act 1. The cum collage may not be entirely accurate.
God, the visceral masculine horror that another proboscis has been poking around in your flower. Aaron seems to especially resent that Zoe had allegedly slept with games journalist Nathan Grayson.
Friggin' Nathan stupid red pants wearing Kotaku writing Grayson.
It's just dripping in bitterness. I find this entire post really off-putting, but I think that a lot of gamers would identify with this because this is how they feel about women in general. They feel bitter. It's this incel rage about this cool gamer girl who they put on a pedestal but who prefers Chad to them. The Zoe post is almost perfectly engineered to trigger the spasm of male resentment that it would inevitably trigger. Throughout is this hilarious attempt to translate visceral emotions into the logical order of, quote, ethical principles.
Zoe's 27 years old and has 19,000 Twitter followers, and her own Wikipedia article touting her as a voice for all that is right and just and good in the world. Turns out she was bullshitting pretty much everything I fell in love with her for, and is actually an unbelievable jerk. She lied to and manipulated me for months, effortlessly, because it was not believable that someone could be that selfish of a person, that convincing of a liar, and that good of a manipulator, while completely ignoring the very principles she so adamantly espoused. So I dumped her.
And the post ends with a list of Zoe's crimes. So the Zoe post represents itself as a call-out, drawing attention to the hypocrisy of a person unjustly regarded as a moral paragon. But I don't think we need to psychoanalyze this that deeply to understand that what the jilted lover really wants is revenge, justice served, punished. And I've been the jilted lover before. I can relate to the pain, but honestly, I relate more to Zoe. I'm also a public figure who people project extremely high moral standards onto. And thank God I'm in a happy relationship so I don't have to date anymore. But when I was dating, I felt like I was living in constant terror that I would reject or break up with someone and that they would then go public with, I don't know whatever accusations they could drum up against me in an attempt to publicly rationalize the pain of rejection. Was Zoe a good partner? It sounds like they were not, but so fucking what? Whose business is that? Zoe's and Aaron's. Not mine, not yours, not anyone else's. Why should anyone else have cared about any of this? Well, I think it all comes down to this. Quote.
And I keep thinking back on this and I'm like, 5 guys, man. She cheated on me with 5 guys? 5 guys. And now I can't stop mentally referring to her as burgers and fries.
That's the meme. That's the hook. The slut-shamey little soundbite, without which I don't think this thing would ever have taken off. So Aaron Gajani posts this little piece of shit everywhere. Game forums like Penny Arcade and Something Awful, to their credit, have the good sense to remove the post immediately, recognizing it as the toxic drama bomb that it is. But Aaron posts it on his personal blog, and naturally it ends up on 4chan. This sets into motion a chain of events that will ruin the lives of multiple people for years. On August 18th, 2014, a group of 4chaners set up the Burgers and Fries IRC channel to discuss what they call the Quinspiracy. They begin plotting the social media campaign that will eventually become Gamergate. For the young or non-tech savvy, I should probably explain that an IRC channel or internet relay chat channel is basically just a group chat. Unlike 4chan, which is a public image board that anyone can see, an IRC channel is private. But unbeknownst to the participant, Zoe Quinn was lurking in the chat the entire time, and the chat was logged, which is how we know about it. But good luck sifting through it on your own. I just tried pasting it into a Word document and it came out to more than 4,000 pages. Fortunately, some of this has been pre-analyzed for us by commentators such as David Futrell on the We Hunted the Mammoth blog, who's pointed out a few important things. In this chat log, the name Zoe appears 4,778 times, more than once per page. By contrast, Nathan, the first name of the allegedly corrupt game journalist she allegedly slept with, appears only 108 times. The words ethics and ethical appear collectively only 146 times. This is important because later on, Gamergate is going to try to deny that Zoe Quinn was something they were concerned with at all. They would rebrand Zoe Quinn as literally who, implying that they barely even knew who that was. Why would you even mention Zoe Quinn when our movement has nothing to do with that? But the channers in the Burgers and Fries IRC channel are explicit about the fact that their goal is for Zoe Quinn to commit suicide.
Lol, I'm tweeting Zoe's nudes to some of her defenders.
There should be a massive campaign to tweet Zoe her own nudes.
They've been tweeted at her a lot.
I couldn't care less about Vidya. I just want to see Zoe receive her comeuppance.
Okay, is Zoe actually depressed?
I bet she is now.
Diagnosed, etc.?
Keck. I think she tried killing herself before.
She should try that again, smiley face. The problem is that making it about Zoe sleeping around amounts to a personal attack, which, while funny and something she totally deserves, will hurt our chances of pushing the other point.
V should be focused on the implications of gaming journalism.
Because SJWs will cherry-pick the B-shit posting and say, see, it's sexist MRAs.
I'm debating whether or not we should just attack Zoe. Push her further, until eventually she and Heroes.
And Heroes is 4chan lingo for commit suicide. It's a reference to a 7th grader who shot himself in the late 2000s and whose family 4chan tortured for a year and a half by prank calling them about the tragic suicide of their 13-year-old son. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't like these people. They're not my kind of people. Like, I do understand that a lot of the people posting to 4chan are teenagers and so their brains are still bad, but some of the people in this chat are adult-ass YouTubers who went on to have a big influence on the Gamergate movement. People like Mundane Matt and Shoe on Head. Yeah, goddamn Shoe on Head was in the Burgers and Fries IRC channel at the very beginning of Gamergate. And I guess I'm reluctant to go in on her too harshly because I think she has, on some level, apologized about bullying Zoe Quinn. But remember that other tangent where we mentioned Shoe on Head, who had a role in starting the drag queen Groomer panic in 2022? I don't know. When someone is found red-handed at ground zero of 2 major reactionary backlashes, it kind of stops looking like a coincidence to me and starts to look like a habit. Like, don't go harass Shoe on Head. If there's one thing we should learn from this, it's that harassing people on the internet is bad. I'm just saying, for whatever it's worth, in my opinion, you should really keep an eye on that one. I also want to bring attention to the way that Shoe on Head was greeted into this group chat because I think it kind of showcases the way that women in reactionary movements are expected to behave.
Hello, my first IRC, damn.
Shoe on Head, just gotta get this out of my system. You're really, really hot.
This is cool.
I'd take Shoe out to Five Guys, if you know what I mean.
This is the kind of test that any minoritized person is immediately put through when entering one of these reactionary gamer spaces. If you're a woman, you're essentially greeted with nice tits. If you want to belong in this group, you need to immediately demonstrate that you're willing to be put in your place, cheerfully and with good humor.
This is cool.
The more you try to attack her directly, the more she gets to play the victim card and make a bunch of friends who will support her because, since she has a vagina, any attack is Miss Goni.
V should be in charge of the gaming journalism aspect of it. Pole should be in charge of the feminism aspect. And B should be in charge of harassing her into killing herself.
So before Gamergate even really exists as a movement, you see the architects laying out the plan. Labor is going to be divided, and there's going to be different groups of people who have a very different understanding of what the movement is and what it's about. Some people are going to be high-mindedly focused on, quote, ethics in games journalism. Other people are going to be focused on fighting the feminist conspiracy to destroy games and vilify gamers. And of course, the elite inner circle here are going to be focused on what really matters, getting Zoe Quinn to commit suicide. By August 24th, the scope of the mission had evolved.
Zoe is no longer the target to be focused on.
It's about the Five Guys. It always has been.
It's more about the journos.
Unfortunately, most of the people involved in this seem to be interested in destroying Zoe.
Now we have to wreck her shield. The people who tried to defend her.
So while this chat was going on, Zoe was doxxed, hacked, their nudes were distributed to all family members and colleagues. The ex-boyfriend pops into the chat, he leaks Zoe's birth name. The term Gamergate still doesn't exist yet. The movement at this point is rallying around the Quinspiracy, and they go to war across various forums and platforms. The Quinspiracy theory at this point is that the 5 guys Zoe allegedly fucked helped their career. An influential video by a YouTuber called Internet Aristocrat argues that the Zoe post proves that Zoe is a liar and manipulator.
This is conspiracy theory.
Gaming journalism has reached a low point. It started to travel off into the areas of social justice and feminism. It started to have authors who are writing pieces condemning the gaming audience as being sexist and misogynistic, as being racist and bigoted. I don't care that Zoe Quinn fucked 5 guys. However, when the people she's having an affair with, when the people she's cheating on her boyfriend with, happen to be able to help her career through their actions related to the industry that she's in, then it becomes a piece of public discourse, and it becomes important.
Internet Aristocrat engages in wild speculation that Zoe fucked multiple journalists in exchange for positive coverage of their games or for suppressing controversies, and this is all summarized as concern for journalistic integrity. The Quinspiracy movement also begins whining that all the complaints about harassment going around only exist to defame them as misogynists, when really they have valid concerns about corruption and ethics. If Gamergate has one central piece of evidence they always point to, it has been, from the beginning, that the Zoe post proves that Zoe Quinn slept with journalist Nathan Grayson in exchange for a positive review of Zoe's game Depression Quest. Within 4 days of the Zoe post, this was more or less debunked by Stephen Totillo, chief editor of Kotaku, who publishes a statement saying, quote, Nathan never reviewed Zoe Quinn's game Depression Quest, let alone gave it a favorable review. This is true. Nathan Grayson simply never wrote a review of Depression Quest. The fundamental claim of Gamergate is, at its face, false. And yet 9 years later, there are still Gamergate defenders who will claim that Zoe Quinn slept with Nathan in exchange for a review. I have tried arguing with these people, and let me tell you what happens. They claim that Gamergate has nothing to do with harassment, that's just a bunch of SJWs slurring them as misogynists. They're really fighting journalistic corruption. I ask for the example of journalistic corruption. They respond that Nathan Grayson was bribed with sex to write a positive review of Depression Quest. I point out that Nathan Grayson never wrote a review of Depression Quest. They then move the goalpost, pointing to 2 articles in which Nathan mentions Depression Quest, first in an article listing out 50 games, and then in an article about a gaming reality TV show that mentions Zoe Quinn. I then counter that none of these articles is a review of Depression Quest, and that there is no evidence at all of, quote, sexual favors exchanged for positive reviews, which is their entire claim, and which originates from a typo in the Zoe post, which even the vindictive ex-boyfriend, Aaron Joni, admits he has no evidence of. They then move the goalpost again and say it doesn't matter whether it was sexual or not. There's evidence that Nathan and Zoe had known each other, and that's a conflict of interest. And this is their evidence of corruption in game media. So this is the point in the argument where you realize that by taking them seriously this far, you've already kind of lost. It's like trying to argue about whether jet fuel can melt steel beams with a 9/11 truther. It's like trying to argue with a QAnoner that there's no evidence Hillary Clinton drinks the blood of children. By even participating in this argument, you're already playing the game they want you to play. And what game is that? What does Gamergate want you to do? They want you to talk about Zoe Quinn's sexual history. That's it. That's their goal. If you're doing that, they've won. As journalist Jen Frank wrote in an article on Gamergate for The Guardian in September 2014, quote, "A good troll knows how to attack a woman's professionalism, particularly if you've never read, watched, or played anything she's produced. Your method is to undermine her credibility and devalue her work by hardly discussing it, and maybe discussing her full sexual history instead. In fostering this culture of terror, you can ensure the majority is silent, that it won't speak out against the harm you're doing. The best, most successful hate campaign dreams big. For some, it isn't only about targeting one woman, two women, or a handful of women. The end game is to frighten all women out of the video game industry." Incidentally, after Jen Frank published this article, Gamergate argued that because Jen had purchased and supported Quinn's work in the past and had briefly met Anita Sarkeesian, this article about harassment was therefore evidence of exactly the kind of collusion and corruption in games journalism they'd been fighting. Gamergate then harassed Jen to the point of leaving her job at The Guardian and leaving journalism altogether for several months. Zoe Quinn's initial response to the harassment also touches on the idea that by arguing with these people's claims in good faith, you've already lost. The idea that I am required to debunk a manifesto of my sexual past written by an openly malicious ex-boyfriend in order to continue participating in this industry is horrifying, and I won't do it. The point of the conspiracy was not genuinely about reviews exchanged for sex. The point was to make sure that everyone was not discussing Zoe's actual games, but was instead discussing the rumors about Zoe's sex life, about how Zoe was sleeping with all these men in the industry, about how Zoe didn't deserve any of the recognition that they got, and about how it was all merely a transactional thing for sex, which is their way of undermining anyone who is not a straight white man in the industry. In particular, it's their way of undermining anyone who's a woman or who they perceive as a woman. The argument is that the games industry, while very male-dominated, granted, is not in any way misogynistic. And yet, all the women who seem to be succeeding within it have no real merit and are only actually succeeding because they have to sleep their way to the top. I hope I'm adequately conveying my exasperation with all of this. That is the point, isn't it? The point is to exasperate you. They want to wear you down, to make it not worth your while. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge that the harassment of Zoe Quinn was and is horrifying. I am hardly a stranger to internet harassment myself, but what happened to Zoe Quinn was on another level. Zoe's memoir, Crash Override, does a good job of summarizing the abuse and how it felt to experience it. Quote, "The places where I sold my games, talked with friends, or even just looked at cute cat videos were suddenly awash in pictures of mutilated bodies, images of horrible violence, and threats to do these things and worse to me. My home address and phone number were discovered and distributed, leading to 5 a.m. phone calls from strangers detailing the ways they planned to rape me, and people bragging about leaving dead animals in my mailbox. Nude photos of me were dug up, printed out, jizzed on by strangers, and mailed to colleagues, friends, and family. Misogyny taken to its extreme is visceral, it's corporeal, it's an attack on the body. Just so much focus on the nude pictures and the jism and the loathing of the body, those disgusting bodily fluids. I don't see why the men can't take a little bit of responsibility here. I mean, it's their jism that they're blasting all over the place. Anyway, so ethics, what an admirable concern for integrity in journalism. I think a lot of men in particular don't quite grasp the gross physical violation of online harassment against women. I get really annoyed with even apparently well-meaning men like David Pakman, who, interviewing Gamergate victims at the time, would say stuff like, "Shouldn't you just ignore harassment? Don't feed the trolls." Like, this isn't trolling, it's terrorism. The point is not just to fuck with someone for a laugh, it's to make every woman, to make anyone who belongs to any kind of minority group in gaming know that they don't really belong here, and that their capacity to continue existing in this space is contingent on their willingness to be put in their place, or else. It's been hard for me to read through all of Zoe's harassment because a lot of this I actually have experienced myself, and I feel kind of just weird mixed feelings about the fact that I have never really talked about any of this, in part because I do think there is some truth to the irritating advice that you shouldn't let your harassers know that they've gotten to you. In the years that I've been on YouTube, I've gotten death threats, I've gotten rape threats, I've gotten torture and mutilation threats, I've been doxxed, I've been dead named, I've been swatted. I guess it's sort of a point of pride for me not to give in to the temptation to show that you've been gotten. But then reading Zoe talk about it, I feel guilty because it's only by talking about it that anyone knows this is even a problem. But I don't want it to be my problem, so I've done what I've felt I had to do to protect myself. So let's get back to the timeline. Where are we? August 24th? The conspiracy movement has been going on a week, and it's only gaining momentum. On August 25th, 2014, in what seems to be an unfortunate coincidence, Anita Sarkeesian drops her video, Women as Background Decorations Part 2, Tropes versus Women in Video Games.
I define the women as background decoration trope as the subset of largely insignificant, non-playable female characters, whose sexuality or victimhood is exploited as a way to infuse edgy, gritty, or racy flavoring into game worlds.
Anita is immediately enveloped by Gamergate and becomes the second primary target of harassment, despite having no relation to Zoe Quinn or Nathan Grayson, and despite not being a journalist at all. Anita's inclusion in the harassment is justified by Gamergate's secondary claim that SJWs and feminists are sort of colluding and conspiring to destroy gaming and vilify gamers. That's where she fits into this puzzle. Don't try too hard to make sense of it, it doesn't actually make sense. Sometime in late August, I think on August 27th, the actor Adam Baldwin tweets a link to the internet aristocrats' conspiracy videos on YouTube, seemingly coining the hashtag Gamergate. This is important because Gamergate will later attempt to deny that Zoe Quinn was important to them at all. They will attempt to rebrand as a movement about ethics in games journalism, about integrity and fighting corruption. They'll begin referring to Zoe Quinn as literally who, in an attempt to gaslight all of us into thinking this wasn't some kind of punish the slut campaign from the very inception. But it was. Do not allow them to feign amnesia on this point. It's around this time that Gamergate starts to get a little more public relations conscious. They realize that people are going to think they're a misogynistic hate campaign unless they come up with a little bit of a better face to show the world. And so, on 4chan, the decision is made to support an Indiegogo campaign for a bizarre group calling themselves the Fine Young Capitalists, an organization claiming to advocate for women in gaming by funding a game to be produced from the concept submitted by a woman. The organization is headed by a man who seems to have some kind of grudge against Zoe Quinn, and that's likely why they're chosen by 4chan. 4chan becomes the top donor to the Indiegogo campaign and selects a colon cancer charity for the remaining funds in order to, quote,
chemo the butthurt of Zoe Quinn supporters.
4chan also creates the mascot Vivian James to represent them in the game and to be a mascot for Gamergate more broadly. Vivian James is a fascinating piece of right-wing deflection and propaganda. They've selected a cartoon woman to be the face of their misogynistic hate movement. She wears green and purple, the colors of Gamergate, which is a reference to a meme known on 4chan at the time as the Daily Dose, which is an image of two Dragon Ball Z characters raping each other. So it's a rape joke. The color scheme is a rape joke that they're depending on the normies not to get. Someone supportive of the movement creates a really embarrassing comic called Gamergate Life, starring Vivian James. It's pretty embarrassing for them and very fun to laugh at. Let's do that now. Okay, the pink and white character is called Lilium Woods. She represents the SJWs.
The problem with you Gamergaters is that all of you are white cisgender straight males. Way to go, Miss Arian.
The joke is that actually Gamergate is very diverse. In fact, it is the SJWs that are white. Gamergaters on 4chan had introduced this hashtag #NotYourShield to go along with the Gamergate hashtag. The idea was to combat the perception of Gamergate as a misogynistic, bigoted movement by claiming that actually Gamergate is very diverse, and women and minorities who support it are hashtag #NotYourShield against criticisms of corruption in gaming journalism. Obviously, a large number of the accounts tweeting the hashtag were obvious sock puppets using stock images of women and racial minorities. The vibe was very Dean Browning tweeting,
"I'm a black gay guy, and I can personally say that Obama did nothing for me. Everything is so much better under Trump, though. I feel respected, which I never do when Democrats are involved."
Meanwhile, Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian have to flee their homes due to the harassment and threats and the doxing. There have been many subsequent attempts to reframe this as some kind of hysterical gesture, sort of vying for sympathy and attention. But try to actually imagine how Anita and Zoe felt. This was kind of an unprecedented thing. Imagine that you're getting hundreds and hundreds of harassing messages every week, including pictures of your front door and messages containing your address and dates that they claim they will rape/kill you. Would you hang out around your house and assume that it was fine and probably it's okay and they're just bluffing? I think most people crack under this amount of pressure, and attempts to reframe their panic as some kind of manipulative vying for sympathy are basically just victim blaming. By the end of August 2014, Gamergate is a phenomenon. Journalists have taken note and begun to cover it, and most of the coverage is negative, which Gamergate interprets as further proof of the conspiracy against gamers to slur anyone who participates in their slut-punishing crusade as some kind of misogynist. So a series of articles come out about misogyny in the games industry, which Gamergate refers to as the Gamers Are Dead articles, despite none of them actually using the phrase gamers are dead. The one that made them the most angry did say that, quote, gamers are over. This was an article that journalist Lee Alexander published on Gama Sutra on August 27th, which led Lee to become the third major target of Gamergate. And my opinion is that Gamergate particularly hated Lee Alexander because she told the truth. She absolutely nailed them. The article was mean, but it was spot on, and I think that moment of self-consciousness enraged them more than anything else. Lee kind of summarized the 2 decades of background that led to Gamergate. Quote, "Suddenly a generation of lonely basement kids had marketers whispering in their ears that they were the most important commercial demographic of all time. Suddenly, they started wearing shiny blouses and pinning bikini babes onto everything they made, started making games that sold the promise of high-octane masculinity to kids just like them. Have money, have women, get a gun and then a bigger gun. Be an outcast, celebrate that, defeat anyone who threatens you. You don't need cultural references, you don't need anything but gaming. Gamers are over. That's why they're so mad. These obtuse shit-slingers, these wailing hyper-consumers, these childish internet arguers, they are not my audience. They don't have to be yours. There is no side to be on. There is no debate to be had. There is what's past and there is what's now. There is the role you choose to play and what's ahead."
We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars. But we won't. We're slowly learning that fact. And we're very, very pissed off.
I'm trying to hold off on doing too much analysis until later in the tangent, but I think this article kind of hits the bullseye with explaining the level of vitriol involved here. The people who were attracted to Gamergate in 2014 were often gamers who conceptualized themselves as social outcasts and sort of constructed the gamer identity as a sort of pseudo-marginalized class, while at the same time still trying to identify with alpha masculinity and the power that holds. They're men that would now self-style themselves as, quote, Sigma males, sort of loner outcasts who also still identify with dominating masculinity. Aggrieved nerd identity was a common thing in the early 2010s. A few years before Gamergate, there was a sketch on Portlandia called The Nerd PSA.
I just think I'm a nerd, you know? I've been into video games and comic books and stuff. I'm a total nerd.
Hi there, I'm Brian. I'm an actual nerd. I'm not wearing a nerd costume for Halloween. This is how I actually dress. A sexy girl who went and saw a second week screening of The Avengers is not a nerd.
Clearly, Lee Alexander's article hit a nerve for these people, and they went to war, effectively pressuring Intel to pull its ads from Gamasutra in response. This was referred to on 4chan as Operation Disrespectful Nod. Its goal was to pressure companies into pulling ads from any websites that have published anti-Gamergate articles. I will post a link in the description of this video to the quote,
#Gamergate Central Operations Archive, Semper Infidelis. This document is authored by many anonymous Gamergaters. This document is protected by the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. #Operation Vox Populi. Mission. Congratulations. #Gamergate. We have victory on numerous fronts, specifically all GG veterans participating in the daily boycotts and Operation Disrespectful Nod. Invading Castle Vox. Stay tuned for targets. Be here 6 p.m. EST USA. We lay siege to Castle Vox.
So what is this? What is even going on here? So this document lays out in pseudo-military terminology all the, quote, ops that Gamergate was planning behind the scenes. This is very funny to me for a few reasons. One is that Gamergate is doing everything that they accuse the SJWs of doing. They are literally conspiring to control games media and influence what opinions are publishable. 4chan often seems to kind of conceptualize itself as a kind of inverted FBI. Like, look at this document. It looks like some kind of leaked COINTELPRO memo from the FBI.
The reason that the American Army does so well in wartime is that war is chaos, and the American Army practices chaos on a daily basis.
This just says so much about how the people on 4chan and 8chan viewed themselves and what they were doing. They saw themselves as being at war. It's this military LARPing. It's so cringe. It's like these people were determined to prove that everything Lee Alexander said about them was true. And that's what they did. By September 2014, Gamergate had swelled to a size where grifters began to take notice. At first, it was mostly buffoons like Mike Cernovich, who Gamergate called a based lawyer, and who hired a private investigator to follow Zoe Quinn. Absolute clowns Davis Arini and Jordan Owen started a Patreon for The Sarkeesian Effect, a documentary exposing the insidious feminist plot, hoping to gain support from Gamergate, which they did. They met their funding goal of $15,000 a month. They and their documentary were later so discredited by the YouTuber HBomberGuy that it seems that no one has ever wanted to be associated with them ever since. Sometimes I feel kind of bad for Jordan Owen because he's at least a bit repentant about the whole thing. Davis Arini is certainly the more sinister of these two guys. He's a cringe factory. It is extremely funny to make fun of him. Let's do that now.
Hey everybody, Jordan Owen 42 here.
And this is Davis Arini.
You know us both from YouTube, where we give our insightful, witty, and often controversial commentary on the news of the day.
Not the least of which is our thoughts on the social justice warriors.
You know who we're talking about.
Anita Sarkeesian.
Jonathan McIntosh.
Zoe Quinn.
I actually don't feel like I need to say anything about that. I think it speaks for itself. I will say strong magician energy, like in a we demand to be taken seriously way. Many YouTube careers were made off of Gamergate. Arini and Owen burned out pretty early, but other Gamergaters like Internet Aristocrat, Mundane Matt, Total Biscuit, Sargon of Akkad lasted a bit longer. Shuonhead is still at it. Thunderfoot was already a successful YouTuber talking about creationism, but completely spiraled into absolute madness. Thunderfoot's my favorite Gamergater. I find his videos about Anita Sarkeesian extremely funny. We'll come back to that. None of this ever would have had the influence that it did if more mainstream conservative media hadn't gotten in on the grift. On September 1st, 2014, Milo Yiannopoulos publishes his first article about Gamergate on Breitbart. Feminist bullies tearing the video game industry apart. In the opening paragraph, Milo outright states that he's previously mocked gamers as, quote, dorky loners in yellowing underpants, but I guess he saw dollar signs because he goes on to parrot all of their talking points. Death threat hysteria whipped up by campaigners who are offended by design is a cancer in the public square. It is designed to stifle debate and silence critics. Writers such as Nathan Grayson, with whom, along with at least 4 other men, Zoe Quinn cheated on her boyfriend for calculated professional advancement, know that they will be rewarded with sexual favors for promoting substandard work by some female developers. This regurgitation of Gamergate talking points from 4chan launched Milo Yiannopoulos' career and turned Breitbart into, quote, a platform for the alt-right, according to Steve Bannon, campaign strategist for, you know the one. Progressives are often caricatured as saying Gamergate got Trump elected, which is not true, but there is a case to be made that Gamergate brought Steve Bannon, and therefore fascism, to the White House, which is no trivial thing. More mainstream conservatives also took notice and got in on the grift. In particular, the American Enterprise Institute's Christina Hoff Sommers became something of a spokeswoman. They do love a female mascot. Here she is discussing Gamergate with anti-feminist intellectual celebrity Camille Paglia.
These cultural critics started to attack the gamers and tell them that their games were sexist and that they were contributing to the rape culture. And the gamers were not like the young men at the Ivy League. The gamers fought back. Mm-hmm. This became known as Gamergate. The press has completely misunderstood it and defamed the gamers. They were just defending a hobby that they love. They started to call me based mom. And I am a mom, and being based means being sort of authentic, genuine, no nonsense, and cool, so that's good. And so I'm sort of based mom on Twitter. I've been talking about you and sending out your things. They call you a based goddess.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Fantastic.
This is such an embarrassment for based goddess. This is a person who once proclaimed herself the Susan Sontag of the 90s. But to be fair, she was on a lot more coke than I am. So on September 6, 2014, Zoe Quinn reveals that they've been lurking in the Burgers and Fries IRC channel the entire time and posts screenshots of the harassment plots. This causes everyone on the channel to panic and shut things down, and then bizarrely publicly post the log of everything that they'd said. I guess assuming that no one would actually read all of that and would think that it was, if they were being so transparent to post the log, that nothing bad must have been said. But in fact, the logs definitively prove that the entire Gamergate movement was orchestrated from the beginning by people with a slut-punishing vendetta against Zoe Quinn and a very deliberate attempt to drum up a plausible public relations cover story involving ethics in games journalism. This ought to have undermined every sincere person's perception that this movement was really about journalistic integrity, but it didn't. I guess once people get really emotionally involved in something, once it becomes attached to their own identity and their own sense of threat, it's basically impossible to talk most of them out of it. Attempts at moderation and reconciliation were made, but to no real effect. Ian Danskin points out in his Gamergate timeline that some progressives suggested the hashtag GameEthics as an alternative to Gamergate, but distanced from the harassment and the swatting and the sexual abuse. Instead of actually making use of it to discuss ethics in journalism, Gamergate spams the tag with furry porn, making it unusable. The harassment of Zoe Quinn continued into 2015. Zoe later gets a restraining order against the ex-boyfriend, which he violates. Gamergate funds his legal fees. Even 4chan finally shuts down their Gamergate threads because of the no doxing rule, in result of which Gamergate moves to the free speech absolutist child pornography hub 8chan, which would later famously birth the QAnon movement to save the children, naturally. 8chan users created a doxing forum called Baphomet just to host addresses, names, phone numbers, contacts of all Gamergate targets. The way doxing forums work is they generally deny that they have anything to do with harassment or death threats. But of course, they're knowingly supplying all the information needed to carry on a harassment campaign, and they all know that that's what their function is. On October 29, 2014, Anita Sarkeesian goes on the Colbert Report with Stephen Colbert, who makes Gamergate appear cringe and ridiculous.
Do you understand how important it is? We are talking about ethics in gamer journalism. Do you understand how huge that is? I mean, what if there was no ethics in Hollywood journalism?
This is probably a more devastating blow to Gamergate than any feminist criticism ever could have been. Because it turns out that in fact, there is no feminist conspiracy, and feminists in general don't have a whole lot of social power. So that one glib comment from a late-night comedian has more influence than anything organized feminism could muster over the course of 2 months. On February 11, 2015, a Law & Order SVU episode called Intimidation Game airs, in which misogynistic gamers kidnap and rape a female game designer, and then Logan Paul, playing a gamer, tries to shoot a cop because his brain is so addled by video games that he can't tell the difference between games and reality.
Game over! All for that skank arena. Isn't it being a whore a crime?
No one likes this episode. Anita Sarkeesian tweets, "Predictably, this week's Law & Order SVU was sickening. They trivialized and exploited real-life abuse of women in gaming for entertainment." Classic Anita tweet. Of course, the episode is hardly flattering to Gamergate either.
Go home, gamer girl.
Raina Punjabi only got this feminazi game made by being a slut.
And Gamergate terms the episode Birth of a Nation for Gamers. They really do, as the saying goes, want to be oppressed so bad. Anyway, that's the basic timeline. Part 2, Analysis. Why did Gamergate happen? Well, let's try to understand the context. This is 2014, the age of endless whining about trigger warnings and safe spaces, which is all kind of part of a generalized backlash to the increased profile of feminism, of, I guess, what could be loosely termed critical race theory, but is basically just non-white people having opinions in public space, the rise of trans rights. This was changing the culture of academia at the same time that the internet was going through these transformations that personally I think were for the better, but which at the time seemed threatening to a lot of people. Twitter's Trust and Safety Council was established in 2014, since of course dismantled by Elon Musk, and Reddit, once a free speech absolutist kind of place, began to ban hate subreddits, as well as child and non-consensual pornography, which amazingly they previously had not banned. Isn't that interesting? We all forget that, don't we? That's another piece of cultural amnesia that I would like to resist. In 2014, Reddit banned the subreddit r/jailbait, which is exactly what it sounds like, a community where sexualized photos of underage girls were shared. In 2008, r/jailbait had been chosen as the subreddit of the year by a user poll. It's interesting that as straight male attraction to minors has become more taboo, accusations of pedophilia seem to have grown more rampant. I don't know what that means. I'm sure Dr. Freud has an explanation. That's a topic for another tangent. My point is that the internet was changing. Nerd culture was changing. More women, more people of color, more queer people were speaking out in these spaces. A couple years ago, I had an opportunity to go as a guest to the Hugo Awards, which are science fiction awards that are kind of a hub of nerd culture. It was a very interesting anthropological experience because there's two very different demographics at the Hugo Awards. On the one hand, you have kind of the old Hugo Awards, which are mostly white men in their 50s or 60s, and they're straight white guys who are big Star Trek fans. But a large percentage of the younger people there were queer women who are also Star Trek fans. I wonder if this is for straight white men in these spaces a source of some kind of genuine pain and identity struggle. I mean, frankly, I don't really see what the problem is. Who cares if it's old men or if it's lesbians? They're still fans of Star Trek. What's the problem? But I think what a lot of straight white male nerds who are experiencing in the early 2010s is losing their sense of total dominance over their space as they saw it. And I think that in order to explain that demographic shift and the ideological changes that inevitably would accompany it, they found it kind of soothing to resort to conspiracy theory. I'm going to quote Colin Dickey again from that book on conspiracy theories I mentioned at the beginning of this tangent. The reason that anti-Semitism persists, both in the far extreme fringes of violent actors like the Klan and its more contemporary incarnations, as well as in mainstream respectable conservatism, including among figures like Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan, is because it exists always to massage the anxiety and trauma such individuals feel when they see the center of America slipping away from them. Gamergate was often explicitly anti-Semitic. They kind of decided that Anita Sarkeesian was Jewish. They dubbed her Jew-Keesian and caricatured her as a merchant from Nazi propaganda. But even the majority of the movement that didn't frame their conspiracy theorizing in explicitly anti-Semitic terms still kind of replicated the anti-Semitic paranoid structure of thinking, where you infer the existence of a conspiratorial cabal to explain changes in the culture that make you feel left behind and threatened. Right? It can't be that a lot of people actually enjoy playing games that are designed by women, or enjoy playing games that have more emotional themes that are not just warfare simulators. It has to be that there's this infiltrating, invading small group of outsiders who are pulling all the strings and who are manipulating the media and manipulating the reviews, and they're making it seem like there's this demand for games made by women when it's all fake and they're just sleeping their way to the top and they have no real talent and no one actually likes them. The viciousness is all self-soothing. They're reassuring themselves that their prejudices and perspectives are normal and fine, that nothing needs to change, that nothing is really changing except, for this small group of outsiders who we just need to banish. Was that actually what was going on? Nar. Journalist Catherine Cross wrote a wonderful article on Gamergate called "The Nightmare is Over. They're not coming for your games," where she kind of theorized that a lot of gamers have this primal terror of someone coming to take their games away, which is the product of childhoods where mom is always threatening to take away the Xbox if you don't behave, and later on where politicians like Joe Lieberman actually did try to censor video games on the grounds that violent games supposedly provoke real-world violence. Quote, "It seemed there were grasping bullies around every corner who have tried to actually take games away. The censor even emerged in the person of our own parents, often as not. But now, of course, mom doesn't want to take our games away, she wants to play them. And in so doing, many male gamers fear will ruin the experience forever. Never mind that women have been here from the first." And finally, one of La Rochefoucauld's maxims: "Our pride is more offended by attacks on our tastes than our opinions." People get extremely combative and defensive when they feel like art they like is under attack. We get extremely emotionally attached, and our identities become deeply intertwined with the art that we consume. And so I think for a lot of gamers, they were sort of unable to distinguish, say, Anita Sarkeesian's feminist critique of games from a fundamental attack on their taste and therefore their identity. I know I'm trying to wrap this up, but I feel like I have something to say about the substance of Anita's critique of games. I just need to get it out of me. We're doing this. Part whatever. Was Anita Sarkeesian right? Yes. Anita is mother, and I want her to take my video games away. In retrospect, the level of vitriol that was directed at Anita Sarkeesian is fascinating because what she was saying seems so innocuous to me.
In the simplest terms, subjects act, and objects are acted upon. The subject is the protagonist, the one who the story is centered on, and the one doing most of the action. So the damsel trope typically makes men the subject of narratives while relegating women to the role of object.
She's just applying basic, decades-old ideas from academic feminism, in particular Laura Mulvey's analysis of the male gaze in narrative cinema, and Martha Nussbaum's analysis of sexual objectification. And Anita just applied this to video games instead of film. To anyone without a humanities background, everything Anita says is perfectly legible and not in any way dangerous or threatening. Even if you don't always agree with the details or the exact nature of the arguments she's making, these are just very normal things to observe. In media created by men tend to be the subjects, women tend to be the objects. Yes, Simone de Beauvoir mentioned this in the late 1940s. This is not radical stuff. But in watching, say, Thunderfoot's videos, his obsessive 50 or 60 plus videos on the topic of Anita Sarkeesian, the sense of threat is so palpable.
I no more have to feel ashamed about what I find sexy than a gay person does. And you have about as much chance of educating me out of not finding sexy women attractive as fundamentalists have of educating the gay away. Yeah, my sexuality does not become a crime simply because I am a straight, white male who likes hot ladies. And frankly, Anita, we can live without your own brand of cyber Sharia.
I'm interested that a lot of men seem to feel so attacked by the feminist critique of media because I think they're just completely misreading it. They just are not getting what Anita is saying. Okay, so Anita critiques like the prevalence of sexual objectification of women in gaming, let's say. And then men react by saying, oh, so you're saying that it's evil to be attracted to sexy ladies. But that's not really what she's saying, though. Even Camille Paglia is sitting here making this argument, the idea that feminism is attacking male sexuality.
Just the way society used to police the sexuality of gay people, it's now sort of open season on the sexuality of heterosexual males.
Absolutely.
They're monitored, they're policed, and demonized.
And neutered. They're
Yes.
neutered. By the time they get to the Ivy League, okay, they've
Right.
been neutered. Everything's been stripped off of them. Okay? They've been made to feel ashamed of anything virile.
Camille Paglia seems to think that men are by nature sexually dominating and that masculine sexual will to power is being painfully repressed in our feminized society or something like that. What do you guys think? Are men natural sexual predators who need to get their sadistic kicks somewhere? Leave a comment. But it's really not Anita's argument that being attracted to sexy ladies is wrong. The feminist tradition that she's citing distinguishes between simple admiration of physical beauty and dehumanization of women as objects, things, or commodities. That's not to say you couldn't make a plausible defense of objectification in certain situations, but that's not what Thunderfoot does. Instead, he reduces Anita and her arguments to memes and caricatures. I think it's kind of sad that at no point in the Gamergate conflict do we ever actually get to have an adult conversation about feminism. Instead, we just got unfiltered castration anxiety. I'm sorry that I'm a Freudian now. You all just have to deal with this. Now, I'm not going to say that there's no resentful, castrating urge in feminist critique. In her famous article, Laura Mulvey says outright, "It is said that analyzing pleasure or beauty destroys it. That is the intention of this article." I unironically think that men respond to an unconscious threat of castration in Anita Sarkeesian's videos. Like, look at the intro. She plays a clip,
grab a whore and have a good time.
and then slash, castration, put that whore down, game's over, boys, the feminists are here. So I think I can understand where the anxiety comes from, but I also think men should just learn to sit with that anxiety. Like, even if men are natural sexual predators, can't feminists still be legitimately frustrated that they're ubiquitously reduced to prey in a male-dominated media industry? And the backlash to games like Gone Home shows a lot of men are threatened simply by the intrusion of the feminine perspective itself. I feel like for a lot of men, the male perspective in art is just the water that they swim in and they don't even notice it, and they have a kind of unconscious hostility towards female perspectives because self-consciousness is the cost of acknowledging the subjectivity of the other, right? If you really entered women's perspectives and you really took seriously art that's created by women, you would have to see yourself the way that women see you. And I think a lot of men aren't ready for that. But they should be. Get ready for it. Grow up. Like, women grow up reading books by men all day in English class. Like, women know how men see women. It's time for men to learn how women see men. I don't know. Deal with it. Learn to navigate a diverse world. Is there any legitimacy to concerns about ethics in games journalism? For any conspiracy theory, there's generally some kind of element of truth in what they're saying, surrounded by a lot of dangerous nonsense. There may be some truth to the idea that a lot of game reviews basically are press releases from the developers. Some of the most sane things I've heard said by Gamergaters come from the YouTuber Total Biscuit, who would occasionally complain about game reviewers being paid for positive reviews or given the game for free with an implicit agreement that there's going to be a positive review.
I've been offered a free Alienware laptop with a copy of the game installed on it that I get to keep if I do a video on the game. Needless to say, I turned that down.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all that that's going on, because that's going on in tons of industries. I'm not really that involved in the game industry, so I don't have anecdotes about this, but I will say that on beauty YouTube, like, this is a notorious thing that's going on in beauty YouTube, is that influencers will get sent products by beauty companies and asked to review them. They're getting some of these products for free, so that creates a kind of implicit agreement that you're going to give a positive review in exchange for free products. If you're not outright doing undisclosed promotional deals, I would not find it shocking if there was not similar things going on in gaming and game reviews, including reviewers on YouTube. But that's not really what Gamergate is about. is it? Right, the core of Gamergate's claims is about, well, one, the gamer identity being threatened by a cabal of SJWs, and about how female game developers are all sort of suspect because they're viewed as sluts and whores fucking their way up the industry, which is obviously a misogynistic conspiracy theory. Need I really explain why? A lot of Gamergaters, especially under pressure, will start pointing to kind of looser connections between reviewers or journalists and developers. A lot of the collusion claims that Gamergate made were based on journalists covering games where like the journalists had supported the Patreon and they were like, aha, it's a financial conflict of interest where the journalist is financially supporting the topic of their article. And I guess there's maybe some kind of legitimate argument there about like how close to a creator does it make you if you're their patron? How does that differ from, I don't know, buying the book that you're reviewing, for example? Is that financially supporting the creator? But I'm hesitant to even get involved with these like supposedly good faith debates because so much of this has just been cover for misogynistic nonsense that it's like, we can all see with our eyes that that's not what Gamergate was really about. If you refuse to accept that the Burgers and Fries IRC channel and the 4chaners were the real puppet masters of Gamergate, which they were, but if you still don't want to engage with that, I mean, look at the Kotaku in Action subreddit and search by top posts. What are the top posts about? Are they really about journalists supporting creators on Patreon and then reviewing the Patreon creators? It's not about that. It's about anti-male double standards. Skullgirls cleans up its Nazi-inspired imagery and lurid panty shots, but Genshin Impact covers up the booties of its boy toys. A wonderful illustration of the double standard. Women showing butt, not good. Men not showing butt, not good. See the problem? Progressive hypocrisy exposed. Male objectification is okay, but not Elon Musk slams the rings of power. Almost every male character so far is a coward, a jerk, or both. Only Galadriel is brave, smart, and nice. Concerning. Well, thank God the richest person in the world is courageous enough to stand up for men. What does any of this have to do with ethics in games journalism? Absolutely nothing. It's just anti-SJW in the 2020s that means anti-woke nonsense. Part meow. Legacy. What does Gamergate mean? Well, it's an obvious precedent to things like QAnon, to the alt-right, to the conservative media grifters who tried to leverage the Amber Heard hatred to recruit young men. As I mentioned earlier, I think Gamergate is in some ways like an interesting precedent to cancel culture discourse that doesn't get talked about a lot, right? You have this call-out post, the blurring of public and private moral offenses, a strong component of envy, something I've tried to point out in the past with respect to cancel culture. Zoe Quinn mentions in their book that every target of harassment they've ever known has been accused of possessing secret wealth because it's simply easier to target someone. If you imagine them wealthy, you feel like you're punching up. One of the main accusations against Anita Sarkeesian was that she was somehow misappropriating the Kickstarter funds, despite her releasing incredibly detailed and transparent accounts of where the money was going. Like, imagine if I did this. Imagine if I was this transparent with you guys about how much of the ContraPoints money I'm spending on weed or whatever. A Gamergater photoshopped this ridiculous tweet purporting to show Anita on a private account buying $1,000 Gucci shoes. Only a man would come up with this. Only a gamer would come up with this. What does it have to do with anything? Envy. Envy is one of the great generators of animosity in the human psyche. A lot of times hate mobs rely on it to make these campaigns happen. Lastly, I think Gamergate was responsible for the mainstreaming and normalization and increased public awareness of harassment techniques that are now normal and planned for. People who become YouTubers or streamers now are expecting people to try to hack them. We all kind of know that doxing and harassment and swatting are the potential risks of being a public figure online. I don't think that used to be the case before Gamergate, and it is now. So that's an ugly legacy. You've created a new regime of terror and fear. Good job, everyone. Hello, psychonauts. Welcome to the Universal Mind Lattice. Your ego games are over. Pay no attention to the wrathful visions behind the curtain. Move towards the clear light of reality, and you'll soon understand that these horrible, horrible demons are merely the wave vibrations of archetypal processes. Tangent. Psychedelic experiences. Tangent. LSD and shrooms. Alright, this is gonna be a weird one. Look, at the outset, I just want to acknowledge that listening to people talk about their psychedelic experiences is quite possibly the only thing worse than listening to people talk about their dreams. Can we talk about the inherent boredom of psychedelic trip reports? And it's not because psychedelic trips are boring, they may be the most interesting thing in all of human experience, but they're inherently difficult to describe verbally, and the attempt often produces horrible gibbering. I've been watching this Comedy Central series called Tales from the Trip, where stand-up comics do a bad job of describing psychedelic experiences.
The walls look like they're melting, and Al Roker appears, and he's like giving the weather.
Because I was on mushrooms, it expanded my third eye. I was literally seeing a gnome.
And I know why they do a bad job. They do a bad job because stand-up comics' entire career is based on their capacity to entertain an audience, and often an accurate description, or an accurate as possible description of a psychedelic trip, is not entertaining. It's weird and abstruse and difficult to understand. So a comic knows that you have to embellish these stories to make them entertaining to an audience. So you get these improbable descriptions of like, oh, I was locked into my closet and my roommate turned into Darth Vader and then she started melting. And if you've actually done psychedelics, you kind of are like, that's not what happened. Like, I've been on mushrooms, I've been on acid. I know what happens. I know what happens on these trips. And like, that's not what happens. But what does happen is less entertaining than that, unless you are experiencing it, in which case it's the most fascinating thing in the world. So that's the difficulty that I'm in starting this tangent. I want to be entertaining, but I also want to tell the truth. And my anxiety is that the truth is not entertaining. So I could try to be objective and I could try to tell you about serotonin and tryptamines and all that scientific stuff, but that's not why you're here. You didn't vote for Psychedelic Tangents because you wanted to hear me describe the science, chemistry, and socio-history of psychedelic drugs. Nar. You voted for this because you're perverts and you wanted to hear about the times I did drugs. And so you shall. Very well. But first, a legal disclaimer. I would never do anything illegal. Let's make that very crystal clear. So if in this tangent I seem to be referring to illegal activities, please be aware that those are just things that I did in Minecraft. When I use words like acid, I'm really referring to Mystery Substance X, a compound that I synthesized myself from banana leaves using a tinfoil alembic. Part 1. The basics. The word psychedelic means mind manifesting. It comes from the Greek psyche, meaning mind, and delein, meaning manifesting. The word was coined by Humphrey Osmond in correspondence with Aldous Huxley. Humphrey Osmond was a psychiatrist who pioneered the use of LSD as a treatment for alcoholism in the 1950s. Aldous Huxley was an English writer of Brave New World fame, also notable for writing the 1953 classic The Doors of Perception about the time he did mescaline and tripped balls. Psychedelics are a genre of drugs that includes such classics as LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, DMT, salvia divinorum. You've got your tryptamines, which do things to serotonin. You've got your phenylethamines, which do various chemical goings on, odd jobs here and there. Let's not engage in some kind of whitewashing colonial project here. There is, of course, an indigenous history of using these substances. In parts of Latin America in particular, there is millennia of history behind the use of ayahuasca containing DMT, psilocybin, salvia divinorum, mescaline. All of this was suppressed by the Catholic Church when the goddamn Spaniards conquistadored a greater part of the region and did you know what? So this was socially repressed by the Western world until the very end of the 19th century when a German chemist named Arthur Hefter isolated mescaline from the peyote cactus in the year of our Lord 1897. In 1938, the Swiss chemist, our good friend Albert Hofmann, synthesized LSD by accident while working on alkaloids of the ergot fungus for a pharmaceutical company. 5 years later, he accidentally ingested LSD for the first time, and then, the absolute maniac, he did it on purpose. On a bicycle. It was around this point that the CIA got involved. I mean, the CIA might be funding this video for all I know. They could be controlling my pineal gland. Hold your pineal glands close because the CIA is keeping an eye on them, and the CIA is so-called magic mushrooms containing psilocybin, which your body converts to psilocin, were introduced or reintroduced to Western culture in 1955 when American banker and amateur mycologist, that is shroom hobbyist, R. Gordon Wasson, went on a little gap year visit to Oaxaca and published an article in Life magazine called Seeking the Magic Mushroom in 1957, which influenced an entire generation of psychonauts. R. Gordon Wasson's trip to Oaxaca was unwittingly and unironically funded by the CIA. You know, you don't want to sound like a raving maniac, but the CIA actually is behind quite a lot of this. In Oaxaca, Wasson did a magic mushroom ritual with the Mazatec shaman Maria Sabina, who agreed to show him the secrets of the mushroom, assuming a level of trust and discretion on his part, which was betrayed when Wasson later publicly revealed where and from whom he got the mushrooms, leading to all kinds of nonsense psychedelic tourism, which caused Maria Sabina to be ostracized from her own community, and she died in poverty several decades later. Cultural appropriation, people, it kills. In 1953, the CIA began Project MK Ultra with the aim of illegally experimenting on human subjects for the purposes of using psychedelic drugs for torture and interrogation and brainwashing. A decade earlier, the Nazis had actually experimented with mescaline on prisoners in concentration camps, and the CIA said, that is a good idea. We need to get in on that. The CIA was in their Jeffrey Dahmer era. They wanted to create human zombies, Manchurian candidates, unwitting assassins who would forget everything they'd done the next day. And what better way to do that? Give LSD to a bunch of unsuspecting fools and then see if you can control their minds. Which does sound pretty funny, to be honest. Who amongst us doesn't enjoy a little bit of moderate to severe psychological torture? Oh, say, can you see? Meow, 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 meow. So by the late 60s, the CIA had kind of decided that psychedelics were a non-starter. It wasn't going to work as a mind control thing for them. And so psychedelics were made illegal, ending a decade and a half of fairly promising psychotherapeutic research on these drugs. But the secret was out. In the 60s, psychedelics became an essential part of the counterculture. There's been what I think you could identify as basically 3 waves of psychedelic advocacy, starting in the 50s and 60s with Aldous Huxley, who wrote The Doors of Perception. Huxley celebrates psychedelic experience as a means for transcending conceptual and verbal experience, a way to regain a sort of more innocent, direct perception of the world. I read this book for this tangent, and I guess my main takeaway is that it's fun to read a guy born in the 1890s talk about tripping balls. He's like staring at these flowers, and he's like, only in the vagaries of the Neoplatonists have I seen such beatific visions described. In the 1960s, Harvard psychologist Timothy Leary became the flower power generation's psychedelic spokesman. He introduced a lot of tropes of psychedelic culture, including the critical concept of set and setting, the slogan, turn on, tune in, and drop out. He co-wrote this influential book, the Psychedelic Experience, along with Ralph Metzner and Richard Alpert, aka Ram Dass, a manual based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which spoke about the power of psychedelics to cause ego death and the end of ego games, very influential ways of interpreting psychedelic experience, and somewhat more questionably, Leary et al. Use the Tibetan Book of the Dead, a work of Tibetan Buddhism that is supposed to be practiced in life and then read to a dying person to help them through the three bardos, which are the intermediate states between death and next reincarnation. I think it's a little bit questionable to just simply insist that a psychedelic state is equivalent to passage through bardo existence, especially since most Buddhists traditionally have opposed the use of drugs, including psychedelics. But Leary et al. Just kind of decided that the Tibetan Book of the Dead is really about psychedelics. And people have just been running with that idea ever since. In the 70s and 80s, there was kind of a lull in the popularity of psychedelics. In part, this was due to extremely repressive government war on drugs, which was spearheaded by Nixon, who wanted to use the incarceration of drug users as a way to indirectly persecute the anti-war movement and to persecute Black Americans. And then in the 90s, another revival began, which I call the second wave. So the central figure of the second wave is a man named Terence McKenna, who as a young teenager had read Wasson's 1957 article about the magic mushroom and got curious, and throughout the 90s gave a series of very influential lectures, influential in the psychedelic community anyway, philosophizing about the significance of, in particular, psilocybin and DMT. Terence McKenna is the shroomiest gnome of a goblin that ever shroomed.
Well, I always think of Dr. Leary's marvelous advice, which was, when in doubt, double the dose.
Listen to this shroomy voice.
Where is it writ in adamantine that troops of monkeys should comprehend the architectonics of the cosmos?
What else can you say but shroomy?
You know that Pink Floyd song, The Gnomes Have Learned a New Way to Say Hooray? Well, it's that place. It's those gnomes.
He's the shroomiest gnome. A garden gnome come to life.
Because these things are there, and they're hammering at you. And they come forward. They're like jeweled, self-dribbling basketballs.
Terence McKenna, to this day, is probably the single most influential psychedelic evangelist of all time. I think that he has surpassed Leary in terms of reaching multiple generations, largely through his lectures on YouTube. McKenna was an eccentric. He was anti-Marxist, anti-Freudian. Instead, he promoted psychedelics as the way out of grim capitalist society. He referred to the mushroom as a catalyst of intellectual dissent, and he seemed to think that widespread use of psychedelics would inseminate the psychological foundation of overcoming climate change, of overcoming patriarchy, of overcoming the will to power itself, the principle of domination that has led our societies so terribly astray. He also had a lot of ideas that are frankly cuckoo coconuts. For example, McKenna believed that the mushroom is a galactic alien intelligence over 1 billion years old. He believed that the strange, indescribable realms encountered after smoking DMT are not only real, but in fact more real than the reality of everyday consciousness. He is probably the biggest popularizer of DMT who has ever lived, and introduced the notion of DMT entities, which he referred to as self-transforming machine elves. He did not accept that these were just hallucinations. He thinks the elves are real. He also promoted the stoned ape theory of evolution, the notion that human intelligence emerged in evolutionary history as a result of psilocybin consumption. And he was a proponent of the idea that the world would end in 2012 as the Mayan calendar predicted. McKenna died in the year 2000 as a result of a brain tumor. The world did not end in 2012, unfortunately for us. Put a pin in that. I think we are currently experiencing a third wave of psychedelic advocacy that I want to call mainstreaming. And there's two divergent pathways that this third wave psychedelic mainstreaming is taking. One is the therapeutic, basically a trend since around Y2K to resuscitate the 50s and 60s project of experimenting with psychedelics as a form of psychopharmacological treatment. This has been recently promoted by the author Michael Pollan, who wrote a book that was turned into a documentary series called How to Change Your Mind. Michael Pollan is an advocate of the therapeutic use of psychedelics to cure depression, anxiety, OCD, PTSD, and a number of other mental illnesses. I consider this a big deal because Michael Pollan is a fairly well-established figure in pop science writing. Moms read Michael Pollan. Michael Pollan is promoting magic mushrooms to your mom. The other fork of the third wave psychedelic mainstreaming is a little less wholesome. Terence McKenna was a huge influence on a podcaster you may have heard of called Joe Rogan.
Scholars in Jerusalem are connecting Moses' experience with the burning bush to the acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is rich in DMT. The burning bush is what God was to Moses.
He seems like he doesn't talk about this as much as he used to, but I've been going back to like 5-year-old Rogan clips, and it's very fascinating to watch this man who in recent years has been notorious as a promoter of anti-vax conspiracy theories, of ivermectin as a COVID cure. 5 years ago, he was pushing CBD oil on Russell Brand and proposing that the ancient Egyptian Eye of Horus is actually a diagram of the human pineal gland.
But look how it looks, how the thing looks on the right, the actual pineal gland, and look at the eye on the left.
Whoa.
Yeah. Boy, that's fucking similar. It's entirely possible that they figured that out somewhere along the line, that through yogic breathing methods or some sort of psychedelic drugs they found that they were achieving a hallucinogenic state, and they were able to somehow or another isolate where that state is being initiated.
The intellectual dark web in general is fairly fascinated by psychedelics. Sam Harris is a psychedelics person. A lot of his early atheism books were inspired by the idea that spiritual experiences on psychedelics provide this interesting alternative explanation of mystical and religious experience. Jordan Peterson's video about DMT machine elves is interrupted by an advertisement for a Catholic prayer app that aims to restore Judeo-Christian values.
I know people talk about clown figures, for example, mechanical clowns in the DMT state, and
elf machines and this sort
elves.
of thing.
Yeah, exactly. The elf machines.
Postmodernism is tearing our world apart. The one thing that may be able to unite us is a mass return to our Judeo-Christian roots.
I am very curious to know where Jordan Peterson thinks self-transforming DMT machine elves fit into Judeo-Christian values.
Elves.
If you're willing to donate to me your pineal gland, leave a comment. Slurp that DMT straight from the source. Elon Musk is a ketamine user. According to Azalea Banks, he was on acid when he kidnapped her in a bathroom and started tweeting things that caused him to be banished from the Tesla board. Peter Thiel is investing in psilocybin. Magic mushroom companies are on the NASDAQ now. Welcome to the age of psychedelic capitalism. This is all very interesting, but let's put a pin in that for now, because I know why you're here. You want to know about the times I did drugs. Part 2, past trips. I've been curious about psychedelics ever since I was a teenager, and I was listening to Jefferson Airplane and the goddamn Jimi Hendrix Experience. And I had the Woodstock documentary on DVD, which I would watch in my room in the small hours of the night on a PlayStation 2 that I connected to some old Dell computer speakers by my bed via a long ass RCA cable that I got from Radio Shack so that I could watch that shit while my parents were asleep, taking some Vicodin from my wisdom teeth surgery, and possibly smoking some illicit cannabis out of a bong I made from a Gatorade bottle and a socket wrench. The way I used to browse the Arrowwood Vault in search of trip reports, the experiences I imagined happening. Thank God I did not actually trip until around 2015, because girl, I was not even slightly ready. But I first did psychedelics, I think around 2015. Acid was the first one I did, and it's the one I've done the most times. I've done LSD more than 20 times. And I've done shrooms, 5, 6, 7 times. I've done a bit of MDMA, a bit of Molly here and there. I have never done mescaline, because who even has mescaline these days? I never have even seen mescaline. And I've never done DMT. So the experienced psychonauts watching this are gonna fold their arms now and be like, wow, you're making a video about psychedelics and you've never even done DMT? Get out of the kiddie pool. But also the normal people watching this are probably like, wow, you did acid 20 times? I heard that if you do LSD more than 7 times, you can be considered legally insane, which is of course nonsense. I'm not legally insane. I'm just ontologically insane. So look, I've long thought that I have a preference for LSD because I tend to have a better time on acid than on shrooms. I have recently come to doubt this conviction, and we're going to explain why in a moment. When I proposed psychedelic experiences as a topic for a tangent, I was originally thinking that, well, I'll just talk about the past times that I've done psychedelics. But as I started working on this, I realized I can't remember very well my past trips. It's kind of a weird thing about psychedelics is that while you're experiencing the psychedelic, it's like the most profound, emotionally moving thing that's ever happened to you. Whether it's glorious, whether it's terrifying, whichever affective direction things go. But then 2 weeks later, I find that the memories start to fade. And when I try to remember trips that I had years ago, it's like this distant, abstract thing that I can't speak about very vividly. I think the reason I thought I didn't like shrooms is that the first few times I did shrooms, it was a bad set and setting. I did shrooms at a music festival. Horrible setting for someone like me. I'm a sensitive soul. I can't be around crowds. I can't be around noise. I did shrooms on a goat farm with a bunch of people I didn't know that well. Terrible set and setting. You don't want to be around goats on shrooms, especially as a person of my delicate constitution. I probably shouldn't be around goats at all, except the baby goats. The baby goats. I do like the baby goats. They hop, 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 and then they become eldritch satanic horrors. Black Phillip. So I realized working on this tangent, by the way, this is my 3rd attempt to film this, just to give you a sense of the struggle that is going on behind the scenes. I've tried twice to film this already. I think this time is the time, but the problems that I realized in the past were related to the fact that I just couldn't remember my past trips that well. And so as a person, dedicated before everything else to science, to empiricism, to skepticism, to intellectual rigor, I realized that the only responsible thing to do was to take some LSD. Part 3, Trip 1. So about 2 weeks ago, I decided that the only way to approach this tangent responsibly was to take a strong dose of a psychedelic drug in Minecraft. And in real life, I took Mystery Substance X, which is of course completely legal. Now, I've done acid a lot of times in the past, but I decided if I'm serious about talking about this, if I really want to investigate this as a psychonaut, I probably can't just do one tab. Because in the past, as I alluded to earlier, I have tended to enjoy acid and tended to find shrooms challenging, to say the least. I now realize that this is a question of dosage, because I generally have only done 1 tab of acid, usually about 100 micrograms, whereas shrooms, I'm taking dried shrooms at doses of 2.5 grams, 3 grams, maybe even 3.5 grams. That's going to produce a more intense trip than 1 tab of 100 microgram acid. I now realize. But 2 weeks ago, I didn't realize that. And I decided to do 2 tabs of Mystery Substance X because I felt that a mild to moderate psychedelic experience was not sufficient to really explore the full range of what these compounds can do to a human mind. So I said, fuck it, let's do 2 tabs. This may have been a mistake. You won't believe what happened next. So what I discovered 2 weeks ago is that 2 tabs of LSD, as opposed to 1 tab, is very different from, say, 2 glasses of wine as opposed to 1. Doubling the dosage produces a qualitative difference in the effects. So, what I experienced, I would describe as a full-blown mystical experience. I left this dimension, I left this realm, I left this circle of existence, and I'm going to tell you what happened. So, first of all, I hadn't done psychedelics in like a year, and I think of myself as like being like at least moderately experienced with this stuff. But the thing is, you forget how intense it's gonna be. And this comes across in the way that you make plans. Like, people who are about to do acid are always like, ooh, like, what are we gonna do? Like, we gotta decide what we're gonna, well, look, you're not gonna do anything. If you're on acid, what you're gonna do is be on acid. That's it. That's the activity. You are not gonna be doing anything besides that. If you're doing anything on acid besides being on acid, something has gone very seriously awry. So we can describe objectively what happened 2 weeks ago. I watched Paprika. I listened to Satie. I watched Disney's Sleeping Beauty. I finished watching Paprika. I watched the pipe strip video on the Lasagna Cat channel. And I watched the first 2 chapters of Akira Kurosawa's Dreams. That's it. My girlfriend was babysitting me, thank God, because I needed to be babysit. And I experienced things that I cannot really describe to you. Fortunately, I took some notes. And because my memory of this experience is not very good, I think that the best way for me to summarize this experience to you is to read my Notes app notes and see if you can make any sense of this, because I sure can't. T0 equals 5:15 p.m. 2 tabs of acid were consumed. 7:25, anxiety. Between 7:25 p.m. and 8 p.m., only a single word was written in this Notes app, and that word is fractals. Okay. At 8:05 p.m., I took 0.5 milligrams of Xanax, and at 8:20 p.m., a second 0.5 milligrams. I did this because I was freaking out. In general, I would never take psychedelics unless I have benzos on hand. Benzos are regarded in the community as a, quote, trip killer that aborts a disastrous psychedelic situation. But I found this was not the case. Granted, these are fairly low doses of benzos, but I continued to trip hard for hours after taking this 1 milligram of Xanax. I later asked my girlfriend what happened, and basically I just lay in bed in a state of catatonic silence for like 2 hours while we listened to Satie and watched the entirety of Disney's Sleeping Beauty, 1959. I remember the appearance of Maleficent, and I remember experiencing visuals. So when you're on psychedelics, you experience a variety of visual effects. One of the most common ones is trails. So if you move your hands in front of your eyes, you find that there's a kind of visual echo effect where your hands sort of leave any kind of motion, right, is going to kind of leave a trail behind it, as if you're experiencing multiple moments simultaneously. So it's a kind of time distortion that is noticeable in your visual experience. I've experienced trails before, but on this 2-tab trip, I was experiencing trails so intensely that it sort of surpassed the visual echo and became a kind of ontological echo where it's like I was experiencing every moment in time alongside several moments behind it and several moments in front of it, which made me feel like I was kind of being lifted out of space-time as we know it in the ordinary human perception and sort of leaving reality. This was terrifying. I've had an experience sort of like this on shrooms before, where time dilates to the point where I feel like every minute is lasting an hour. And pretty much every time I've experienced this, it induces an intense feeling of dread. I don't handle this kind of thing well. I fear it intensely, and I find myself like begging for it to be over. It's a terrible moment in a psychedelic experience for me, where you're just like, I fucked up bad. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I want this to end, but I also know how long these drugs last, and I know that this is going to be my reality for hours that will feel like days. It's grim stuff. What can we do but continue reading my notes? Psychedelics, mind manifesting in the sense that you feel rather than conceptualizing. Species self-awareness. Monism, struggle against cycle. Yeah, but really? Fractals, the pipe strip. Palia nonverbal ideas. Why is she not into psychedelics then? Huxley as break with logocentric tradition, etc. That's pretty much all I wrote during the peak of the trip. Almost everything that I can remember, I remember because I jotted down a bunch of stuff on the come down. Let's go in. Division of time into discrete momentary slices. Synesthetic echoing of each moment. Reverberation of reality. Terrifying loss of self/reality. Echoing related to wave existence. Sense of other moments being present even as they pass. Sense of oneness experienced in visions of being physically connected to all other beings, like the fields of wombs in the Matrix. Philosophical fixation on oneness, quote, there is only one thing. Recurring question about yin/darkness. Is it another thing, or just the absence by which the one is distinguished? Is monism just propaganda for yang? Wave existence and archetypes. Sense of eternally recurring figures, masks worn by an incarnation. Experiencing eternal recurrence as a basic truth of reality. Experiencing the terror of infinite repetition. Cycle, samsara. Doubts about enlightenment, whether following the light and escaping the cycle is the way out. Realization that figures like Buddha or Plato are incarnations of the same universal human soul. There is only one soul. The one soul is reincarnated in various bodies, male and female, sometimes demonic. Fixation on pregnancy and birth. Gravity of certain images. The mandala, the yin-yang, the vortex. Visuals better than words to communicate experience of cycle. Image thinking. Truth of images in paprika. The demonic parade. The ego tripper towering over the city. The vortex. Personae as lust demon. Sense of losing self to the one, then being reincarnated into individual body/mind. I'm Dao gender. I hate people on drugs so much, especially myself. You think listening to this rambling is bad. Imagine how I feel knowing that I wrote this. Thinking gravitates towards Eastern mysticism and psychoanalysis in attempt to make sense of this experience of human species consciousness, the great spiral, the manifold of archetypes. Egoism, materialism, carnivorism become repugnant. Valuing of dance, masks, performance art, experienced as philosophy, as ideas, as valuable as any other medium. Species being, species truth. Odd lack of musical insight? Maybe try fugues next time. Eating a piece of paper and then 3 hours later you're experiencing the species truths of the human race. Next day, I feel reborn. Did any of that make sense to you guys? If it did, leave a comment, because I would love to know what any of it means. It's fascinating, because I don't usually think like this. I do not usually have preoccupations with metaphysics. I am not generally interested in the question of oneness. Oh, is there only one thing that permeates the entire universe? Like, this could not interested me less in sober life. But suddenly, on a high dose of psychedelics, all I can jabber about is the one, and whether there are two things or one thing, and whether the darkness and the light co-determine each other. I cannot tell you why this seems important to me. One thing I've noticed is that people on psychedelics are extremely suggestible. Rick Strassman, author of DMT, the spirit molecule, discusses how what you call psychedelics has a major influence on the way people experience psychedelic effects. So even the decision to call psychedelic drugs psychedelic kind of primes you to interpret the experience in a certain way. Whereas if you used other names for them, if you call them entheogenics, divine generating experiences, people are going to tend to impose a kind of religious interpretation. If you suggest, like psychiatrists in the 50s, that LSD is a simulation of schizophrenia, then people are going to interpret their experience as a kind of controlled psychosis. If you call them hallucinogens, people will focus on the hallucinations. I think that one of the reasons I'm so preoccupied in that first trip with reincarnation and samsara and cycles is because before that trip, I had just finished reading Timothy Leary et al. On the Psychedelic Experience, a manual based on the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Tibetan Book of the Dead, aka the Bardo Todol, which means liberation through hearing during the intermediate state, is supposed to guide the soul through the space, the bardos, between this life and the next. And there's these experiences that you're supposed to anticipate, such as in the first bardo, you're going to experience something called the clear light of reality. In the second bardo, you're going to experience hallucinations, demons, and gods. And in the third bardo, you're going to kind of re-enter life. You're going to sort of be reincarnated in a fetus, should you be so lucky not to end up in the realm of the hungry ghosts, or God help us, the hell realm. I can remember this weird period during the peak of that trip where time and space seemed to be one and the same, and I was experiencing time as like a sequence of moments, and I could almost see the future and see the past, and I experienced what is often referred to as ego death, this feeling that I do not inhabit myself anymore. Like Natalie, I'm over. Like it was like I died. And this I experienced as very terrifying. I feel like a lot of psychedelic guru types tend to be very judgmental about that. They'll be like, well, there's no such thing as a bad trip. There's only a difficult trip. And if you think that dying is terrifying, I guess that's just because your karma sucks. And okay, maybe my karma sucks, but personally, I find the experience of dying to be somewhat dread-inducing. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can remember thinking that I should move towards the clear light of reality, but I was not able to accomplish this, and I ended up like trapped in this terrible second bardo state of like demonic existence. And then I can remember descending to the third bardo where I was experiencing, I guess, yabium imagery, this like kind of obsessive reproductive imagery where I was seeing like wombs and babies. I felt like that scene in The Matrix where Neo wakes up and he sees just this like vast network of human bodies in wombs, and there's this like wave motion of electricity that's connecting all of them. That's kind of how I felt. Like in the paintings of Alex Gray, where he depicts these DMT experiences, where it's like this fractal, recursive hall of faces, of minds. I experienced that. What Alex and Alison Gray call the universal mind lattice. I was there. And periodically I would find myself returning to Natalie existence. And in my head, I sort of explained this using like some kind of pseudo-Tibetan Buddhist conceptual framework where I was being like, quote, reincarnated. And I guess I became preoccupied with this image of a mandala because it seemed that I was trapped in a loop, a time loop of some kind. And a painful time loop, a time loop that was full of dread and terror, which I sort of symbolically related to samsara. And that's why I call this trip the Bhava Chakra trip. Bhava Chakra means the cycle of life. In Tibetan Buddhism, there's a kind of mandalic depiction of existence that shows the kind of cycle of human death and rebirth and suffering. And I felt that this loop I was trapped in was sort of a symbol of all humanity and our cyclical cravings and pains. And I wanted to get out, and I had this like vague Buddhist notion in my head that the way out is enlightenment, is to sort of detach from the cycle and to kind of enter the clear light, but I just wasn't able to do it. So I guess I entered the third bardo and experienced all that like reproductive imagery of pregnancy, of the womb, of birth. And when I came down from the trip, I felt uneasy. I had this sense that I had been reborn into kind of a worse state than I was when I left. But the next day, I was obviously very curious about what I'd experienced. And so I started reading Carl Jung for the first time. Those of you who've been advocating for me to read Jung for a long time should be happy. But I started reading Man and His Symbols and The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious because I was curious about this experience I had where it was like I was experiencing the kind of departicularization of reality. Instead of experiencing individual people or forms, I felt like I was experiencing some kind of like primeval species truth with recurring images like the Great Mother, the spiral or mandala. Especially watching the movie Paprika, there were these images that wordlessly seemed to communicate some kind of deep truth that I can't translate into words. Like at the end of Paprika, the chairman, who's this like patriarchal moralist who claims to defend dreams, begins to suck all of existence into this vortex, and he grows in size like the growth of a Trumpian ego or an Elon Musk type ego, and he looms above the city that is being sucked into his dark abyss. And then Paprika is incarnated as this child who starts to suck up the chairman, and she kind of sucks him into her body, causing her to grow into an adult woman and then restore the world to its colorful, correct state. I can't tell you now what any of this means, but while I was watching it, I was like, yes, this is the truth. I was like agreeing with this visual imagery in a way that I can remember being much younger and not on drugs, but listening to jazz. And like if John Coltrane plays a very successful musical phrase, I always had felt that I didn't just enjoy it, I sort of agreed with it. I was like, yes, there's like truth in that saxophone melody. When you go to a jazz club, there's weird nerds who are like nodding along. I feel like that nodding, it's not just rhythmic nodding, it's also like a nodding of agreement. Yes, this is expressing some kind of emotional truth. The day after the trip, I also got very interested in the relationship between this looping experience, the way that the trails effect kind of expanded to be a kind of looping of every moment itself, not just the visual, but the ontological. I found this amazing website called effectindex.com, which attempts to catalog psychedelic effects in a sort of rigorous, systematic manner. And I found the page on recursion, and I realized that that's part of what I was experiencing. I was experiencing this replication of the entire visual field that made me feel like space-time was kind of fractalizing. And I spent the rest of the day listening to Douglas Hofstadter lectures about how the sense of self is a strange loop, in some way related to video feedback effects, an emergent property of recursive input-output. I simply cannot explain what any of this means, by the way. And I felt kind of a state of doom and unease for the next week, which I think contributed to my inability to make this video. And in fact, I let 2 weeks pass without being able to record this and without being able to describe what I'd experienced. And then a few days ago, I tried one more time to record this tangent, but I realized that it had been 2 weeks since this trip. And already, my memories of it were fading, and I simply could not explain to myself or to any of you why any of this mattered. And so I decided I basically had no choice as a journalist, as a philosopher, as a scientist, an empiricist, as a skeptic, I simply had no choice but to do more LSD. Part 4, Trip 2. So literally yesterday, I decided to go back in. And this time, I was going to do things the responsible way. I didn't want to wade in so deep this time, because last time I had gone in so deep that I felt that I wasn't able to bring things back. We're talking about the difference between probably about 200 micrograms and about 100 micrograms, which for me is a major difference. I realize that for like veteran psychonauts, like these are still kiddie pool doses, but like, I don't know, drugs have a strong effect on me. I usually don't need big doses to get big effects. And I knew that other times I'd done Mystery Substance X, things had gone better. So I decided to reduce the dose to my usual 1 tab and try again. I had actually written up a series of assignments for myself, things that I wanted to ask the goddess, things that I wanted to do. Most of these things I did not end up doing, but I did write a lot more notes this time. Like I actually had intended to vlog parts of this process, and for the first 90 minutes, I actually did record some vlogs. Okay, it's 8:45. That means we are at the 90-minute point. The effects are becoming undeniable. It comes on speedy, like a kind of amphetamine rush, and yes, things are beginning to breathe. The status of any CIA agents remains unknown. I'm kind of questioning the wisdom of like the colored lights in the background. Like, did I need to make this harder on myself? Okay, I'm gonna go watch Batman, but by the time I hit the 2-hour mark, the idea of appearing on camera was so repugnant to me, vlogging was out of the question. As I later wrote in my notes, I cannot vlog, it would disrespect the sacred flow. But I did take much better notes this time, so let's see what I wrote, and then we'll see if we can make sense of any of this. T0 equals 7:15 p.m., 1 tab. Objectively what happened is me and my beloved trip sitter watched the first half of The Dark Knight, then we switched to Ponyo, then we switched to Disney's Fantasia, then we switched to Snow White, then I was feeling good enough that my trip sitter went to sleep and I smoked weed in the kitchen and wrote a bunch of notes on my phone. If you're going to do Mystery Substance X, by the way, you're going to want to have some joints on hand, even if you're not a big weed smoker, which I personally am not. I don't smoke weed a lot, but around hour 5 or hour 6 of the trip, you're going to crave weed. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just one of those things. So you've been warned. Let's see if we can reconstruct what happened here. Reading from my notes, 9:13, jittery, speedy feeling coming up. Some moments feel normal, then slight breathing of objects, feeling of sudden cold and warmth. 9:52, time dilation, facial strangeness of movie characters, diminished sense of boundaries. I'm bleeding into girlfriend. At the point where I touch her, such a strange state of consciousness that you feel not like yourself. Moments of sudden normality. 9:56, we've decided to switch to Ponyo. 10:12, beginning peak. Time dilation. Colors interesting. I have nothing not cliche to add, I'm sorry. 10:30. Ponyo ramen breathing. The ocean breathes. Elemental perception. Light, dark, sea, wind. Feelings of vulnerability. Dependence. 10:42. Ponyo Mother Goddess. Moment of beauty. I truly think that the experiences that happen here cannot be made verbal, and you can only forgive yourself for trying. I cannot explain the plot of any movie, there's only vibes. At 11:30, I recalled an ecstatic experience, which frankly is too personal to tell you guys about. I feel like some things I just keep for me, and this is one of them. After that, Fantasia started. Psychedelic lighting of the orchestra. They know what they've done. Walt Disney, a CIA plant. Leopold Stokowski and the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra, a CIA plant. ContraPoints, a CIA plant. Where do you get fresh pineal glands at this hour of the night? Aesthetic experience of being overwhelmed by sheer color. Toccata and Fugue. Toccata and Fugue is the best to watch on acid. Pure synesthesia. Later segments introduce complex archetypes, weird sexual struggles, anxieties about fascism and gender. Color and sound closest to the one, further from will to power bullshit. End of Toccata, God is light, the clear light. Shift to pagan nutcracker. In tears at beauty of a movie I've watched 100 times and probably 10 other times on acid, but overwhelming me with the same intensity like I'm a toddler experiencing it for the first time. The sexy fish. Absurdity of fish movingly producing human erotic gestures, fluid motion of fabric, water, veils, fins, forming hexagons, mandalas. What does the mandala mean? Nonverbal experience causes you to fixate on meanings conveyed other ways. See Young on symbols. Cannot vlog, it would disrespect the sacred flow. Cello melody in waltz of flowers, yearning, reaching. 1206. The absurdity of attempting to communicate across dimensions. You can only laugh. The struggles from the beginning of this trip are overcome. It's been an hour of warm golden light and red love and music. Ballet expresses gender archetypes but in a way that doesn't feel oppressively fascist, because it's gay and ironic. Camp expresses distance between us queer beings and archetypal nature. Remember that Sasha Velour show. 1226. Intense emotional everything, especially love. Intense love. This whole trip has been warm colored like my dress, tangerine and rose into deep purple sunset. 1229, watching Snow White. While you were out partying, I studied the evil queen. And now that the world is on fire and the barbarians are at the gate, you come to me. These fairy tales speak to something deep in us. I experience it without cynicism. Beautiful. Quentin Crisp on Glamour. Challenge Jordan B. Peterson. Are classic Disney movies not gay? 113. This trip feels like a completely different drug than the one 2 weeks ago. I love this dress so much. I feel like art. I feel feminine. I did take a selfie at this moment to commemorate the Rose trip. Listening to Satie, feeling intense tenderness, delicacy of the world, feelings of compassion, wanting to give and nurture. 226, finally smoking a joint. Smoking weed is a vastly superior experience to taking edibles. I then proceed to give myself an abundance of advice about my own diet, about relationships with people in my family, about things that I ought to thank friends for, about interior decorating, about how Ponyo is a femdom movie, insistence on adding Art Nouveau pieces to my bedroom, anxiety is about possessing too many material things, and vowing to give away all my money. Honestly, I think last night may have been one of the happiest nights of my entire life. I felt bathed in this kind of rose-colored light. And I guess literally I was wearing this kind of sunset-colored dress. But to me, that color symbolized love. And I felt just awash with love and compassion. And I felt immense feelings of tenderness for every living being. This is the acid that I know and love. It's that one tab dose. It really works for me. It serves as aesthetic enhancement. It adds emotional depth. It creates in me this kind of ability to experience art in this naive, childlike, awestruck way that completely shatters the wall of adult cynicism that I've usually constructed around myself. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I don't know that I would trade that for anything. Part 5. A laughably inadequate attempt to make sense of things. So in the last 2 weeks, I've experienced a high-dose trip, at least for me, and a low-dose trip. They were drastically different. The high-dose trip was mystical. It was metaphysical. It was hallucinatory. I experienced ego death and time dilation. I felt like I left reality altogether at times. I experienced fear and trembling, a terrible awe and dread. And isn't that consistent with religious experience on some level? Religious experience is terrifying, it's dreadful. Ezekiel's angels say, be not afraid, because you are afraid, confronted with horrible things like that. Whereas the low-dose trip began with intense anxiety, I admit. I think because that more difficult trip was so fresh in my memory that I felt this dread of returning to that place, but I didn't return to that place. And by the 4th hour or so, I had sort of overcome the fear and returned to past psychedelic states that I've experienced that are intensely pleasurable. The aesthetic enhancement, the synesthesia, the sort of feeling of being overwhelmed by color and by feeling. I wouldn't quite describe any of this as fun. It's not fun. If you want to have fun, drink 4 beers and watch a Batman movie, you know? Psychedelic experiences can be ecstatic. They can also be the worst fear you've ever experienced. That's not my idea of fun, personally. I have a ton of philosophical questions about the things that I've experienced that I feel like I can't even begin to answer, but I can at least kind of lay out a framework for what the questions are. One consistent thing, something that I bring up a lot in my trip notes, is this idea of reverting to the state of visual and symbolic thinking as opposed to the insufficiency of verbal experience, which simply cannot capture, it seems, what I'm experiencing. The day after that first trip, I started reading Jung because I had this intuitive experience of archetypes. I was experiencing archetypes directly instead of an individual instantiation of the archetype. And I suspected I was experiencing what I was calling species truths, some kind of collective unconscious thing. Just intuitively, I knew that it was time to read Jung. So I came across this quotation in Man and His Symbols that I thought was interesting. It's about the difference between a sign and a symbol. Jung says, quote, "The sign is always less than the concept it represents, while a symbol always stands for something more than its obvious and immediate meaning. Symbols are natural and spontaneous products. No genius has ever sat down with a pen or brush in hand and said, 'Now I am going to invent a symbol.' A symbol hints at something not yet known." I feel like this idea of symbols as tapping into some kind of unconscious reservoir of non-linguistic meaning kind of jives with what I experienced in psychedelic states. Jung, of course, is coming after Freud, and so he's concerned about analyzing dreams and experiencing symbols in dreams. Maybe psychedelic experiences are like dreams, in that this kind of symbol thinking takes over as opposed to conceptual thinking. I've also noticed that in my hallucinations or in my emotional experiences of the psychedelic, there's certain motifs that recur again and again. And a lot of these things are kind of almost cliches of mystical experience, which to me is exciting because I am usually a kind of skeptical person who has no interest in metaphysics, but I feel like I've caught a glimpse of what religious people are babbling on about. I wrote down 4 motifs that showed up in both of my recent trips and which I've experienced before. One is the white light, the yin-yang, mandalas, and the mother goddess. So the white light is what it sounds like. It's a sunburst of bright white light, like what appears in the Toccata and Fugue sequence in Fantasia. There's a moment where beams of white light burst through a sort of cathedral ceiling. It's maybe what you see at the center of those spiral paintings by Gustave Doré. It is reminiscent of the light of God or heaven in Yahweh religions. Let there be light. It could also be the clear light of reality, as described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The light at the end of the tunnel in near-death experiences is a persistent fixation, something that I'm always aware of in psychedelic experiences. I know what it means in so many human cultures, right? I'm aware of the cultural values attached to the white light, the idea that you should go towards it. You want to reach the light at the end of the tunnel. In Christianity, that white light represents heaven, it represents God. In Tibetan Buddhism, that clear light represents a purer form of reality, a better rebirth into some kind of more enlightened state. But when I'm tripping, I often feel ambivalent about the white light. And this ambivalence, I think, is what leads me to yin-yang thinking. I remember a couple years ago when I was tripping, I spontaneously fixated on the Taiji symbol, the yin-yang symbol, as I was overwhelmed with this sense that there's some kind of dualistic monism underpinning all existence. I think I fixated on the Taiji, the yin-yang symbol, because it is visual thinking, right? that's very appealing on psychedelics, where your sort of verbal faculty breaks down. The yin-yang symbol communicates an extremely complicated idea in a very elegant visual form. You can look at it and immediately grasp the concept of two interdependent opposites that are sort of mutually constitutive, light and darkness. One would be sort of meaningless without the other. So yin-yang are not two things. It's one principle that sort of permeates all existence, that the male contains the female contains the male. Light creates shadow, and light is discerned by its contrast with shadow. This, I think, is what makes me question the dominance of the white light motif, because I kind of begin to see it as oppressive, as unbalanced, right? Because the white light is only one principle that requires the other principle, that requires yin to make sense, to exist. The idea of being in a blinding white, undifferentiated existence is kind of terrifying, actually. It's again the Squidward running through the void, alone, alone, alone. I don't want that. I don't care for that. Despite multiple religious traditions insisting that we all need to be following the clear white light, I suspect that it's some kind of patriarchal bullshit invading the metaphysics. Mandalas, a constant symbol of psychedelic experience. I still feel uncertain about what the mandala imagery that I see means. I tend to associate them in particular with Bhava Chakra imagery, with samsara, with this idea of the cycle of life, the cycle of suffering, rebirth. But mandalas appear in many religions, and they have many different meanings. You see this kind of motif in muqarnas ornamentation, this Islamic vaulting. I don't know what this means. I just know that it's very psychedelic. When I was on my strong sort of mystical trip, I felt like the mandala symbolized a trap, a cycle that I was trapped in, that all of us are trapped in, from which I longed to escape. But I couldn't overcome my skepticism about the way out, which was the white light. On my second trip, I didn't feel such a need to escape because the pink light kind of dominated to such an extent that I didn't really have to contend with the white light. The last motif that I experience a lot, and the most pleasant of all of them, is, I guess, what we call the mother goddess. I associate the mother imagery with the sea, with rain, with the moon, with the womb, with birth. Specific instances of the motif include Ponyo's mom, an ocean mommy, various evil queens in Disney movies, dark mothers. In a more abstract way, I simply see the darkened ocean with moonlight rippling on the waves as a sort of dark maternal form, breathing, birthing, reabsorbing us when we die. I think one of the most pleasant visions of death I've ever had in psychedelic experiences has to do with this idea of sort of being pleasantly reabsorbed by the sea and returning to cosmic maternal nature. I realize that I'm just gibbering like an absolute lunatic, which is what people on psychedelics do, but I'm at peace with my insane jabbering because there kind of is no sober, measured, sane way to talk about the subjective side of these experiences, and I don't know what to say. I'm doing my best. I don't really have any kind of grand theory about what any of this means, but I do think that experiencing these types of things in a very immediate, emotionally overwhelming thing in psychedelic states has caused me to become a little bit more interested in religion and spirituality, in mystical experience, whereas otherwise I'm sort of temperamentally very skeptical of that sort of thing. I feel like my skepticism has been softened by psychedelic experience, and it's opened up new dimensions of curiosity. I'm willing to entertain things that without these experiences, I think that I would just dismiss as gibberish. But now I don't know. I'm sort of more open-minded about what consciousness can be, about the role of humanity in the universe, about what is possible for life after death and before birth. I've had this vision of being part of an interconnected single being with all the rest of the universe. I've seen human life as a series of waves crashing and receding that makes me feel like I am not an atomic substance, but rather that I am a waveform of something big. That makes me feel like death is not the final end, but rather that death will be some kind of transformation into a larger cosmic consciousness. I don't know. I'm pretty new to thinking about any of this. I don't know. Part 6. A laughably inadequate conclusion. I feel like psychedelics are similar to AI in that there are evangelists and doomsayers, and both of them are clearly wrong. Psychedelic evangelists follow in the wake of Timothy Leary and Terence McKenna. They tend to advocate the idea that psychedelics are going to have this transformative effect on society that's going to completely change the world. Whether that means ending capitalism, whether it means it's going to cause a transformation and awareness about the human interconnectivity with the rest of the earth that's going to cause everyone to finally take climate change seriously, something that Michael Pollan proposes in his documentary series. Whether you think like Terence McKenna, it means that psychedelics are going to create intellectual dissent that results in the end of patriarchal dominator culture and possibly the end of the world in 2012, according to the Mayan calendar. I just don't believe any of that is true, I'm sorry to say. The mainstreaming of psychedelic drugs for use in therapy and consciousness expansion as preached by Joe Rogan has kind of revealed the lie in the wildest hopes for what psychedelics could do. When the only people doing psychedelics are a bunch of hippies, it's easy to think that everyone who does psychedelics will become some kind of hippie, and that this is the solution to all the world's problems, and this is the solution to selfishness, and to the will to power, and to ruthless, egotistical capitalism and climate destruction. But we know that psychedelics won't solve that. Magic mushrooms, LSD, ketamine, the drugs that power Silicon Valley. Entrepreneurs, including Elon Musk and Sergey Brin, are part of a drug movement that proponents hope will expand minds, enhance lives, and produce business breakthroughs. 7 best psychedelic stocks to watch in 2023. The buzz is rising over these top psychedelic equity plays. The industry is getting closer to developing psychedelic substances that could find robust commercial use in key consumer areas like psychedelic therapy and high-end herbal medicine. The psychedelic stock sector may still be in its infancy, but positive factors are taking root, and growth-minded investors would be wise to take notice. Magic mushroom companies are on the NASDAQ now. Not only are psychedelics not the solution to climate change and capitalism, I feel like we are already at a point where CEOs of oil companies are probably taking psilocybin and asking the mushroom for better strategies with which to exploit the earth. I've watched the psychedelic culture over the last 15 years shift from a kind of radical left-wing counterculture to right-wing libertarian reactionaries, people like Joe Rogan. The YouTube channel After School misspelled, not a good sign, used to post mainly psychedelic decriminalization and advocacy videos, and now posts a lot of intellectual dark web nonsense, Jordan B. Peterson lectures, and most recently, a Heather Hying video about sex and gender that's basically just a series of anti-trans dog whistles that refers to trans men as, quote, women who identify as men. It's just a straightforward transphobia bandwagon jump. Never mind that Heather's husband used to constantly DM me. Like, I'm talking dozens of DMs from this guy, but that's not surprising at this point. We've come to expect that. Could something really be revolutionary if Joe Rogan is promoting it? I feel like skepticism is warranted. The evangelists, in their starry-eyed way, like to attribute all kinds of things to the power of psychedelics. There's this popular notion that Francis Crick discovered the DNA helix while high on LSD. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen a psychedelic evangelist allude to this. It turns out to be based on a Daily Mail story that's a kind of friend of a friend account with nothing substantive to back it up. I feel that skepticism is warranted, which is not to say that I'm a doomsayer, because the doomsayers have controlled the conversation since the mid-1960s. And let me be very clear about this. I am an enthusiastic advocate of decriminalization. I think that throwing people into prison for psilocybin and LSD is insanely repressive. It's a result of the Nixon administration's racist, reactionary warmongering. It should be put to an end immediately. But that doesn't mean that these drugs are not dangerous, and it certainly doesn't mean that we should be able to buy LSD at 7-Eleven. Some degree of regulation is clearly warranted, because these things can be dangerous. Are they more dangerous than alcohol? Absolutely not. Are they more dangerous than prescription opiates and benzos? Absolutely not. Are they more dangerous than firearms that you can buy at Walmart? Absolutely not. But they're certainly not completely safe, and that's something that warrants mentioning. A few years ago, I had a couple acquaintances who ran a kind of skeptical, atheist, feminist YouTube channel. They were a couple, a guy and his female partner, and the guy was a war veteran who had PTSD, apparently. And the two of them did magic mushrooms, and the guy, he freaked out, became paranoid, believed that his girlfriend was an insurgent or a terrorist or someone trying to kill him or something, and he used his service weapon to murder her, and he's serving 40 years in prison. So the notion that there's nothing dangerous about these drugs is false. You're playing Russian roulette with your own sanity. They should never be combined with firearms. There should always be a sober trip sitter. Probably their therapeutic usage is limited to situations where they're combined with therapy and where there's doctors present and sedatives present and where emergency situations can be controlled. I'm certainly not advocating that my audience go out and try psychedelics. There's a lot of things to consider. Do you have a family history of mental illness? People who are prone to schizophrenia often will have a first psychotic episode triggered by psychedelics. That said, I'm a curious person. I wanted to do them. I get why someone else would too. And I see it as repressive for a government to say, no, you're just not allowed to do this. But let's also not delude ourselves into thinking that these are miracle drugs. I've seen people in Joe Rogan's comment section claiming that they used psilocybin to cure everything from heroin addiction to autism. And quite simply, I don't believe these people. It doesn't work like that. As a filthy lib, I hate to give Karl Marx his due, but what choice do I have? If you want to fix capitalism, you're not going to do it through the idealism of psychedelic philosophy. You're not going to do it by taking mushrooms. You have to think materialistically. The struggle against capitalists can only be won by labor, by organized labor, by unions. No magic mushroom transformation in consciousness is going to fix Elon Musk. So materialism is not all there is to life. I think we need the spiritual. I think I need the spiritual. I think that attempting to repress psychedelic drugs is a crime against human potential, but let's not lose sight of the limits of what that can achieve. Am I really going to end a psychedelic tangent by saying Marx is right? That's very bread tube of me. Sure, why not? Workers of the world unite.
Elves. Yeah, exactly. The elf machines.
Camille Paglia is an Italian-American, transgender, non-binary, lesbian, post-feminist, edgelord libertarian. And I hate her, and I love her, as Catullus may have said. Tangent. I'm kind of touched that you all voted for a feminist-adjacent topic in the year of our Lord 2025, when it is deeply unfashionable to be a woman. In 2015, I was very in to be a woman. But in 2025, women are in retrograde. In this video, I'm going to guide you through Camille Paglia's 1990 magnum opus, Sexual Personae, Art and Decadence from Nefertiti to Emily Dickinson, which has influenced my thinking recently and which I will argue deserves a place in the canon of great books about gender. Now, there are some obstacles in the way of my argument here, and I'd like to begin by addressing those. I'm guessing most of you, if you're aware of Camille Paglia, probably know her as a public intellectual participant in the 2016 era campus free speech debates. And if that's the case, your opinion of her is probably not overwhelmingly positive. I don't blame you. One of my first experiences with her was a clip of her talking about how transgender people are a sign of decadence, heralding the fall of Western civilization to the barbarians of ISIS.
There is a tremendous and rather terrifying disconnect between the infatuation with the transgender movement in our own culture and what's going on out there, okay?
As far as I can tell, Palia has said nothing of value for at least 10 years. Her opinions on trans liberation and Me Too are wrong. And worse than that, they're boring. You know, I can excuse being wrong. I mean, we're all wrong to some extent. But if you're going to be wrong, you do need to be entertaining. And Palia is perfectly capable of entertainment. In the 90s, she'd give these interviews full of megalomaniacal ranting, which, when it's not insufferable, is highly entertaining. Like when she claimed to be the Susan Sontag of the 90s.
I am the Sontag of the 90s, there's no doubt. She literally is being passed, okay, by a younger rival, and she's not handling it, I'm afraid, very gracefully.
Or when she claimed to be the first great female rock guitarist, but using words and not the instrument.
Hard rock is male, it's aggressive, and people who like rock love me because my voice is the voice of rock. See, what I'm doing essentially is it's a kind of lead guitar work, okay? I think I'm the first great lead guitarist who was a woman, okay, but I'm using words and not the instrument.
I don't even think she abuses stimulants. I think she just naturally has coke fiend energy. And I resent that, because I have to work really hard to abuse stimulants. The one funny thing Palia did this decade is a dialogue with Jordan Peterson where she talks circles around him because she's 10 times smarter than he is, and then the two of them work each other up into a histrionic lather over the Orwellian enforcement of transgender pronouns.
And that is absolutely Orwellian. That is absolutely intolerable.
Sad. This was basically all I knew about Camille Paglia until a few years ago when I finally picked up Sexual Personae. So you can imagine my surprise when I started reading and I realized this is no mere Jordan Peterson. This is no mere J.K. Rowling. We have an actual thinker on our hands. So how did the luminary who wrote this book wind up as just another tedious boomer intellectual whining about pronouns like a hack comedian? Well, Palia may sadly be another case of cancellation psychosis. The feminist movement did not exactly fall in love with Sexual Personae. Gloria Steinem went so far as to say, quote, Palia calling herself a feminist is sort of like a Nazi saying they're not anti-Semitic. This is typical of the hyperbolic way that activists criticize people who think. And I can't help but identify with Palia here because, as something of a thinker/jester myself, I have also run into this problem once or twice. You know, I am not an activist. I am not an organizer. I do not have the skills nor the inclination to be either of those things. I go to protests occasionally, but I've never once enjoyed it. I feel like I'm faking it, like I'm lip-syncing hymns in church. Call me an edgelord all you want. I cannot abide sloganeering. The only agreement I have with J.K. Rowling is that nothing makes me feel less like trans women are women than those tweets that just say trans women are women 15 times. It reads as insecure. Good ideas don't usually need to be propped up with prayers and mantras. Don't get me wrong, I believe activists have a right to exist. The world needs activists. No activity would be activated without them, and God forbid that would be our fate. But they do have a tendency to be conformist, sloganeering fanatics for all the same reasons that priests are dogmatists. It's not for no reason that the Catholic Church has punished heretics for centuries. If you don't enforce dogma, well, that's how you get Mormonism. I have nothing against Mormonism in particular. I regard Joseph Smith as America's very own Prophet Muhammad. Peace be upon him. But from the perspective of Catholicism, it's a catastrophe. So activists kind of need to be sloganeering conformists to some extent, because otherwise, the movement loses its coherence. So activists are always in conflict, both with thinkers and with jesters. The problem with activists is they don't know when to back off and let us do our thing. And the problem with contrarian free thinkers, let's own up to our responsibility here as well, is we do tend to overestimate our ability to handle the controversies that we start. Look what happened to Socrates. Palia mentions Oscar Wilde cried every day for a year after his humiliation at the train station. Byron says a single bad review killed Keats. These little babies would not last a week in our world. Imagine what one day on X the Everything app would have done to Nietzsche, would have cooked his brain faster than syphilis. Now, I'm not saying that Palia is the Nietzsche of the 90s, let's not take things too far, but I am saying that I am the Palia of the 2020s. There's no doubt. The difference, though, is I am a gentle lamb who's constantly persecuted for no reason. Whereas you can't really say that Palia is the innocent victim of activist purity testing, because she's an extremely combative person who starts most of the fights she ends up in. She's a public intellectual with the persona of a rapper, right down to the constant feuding with everyone from bell hooks to Madonna.
Camille Paglia, the famous feminist writer, said that I set women back.
Camille Paglia may in fact be the first great female rapper, except without a beat. She's the Azalea Banks of the 90s, there's no doubt. A shit talker, a machine gunner of hot takes that are either brilliant or deranged, with nothing in between. I think it's called bipolar disorder. We can recognize each other, or at least project our own psychopathologies. This is all about projection. I have to believe these people are redeemable because I'm afraid that I'm infected with the same virus. Well, let's see if I can save Palia from herself. Part 1. The book this video is supposed to be about. Sexual Personae was published in 1990 as an expansion of Palia's 1974 dissertation, Sexual Personae, the Androgyne in Literature and Art. So initially this book was a study of artistic androgyny, and then I think Palia's ambition led her to expand it into basically her own version of the second sex.
My book, Sexual Personae, which was like a 700-page book, I said that is the biggest sex change in history.
In my opinion, by far the most interesting and entertaining sections of this book are the ones that were added later, because they're the ones that make sweeping, provocative claims about the entire history of Western culture and the place of mankind in the cosmos. I love this kind of shit, but academics hate it for the same reason they hate pop science, pop history, pop anything. It doesn't meet academic standards of rigor. Unfortunately, the goals of entertainment and the goals of rigor are frequently in conflict. In academia, you're expected to hyper-focus on meticulously exploring one little problem, one poem, one genetic mutation, 1 year of the history of Florence during the Black Plague. I'm glad that there are people who are willing to do this, but I do not have the patience. It's one reason I dropped out of grad school to become a YouTuber. I am a king in the castle dining hall, and I demand to be entertained. Sexual Personae delivers. This book is 700 pages long, and I've now read it cover to cover twice. Okay, the second time I listened to the audiobook, but I'm an auditory learner. Okay, I think I process audiobooks just as well as ink and paper, and if you disagree, you're ableist. So shut up. Reading this book, one is frequently tempted to utter the ultimate anti-intellectual phrase, "Ma'am, this is a Wendy's." Raw clams, I am convinced, have a latently conolingual character that many find repugnant. Eating a clam, fresh killed, barely dead, is a barbarous, amorous plunging into Mother Nature's cold, salt sea. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Fist fucking, in its starkly depersonalized conflation of voluntary rape and primitive exploratory surgery, dramatizes the daimonism of the sexual imagination. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Who starts conversations like that? But we're not going to be anti-intellectual in this video. I am opening my mind completely. I'm willing to hear anything out, even if it is about the inherent daimonism of fist fucking. The first 40 pages, a chapter called Sex and Violence, or Nature and Art, are a mind-bending polemic against second-wave feminism. And then the next 640 pages are an odyssey through Western art and literary history, from Egyptian monuments to Greek sculpture to medieval armor and Italian Renaissance painting. And then the second half of the book pivots to French and English literature from the Renaissance to the 19th century, with frequent tangents about music, movies, and pornography. I'm going to try to distill a few of the main theses for you, and then we'll explore them in more detail. Thesis 1. Gender stereotypes and gender antagonism are not just symptoms of patriarchal oppression, but are rooted in deeper dynamics of the human condition related to sexual anatomy and reproduction. Thesis 2. Much of Western culture is a glorious, though delusional, masculine quest to evade devouring female nature. Thesis 3. Liberalism, represented by Rousseau, mistakenly assumes that nature is benevolent, and so wrongly places all the blame for violence and hierarchy on corrupt society. Palia instead identifies Sadian nature, red in tooth and claw, as the source of both sexuality and aggression, and she defends the amoral sadism of art and pornography from liberal criticism and denial. Thesis 4. Sexuality and religion were united in Greco-Roman paganism and separated by Christianity. But Christianity never truly defeated paganism, which spiritually survived in Western art from medieval armor to Hollywood movies. Thesis 5. Great artists are mentally transsexual, and art crosses the boundaries between the sexes. That is a lot of ground to cover in one book, so let's get started. Part 2. The Gulf That Divides the Sexes. The most controversial recurring theme of sexual personae is Palya's claim that there's a biological, anatomical basis to gender differences and gender stereotypes as they appear in art, society, and mythology. This idea would have been very threatening to feminists at the time sexual personae was published, though today, I think it's probably less threatening to feminism and more threatening to transgender and queer theory. Feminism is in a kind of waning phase at the moment because in the last 10 years, feminism has split into two irreconcilable branches, with queer liberation on one side and gender-critical reactionaries on the other. And the gender-critical reactionaries have completely reconciled themselves to biological determinism. So now, it's mostly the queer liberationists arguing that sex and gender are social constructs. So, trans people will likely feel threatened by Palya's claims that gender originates in the body, but I want to argue that this need not be as threatening as it sounds. Now, Palya is not going to make this easy for me because she's a goddamn edgelord who constantly goes out of her way to trigger the libs, so I will have to use Palya's own ideas against her to some extent. I'm doing all these disclaimers because if you're a trans person online who has an opinion about gender that's different from another trans person's opinion, you will be accused of being a TERF, true scum, and literally Hitler. I understand that this will be the consequence of my actions, and I am choosing to proceed anyway. I actually think transgender theory would benefit from abandoning the postmodern disavowal of the body. This idea from Judith Butler or Foucault that the sexed body is constructed by discourse. I used to do a version of this argument, citing Wittgenstein's use theory of language, right? That words just mean whatever we use them to mean. So a woman is whatever we call a woman. I'm no longer satisfied with this. I feel like it implies a false degree of arbitrariness by neglecting to engage with why language is used in the ways that it is. My current view, which is probably somewhere between Palya and Butler, is that gender is a conceptual system rooted in metaphors of the body. So the postmodern view is that discourse constructs the sexed body. But doesn't the sexed body also construct discourse? Every human language has a word for mother and a word for father, and often those are the first two words that infants learn. I don't think this is merely an artifact of cis-hetero white supremacist patriarchy. I think it is probably related to the fact that humans are sexually reproducing mammals. Can we go that far without controversy? We cannot. In the last tangent, I talked about mommy politics and daddy politics as metaphorical value systems, referencing the book Metaphors We Live By. The authors of that book, Lakoff and Johnson, wrote another book called Philosophy in the Flesh, which argues that the metaphors that make up human thinking arise from the body. So for example, we talk about a warm greeting or a cold gesture. The underlying metaphor is affection equals warmth, which I assume derives from the experience of two warm-blooded bodies embracing each other. For babies, warmth and affection are almost always correlated. A phrase like, "I see what you mean," uses vision as a metaphor for understanding. The metaphor comes from the human eye. And Lakoff and Johnson have a whole list of metaphors like this that are based in bodily experience. Similarity is closeness. Happy is up. More is up. Bad is stinky. Categories are containers. Understanding is grasping. Time is motion. They argue that this insight undermines most of Western philosophy, which assumes that abstract reasoning operates independently, when in fact, the mind is inherently embodied. In psychology, this idea is called embodied cognition. Now, Camille Paglia does not talk about embodied cognition, because, like Jordan Peterson, Paglia is spiritually a New Age crystal girly. The two of them could probably talk about astrology for hours.
I'm an Aries woman, like Joan Crawford, Betty Davis, and so on. We have a lot of problems with people, okay, because of this. We're just so obnoxious. I'm just like this egomaniac. I'm an Aries.
I am much more rationalistic than these people. So embodied cognition is how I'm going to rationalize their New Age gibberish. Paglia says, quote, "Our lives as physical beings give rise to basic metaphors of apprehension, which vary greatly between the sexes." Okay, what are some examples of that? Well, in the last tangent, I talked about how the nurturant parent metaphor for government originates in female anatomy, because it's women, mothers, who nurse babies. Of course, that doesn't mean men can't be nurturant, but when a man adopts nurturant values, he's taking up a metaphor rooted in the female body. For the next 10 minutes, when I say woman, I mean cis woman. When I say man, I mean cis man. I will get to trans people. Don't worry, relax. Arithmetic before calculus. Palia takes after Freud in making some very bold claims about the cultural repercussions of sexual anatomy. Some of what she says I think is fascinating, but some is implausible or borderline misogynistic. You have been warned, so I'm just gonna give you raw, unsugar-coated Palia, because I respect your intelligence. I think you can entertain an idea without necessarily accepting it, and in fact, it is good mental exercise to do so. So Palia identifies woman with nature, as prehistoric people did. Paleolithic religions tended to be earth cults, worshipping mother goddesses, figures of fertility. Why is Earth a mother? Why is nature female? Well, it's an embodied metaphor of pregnancy, birth, seasons, cycles. And Palia argues that men and women exist in different relations to that metaphor. Every human, male or female, emerges from a female body, but a woman is a female body. So, according to the metaphor, women belong to nature in a way that men do not. Men are exiles from nature, while still owing their existence to nature. And Palia thinks this burdens men with a distinctive anxiety, which is intensified by the symmetry of womb and tomb. It feels more true because it rhymes. From Mother Nature, men came, and to Mother Nature, men will return. Palia thinks that men are motivated to avoid this fact, to distance themselves from the mother who both births and eventually devours them. Quote, I see the mother as an overwhelming force who condemns men to a lifelong sexual anxiety from which they escape through rationalism and physical achievement. Whereas, quote, woman does not dream of transcendental or historical escape from natural cycle since she is that cycle. At least until recently, when feminism inspired women to begin imitating the historically male quest to overcome nature. Palia thinks women are less susceptible to the delusion of free will because women have less control of their bodies, which are ruled by nature's cycles. I don't know, I think men have their own struggles with control of the body. St. Augustine was deeply disturbed by his inability to consciously influence his erections, and so he inflicted 2 millennia of sexual shame on Western culture. Palia argues that there is an anatomical basis to tropes that feminism usually condemns as sexist stereotypes. For example, the vagina dentata. Quote, the toothed vagina is no sexist hallucination. Every penis is made less in every vagina, just as mankind, male and female, is devoured by Mother Nature. The femme fatale is, quote, not a fiction but an extrapolation of biological realities in women. Sex as a natural rather than social transaction really is a kind of drain of male energy by female fullness. The male contribution to procreation is momentary, and then the pregnant woman becomes, quote, daimonically, devilishly complete, and a model of narcissism. Dialing up the edgeometer even further, Palia claims, quote, men, bonding together, invented culture as a defense against female nature. Probably the most infamous quote from this book goes, if civilization had been left in female hands, we would still be living in grass huts. Now, I would hate to think that the first great female rock guitarist is misogynistic.
Hard rock is male, it's aggressive, and people who like rock love me because my voice is the voice of rock.
But we are venturing here into territory that seems, at best, misogyny curious. And I have seen this quote repeated many times by anti-feminists for misogynist purposes. But I'm not going to do guilt by association, and I'm going to be very charitable to Palia here, because she's not a sloganeer. I hate when people quote me out of context, so I will give the benefit of the doubt that I would like to receive. Her next sentence goes, a contemporary woman clapping on a hard hat merely enters a conceptual system invented by men. So she's not saying that women can't do construction. She's saying that it's historical reality that much of civilization is man-made. And modern women have now adopted concepts originating with men in the same way that a nurturant man takes on metaphorically female values. Okay, but if women are capable of construction, then why would women not have moved beyond grass huts? What is it about men that especially inclines them toward building pyramids? Are the pyramids stored in the balls? Well, Polya actually does say something along those lines, and we'll get to that. But I think her stronger argument is that masculine striving and achievement were a reaction to men's separation from womanhood in nature. The man's anxiety is of being swallowed back up by the feminine cycles of creation-destruction whence he came, and patriarchal culture is a defense against that anxiety. I think this argument applies to the early history of Western religion. Earth cult mother goddesses were supplanted by masculine sky god cults, roughly correlating with the growth of agriculture that enabled pyramidal social hierarchies ruled by kings and pharaohs. In a Babylonian creation myth, the Enuma Elish, the male storm god Marduk kills the oceanic mother goddess Tiamat, and he splits her body in two to separate the sky and earth, anticipating the creation of the firmament in Genesis. In Genesis, feminine divinity has been repressed out of existence altogether, and a single father god creates the earth from chaos by verbal command. Femaleness makes no appearance in Genesis at all, until Eve is essentially born from Adam, which feels to me like a suspicious denial and reversal of the maternal origins of men. Polya says, quote, "The book of Genesis is a male declaration of independence from the ancient mother cults." Yes, I like this argument. I am less convinced, however, by Polya's argument that the pyramids are stored in the balls, but I am amused, so let's discuss. So there's the obvious point that an erect penis is sort of architectural and maybe an embodied prototype for obelisks and skyscrapers. Polya is oddly fixated on phallic construction. Quote, "When I cross the George Washington Bridge or any of America's great bridges, I think men have done this. Construction is a sublime male poetry." Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. I mean, she's obviously trying to trigger the feminists. There is no other explanation. You know, there was this second wave feminist trope of catcalling construction workers, and there maybe is something a little cringe about bourgeois academic feminists acting so traumatized about being whistled at by a vulgarian on an I-beam. So I assume that that's the context of Polya's recurrent valorization of construction workers. Say what you will about Polya, she has worked hard to earn her reputation as the feminist men like. Polya traces all kinds of intricate conceptual webs resulting from genital geometry. She makes a very big deal out of the fact that male sex organs are external and visible, while female sex organs are internal and hidden. This, she thinks, is the source of the idea that women are mysterious, because they carry secrets within their body. A woman may not even get a good look at her own genitals without a mirror, making her a mystery even to herself. And so the female body is mythologized as a hidden sacred place, a temple or a secret garden. And conversely, gardens and temples, metaphorically, are female. Quote, "Virginity is categorically different for the sexes. A boy becoming a man quests for experience, but a girl is a sealed vessel that must be broken into by force." Here we have the rare agreement between Polya and Dworkin, that penetration inherently implies a metaphor of violation. Polya claims that masculine embodied metaphors are based on erection, ejaculation, and upright urination. Quote, "The male genital metaphor is concentration and projection. Man is sexually compartmentalized. Genitally, he is condemned to a perpetual pattern of linearity, focus, aim, directedness. Man's genital concentration is a reduction, but also an intensification. He is a victim of unruly ups and downs." So men have to phallically point at something to have sex, and Polya thinks this forms the basis of fetishism and objectification. Quote, "A sex object is something to aim at." Masculine sexuality is supposedly targeted at compartmentalized visual fetish objects, mirroring the concentrated projectile exteriority of male sexual anatomy. And feminine sexuality is supposedly more diffuse and holistic, more tolerant of subtlety, of mystery, of the implicit, the invisible. Whereas male pornography wants to adventure into every hidden corner, wants to show it all. I do want to note a similarity here to Jordan Peterson's ideas in Maps of Meaning about how man is order and the known, and women are the unknown chaos dragon. Maybe we bullied Peterson a little too much. His crime was being cringe. Like, he comes very close to outright admitting that he's afraid of women, but maybe we shouldn't bully him for that. I actually think the world would be a better place if more men were capable of admitting to themselves that they are simply afraid of women. Okay, so let's address the question of trans identity and biological determinism. Peterson is simply a conservative anti-feminist who believes in a natural hierarchy of the sexes and who admits little difference between sex and gender. And Palia has regrettably gone down the same path, but classic 90s Palia is more complex. Sexual Personae is a book about androgyny by an author who identifies as non-binary, or to use her specific wording, she identifies as a non-gendered entity and has called herself transgender.
My book, Sexual Personae, which was like a 700-page book, I said that is the biggest sex change in history.
Now, transgender can mean a lot of different things. You can be mentally transgender, identifying with another gender in your inner life, your own self-concept. You can be socially transgender, adopting a transsexual persona, name, pronouns, dress, mode of presentation. And you can be medically transgender, altering your body through surgery or hormones to align with a different sexual phenotype, or all of the above. Palia is apparently mentally transgender, without ever having socially or medically transitioned. And she disparages medical transition, suggesting in Sexual Personae that transsexuals are unrecognized shamans who should consult poets instead of surgeons. I don't think this argument is worth responding to. No comment. But Palia has a high opinion of mental transsexualism, and she seems to believe in a kind of universal mental androgyny. Quote, "Every man harbors an inner female territory ruled by his mother, from whom he can never entirely break free." She especially thinks that literary artists tend to imaginatively project themselves as the opposite sex, which she calls sexual metathesis or artistic sex change. So for example, the literary lesbianism of Baudelaire or Coleridge, or Emily Bronte's male self-projections. Quote, "Male romantic genius crosses the line of gender to create, but his opposite, already female, must divide mind from body to embrace the muse." The Personae in the title of this book refer to character types that Palia identifies as recurring throughout the history of Western culture. Persona in Latin means mask. It's the visible, the social self. Most of the personae Palia discusses are androgynous. They contain elements of both sexes. For example, the beautiful boy persona of the Greek youth, Hadrian's Antinous, Donatello's David, Wilde's Dorian Gray. The beautiful boy is a male embodiment of dangerous feminine seductiveness. This idea of a sexual persona is pretty close to how I think of trans identity. For me, a trans woman is an embodied sexual persona, as is, for example, a butch lesbian or a high femme, etc. Persona is the social self, the visible outward manifestation of identity. Gender-critical J.K. Rowling types always insist that trans people are delusional about biology or that we're authoritarian ideologues forcing everyone to believe in a transcendent gendered inner self. No, the transcendent inner self does not have a gender. In fact, there is no transcendent inner self. There is consciousness, which is not a self, and then there's persona, which is the gendered self. Now, this is just my esoteric theory. I think it's probably useless to activism because the concept of persona will always be misunderstood as being superficial like a costume. But every social self-expression is a persona, just to varying degrees of sincerity. The sociologist Irving Goffman says that self-presentation is a context-bound performance. So you have a front stage self and you have a backstage self or selves. This just means that there's the person who you are in a job interview, and then there's the person you are when you're alone with your spouse. And they're probably not the same person. Maybe one of these personae is more sincere than the other, but it's still a persona. There is no inner self beyond persona. We're going back to esoteric theory here. Please don't try to explain this to the general public. Well, I have gotten very elitist. Well, look around us. How am I supposed to be a populist in these conditions? Now, what makes a sexual persona sexual? Isn't the sexual aspect contingent on the body? Well, usually, but not necessarily. If you asked me to define gender on this particular evening, I'd say gender is a conceptual system varying widely by culture, but universally anchored to its origin in sexual reproduction, and I would define gender identity as the position of a persona in the conceptual system of gender. Transsexuals are often accused of changing the body when we should be changing society's gender roles. But the body and the roles are semantically entangled. It's why there's often an unconscious transsexual element in feminist theorizing. I genuinely hate to drag poor Anita Sarkeesian into this yet again, but it's the example that comes to mind. During the Great Gamer Wars, she posted a video about a hypothetical feminist game concept.
This story begins once upon a time with the kidnapping of a princess. Eventually, however, she grows tired of the damseling and decides it's high time she saves herself. Of course, if she's going to be the protagonist of this particular adventure, she's going to need to acquire a slightly more practical outfit.
The more practical outfit in question is a sword, symbolic phallus, and a suit of armor, abstract representation of a muscular male torso. This androgenized heroine then embarks on a classic masculine Oedipal kill the father quest.
And abolish the monarchy forever.
My point is that the protagonist of feminist stories is often a woman who is liberated through, in a way, becoming less female, through becoming symbolically male. That's not a complaint, it's not an objection, it's just a thing. I believe everyone is entitled to a symbolic womb and a symbolic phallus. It is our heritage as members of a dual-sexed species. So what am I saying about trans identity? That I'm metaphorically a woman? That I'm symbolically female? Well, yeah, kind of. There are aspects of femaleness that I do not embody, never have and never will. As some trans women find this terribly agonizing, I do not. Menstruation and pregnancy have been described to me in great detail, and to be honest, it sounds like kind of a drag. But I am excluded from embodied experiences most women have in common. Yes, that's true. Officially, I am a woman. Yes, for public relations reasons, I am a woman. But esoterically, I think of myself as a non-binary consciousness with a feminine persona in a hermaphrodite body. And I think that's so valid. This is my post-woke gender identity. Look what they've done to me. Okay, you want to know what's really audacious about Camille Paglia? She lays out all these ways that gender is based on reproductive anatomy, and then, right when you think she must be a biological essentialist, she announces that sexual personae are unique to Western culture. How does that make sense? Does it make sense? What does it mean? We need a new section to deal with this. Part 3, Apollonian and Chthonian. Good morning. I feel like Paglia would keep these hours in the 90s. Susan Sontag hours. So look, I am a fan of sweeping claims about the human condition and the meaning of history. Such claims are always overgeneralizations, but part of what I like about them is that by disagreeing with them, by trying to come up with counterexamples, you're forced to clarify your own opinion. But one type of sweeping overgeneralization that usually annoys me is broad claims about Western versus Eastern culture. Are we comparing Denmark to India or Mexico to Japan? I feel like these are not trivial distinctions. Paglia, at least, has a definition of Western culture that I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument. As far as sexual personae is concerned, Western culture is defined by the unbroken legacy of ancient Egyptian and Greek paganism and its ongoing struggle with Abrahamic religion, especially Christianity, which for 2,000 years has failed to suppress it. For Paglia, paganism is associated with an objectifying visual eroticism that she terms the Western eye, a sensibility long predating capitalism and evident in everything from Egyptian monuments to Greek statues, Renaissance paintings, Hollywood movies, and pornography. She associates paganism with an integration of religion and nature, particularly the daimonic elements of nature, sex and violence, that Christianity condemns as demonic. So in ancient Greece, the word daimon referred to a deity below a god but above humans. And in Christianity, a demon is an evil fallen angel. Paglia adapts from Nietzsche the idea that ancient Greek culture at its best balanced two opposing principles, the Apollonian and the Dionysian, named for the gods Apollo and Dionysus. It's funny how everyone associates Nietzsche with edgy 15-year-olds when the actual Nietzsche was like an adult philologist who wrote multiple books about musical theater. The Apollonian is the principle of order, individuality, and reason. The Dionysian is the principle of chaos, collectivity, and passion. Palia has decided to replace the term Dionysian with her own jargon, Chthonian. That's Chthonian. I pronounce it Chthonian. It comes from the Greek word meaning earth or soil. Chthonian. Why has Palia done this? Well, because she correctly thinks that explaining the concept of Dionysian to modern audiences is near impossible, because in pop culture, Dionysus is so strongly associated with drunken hedonism and hippie flower children, and that is completely the wrong image. Like, the mythic cult of Dionysus practiced a ritual called sporagmos, in which a sacrificial animal or human was ripped apart and devoured raw. So the Dionysian, the Chthonian, can be ecstatic, but also horrifying. The Chthonian is dark Mother Nature, the cycle of life and death that spits us out and sucks us back. It is, quote, the blind grinding of subterranean force, the long slow suck, the murk and ooze. It is the dehumanizing brutality of biology and geology, the Darwinian waste and bloodshed. Chthonian is of the earth, but not of solid ground. Think of swamps, think of slime, think of moist, fertile soil, womb-like caverns. Honestly, just think of the ocean. If I had written this book, I would have used the word oceanic or thalassic, because to me, the sea is the ideal metaphor for Earth Mother. But I did not write this book, so we're stuck with Chthonian. Palia illustrates the Chthonian-Apollonian opposition with two works of ancient art. The Chthonian Venus of Willendorf, sculpted 30,000 years ago and discovered in what is now Austria, and the Apollonian bust of Nefertiti, Queen of Ancient Egypt. The Venus of Willendorf represents Chthonian female nature, fertility, and pregnancy. The Chthonian is visually expressed in curves, fluidity, motion, disorder. Quote, there are no lines in the Venus of Willendorf, only curves and circles. She is the formlessness of nature. She is female, but not feminine. She has no arms, no face, no persona. Palia calls her almost vegetable, tuberish. Quote, is the Venus of Willendorf just to female experience? Yes. Woman is trapped in her wavy, watery body. A lot of Palia's comments on the female body feel indicative of some internal conflict that I don't presume to diagnose. I mean, it's fine. We all have our issues. I'm not criticizing. I'm observing. Okay, let's talk about Nefertiti. So Palia loves ancient Egypt. She basically says that Western civilization began in Egypt, not in Greece. And I like her arguments for this. Egypt is willfully neglected by a certain kind of academic chauvinist. I had an ancient philosophy professor once who insisted to the class that ancient Egypt had no ideas because no philosophy existed until it was invented by the Greeks. But Palia is Egypt's champion. She argues that word-worshipping intellectuals dismiss Egypt because they don't understand that images are ideas, are a kind of sign language. Palia says the Western eye was born in Egypt, the Apollonian sensibility of straight lines, order, stasis, elegance, and monumentality. What's striking to me about the bust of Nefertiti is just how intelligible it is. Despite its being thousands of years old, I feel like I know what I'm looking at here. It's glamour. This is a face that would be at home on any high fashion runway today. We know this beauty standard. We can't understand the Venus of Willendorf in the same way. We're culturally too different from whoever made this. I've heard people argue about whether it's a religious totem or a female self-portrait or male pornography. Like, we just can't make sense of it. Quote, Nefertiti is the opposite of the Venus of Willendorf. She is the triumph of Apollonian image over the humpiness and horror of Mother Earth. Venus of Willendorf is all body. Nefertiti is all head. So the Apollonian sensibility is based in a disgust for nature, an attempt to transcend or correct nature by straightening the curves, freezing the liquids, pausing the cycles. It's a negation of the female. Palia thinks that femininity, as opposed to femaleness, was invented by Egyptian aristocrats in their androgynous sexual personae. Quote, Apollonian Egypt made the first shift of value from femaleness to femininity. The Egyptians invented elegance. Elegance is reduction, simplification, condensation. Elegance is cultivated abstraction. Egypt is the first to glamorize small breasts, the breast as vernal adornment rather than rubbery milk sack. Palia associates fatness with femaleness and nature, because fat is the most fluid and formless feature of the human body. I do kind of feel like I'm listening to anorexia with an art history degree. Are anorexics waging an Apollonian war against Chthonian female nature? Yeah, probably, kind of. The implied cruelty of all this is not lost on Palia, by the way. She is very aware. Quote, hierarchy and eroticism fused in Egypt. Egypt invented glamour, beauty as power, and power as beauty. She includes a 3-page tangent on how cats manifest the Egyptian values of elegance and hierarchy. Quote, compared to dogs slavishly eager to please, cats are autocrats of naked self-interest. So the Western eye originates in the hierarchic mystique of the pharaoh's totalitarian power. Pagan art and religion created sexual personae as erotically charged objectifications of individual personality that contain nature without entirely rejecting it. Chthonian sex and sadomasochism are very much still in play, but they're ritually limited by Apollonian elegance and beauty. Palia obviously admires the daimonic pagan side of Western culture. Why? Because she's an Italian supremacist who sees Catholicism as the inheritor of pagan tradition, a compliment I think most Catholics would reject. Quote, the ancient Chthonian mysteries have never disappeared from the Italian church. Waxed saints' corpses under glass, tattered arm bones and gold reliquaries, half-nude Saint Sebastian pierced by arrows, Saint Lucy holding her eyeballs out on a platter, blood, torture, ecstasy, and tears. Italy added pagan sex and violence to the ascetic Palestinian creed. The ascetic Palestinian creed in question being Judaism, and its derivatives Christianity and Islam. In the Hebrew Bible, the 10 Commandments prohibit the making or worshipping of graven images, a condemnation of Egyptian polytheism and its colossal stone monuments. Quote, the most ancient conflict in Western culture between Jew and Egyptian continues today. Hebrew word worship versus pagan imagism. The great unseen versus the glorified thing. Academics and scholars are today's word worshippers. To be a Western intellectual is to become rabbinical, to become more Jewish in your thinking. But in pop culture, for the last 100 years, Egyptian imagism has completely triumphed. In movies and advertising, in the mother cults of stan culture, the hierarchic image of glamorous personality is much more powerful than verbal discourse. In Maryland, there's a movie theater called the Cinemark Egyptian, modeled after pharaonic temples, where the smell of popcorn is weirdly juxtaposed with giant statues of Anubis. But it's kind of fitting. Every time you go to the movies, you are participating in the cultural victory of ancient Egyptian values. Christianity has a conflicted history with graven images. Palia praises Italian Catholicism for incorporating pagan sex and violence in its gruesome crucifixes and tortured martyrs, and its continuation of the mother cult through veneration of the Virgin Mary. Catholic theology rationalizes this by distinguishing the Latin terms latria and dulia, worship versus veneration. Saints are venerated, but only God is worshipped, so it's not idolatry. Shut the fuck up, Protestants. But Protestants are often horrified by the latent paganism of Catholicism that Palia finds so admirable. In the 16th century Great Iconoclasm, mobs of Calvinist fanatics vandalized Catholic churches across Northern Europe. According to the Met, in a single year, 1566, Protestant iconoclasts destroyed an estimated 90% of art in the Netherlands. Today in the United States, Protestant churches are stereotypically very ugly. This is what happens when you extricate the pagan influence from Western culture. You lose Apollonian beauty. I wonder, though, if this is really a uniquely Western conflict. Don't Eastern religious traditions have similar tensions? In the Upanishads, there is a philosophical turn away from ritual and devotion, which are seen as lesser forms of worship compared to the contemplation of transcendent Atman Brahman. This seems in tension with the anthropomorphic deities of devotional Hinduism. But it's a common kind of tension across cultures, because contemplating transcendent abstractions is usually the prerogative of an educated elite. Devotion to icons is always the more accessible and populist form of worship. Like Moses left his people alone for 10 fucking minutes and they were already worshipping golden calves. Platonism, which, like the Upanishads, prefers the conceptual to the visible, would not have been attractive to the average Greek. I mean, Plato is so countercultural, he's like an Islamic theologian trapped in the body of a Greek pagan. I realize that that's reading history backwards. Plato looks down on physical beauty because it's fleeting. He wants to escape impermanence, and he thinks that he can grasp eternity through abstraction. This is the rationalist version of the Apollonian escape from nature. Plato is trying to do with ideas what the pharaohs tried to do with stone, and both of them failed. Percy Shelley was right to use an Egyptian monument, Ozymandias, to illustrate the futility of striving to outlast nature's cycles. Buddhism is the least delusional in this respect, and Buddhism is Palia's model for Eastern compliance with nature. But Buddhism does not lack visual personae. If any world religion does, it's Islam, which takes the prohibition on idolatry very seriously, and so Islamic art tends toward the geometric and abstract. To me, it often feels almost futuristic. The Kaaba is a precise black cube, a platonic solid. It reminds me of the Kubrick monolith, a symbol of something beyond both nature and humanity. It is true that in the early history of Buddhist art, the Buddha was not depicted in human form, and was often represented by negation, as a footprint or an empty throne. Humanistic depictions of the Buddha became common in the 1st century, partly due to the influence of Greek sculpture, an example of the East-West distinction not being so clear-cut. I find Buddhist art very compelling. Granted, it lacks the sadomasochistic eroticism of Italian pagans and Catholics, so I guess Camille Paglia is not interested. I find the visual power is in the Buddha's smile, so subtle and serene. It's very inviting. I'll have what he's having. Okay, so I'm trying to understand why Paglia thinks the Apollonian-Chthonian conflict is radically unique to Western culture. I think the argument is that the distinguishing feature of Western culture is a struggle against nature, and so the Apollonian is a strategy in that specifically Western conflict. Quote, Apollonianism, cold and absolute, is the West's sublime refusal. The Apollonian is a male line drawn against the dehumanizing magnitude of female nature. Far Eastern culture has never striven against nature in this way. Compliance, not confrontation, is its rule. So that's definitely somewhat true. Taoism, for example, is a liquid philosophy of compliance with the oceanic. But in Chinese culture, isn't Taoism counterbalanced by Confucianism, a masculine philosophy of hierarchy and social order, right? A cultivated sky castle? Seems pretty Apollonian to me. I guess the counter-argument would be that Confucianism does not struggle against nature like the West. It's still trying to harmonize with nature, and that's true, but there's different kinds of nature. Confucius wants to harmonize society with orderly masculine sky nature, not chaotic feminine earth and ocean nature. I guess in general, I just feel like the version of nature that Asia is supposedly in harmony with remains a little bit curated. Traditional Japanese aesthetics is reverent towards nature and accepting of impermanence, but I wouldn't say that it embraces sadosexual ferocity and chaos. Counter-argument, the most famous piece of Japanese art is the Wave off Kanagawa. That's pretty fucking Chthonian. I'm sure we've all spent some time looking at Chthonian Japanese woodblock prints, if you know what I'm saying. But traditional Japanese architecture, rock gardens, interior design, I feel like all of these exhibit the kind of linear, reductive elegance that Paglia calls Apollonian in Egypt. I don't know, I've been thinking about this too long. My brain hurts. Next! Part 4. Rousseau versus Sade. So, at the risk of posing an insufferably Socratic question, what is the nature of nature? These are the hard-hitting questions you pay me to investigate. We know that nature is metaphorically mother, But what kind of mother is she? This was not a relevant question in medieval Europe because the Church had abolished mother. In Christianity, nature is creation, and creation is not mother. But then, the Enlightenment science cucks reinvented nature as a mechanical or legal metaphor, and it was the backlash to the Enlightenment, Romanticism, that revived the Western nature cult of Earth Mother, but only in a superficial idealistic way which persists to this day in, for example, James Cameron's goddamn Avatar movies. Palia describes two conflicting interpretations of nature, which I will call, in my own terminology, Light Mother versus Dark Mother. Light Mother is the benevolent, nourishing creator mother, nature as paradise, as Eden. What do the Na'vi call her? I believe it's Awa. Awa is Light Mother.
Awa has heard you!
Dark Mother, on the other hand, is the devouring Thonian destroyer mother, the carnivore, the flood, the Maenads ripping Pentheus apart. Palia attributes the Light Mother theory to Rousseau, the proto-romantic philosopher who saw civilization as a corrupt defiler of nature's purity and innocence, what we would now call a noble savage theory. Rousseau's artistic successor is William Wordsworth, a tourist in nature whose poetry makes nature beautiful by repressing mother's dark side, the teeming murder and chaos. Palia is a believer in the Dark Mother theory, which she credits to the Marquis de Sade, notable pornographer and sex criminal. Quote, Rousseau revives the Great Mother, but Sade restores her true ferocity. Now, since most of you TikTok-addled illiterates have probably never read Rousseau nor Sade, I'm going to lay this out for you nice and simple, using pictures you can follow along with. There's a documentary called Grizzly Man that is maybe the best documentary. It's about American environmentalist Timothy Treadwell, who spent 13 summers in Alaska living with the grizzly bears, whom he saw as noble creatures needing his protection from some vague conspiracy of evil humans.
Animals rule. Timothy conquered. Fuck you, Park Service.
Grizzly Man is directed by Werner Herzog, a filmmaker known for his thoughts about the murderous obscenity of nature and for being German.
And nature here is vile and base. I wouldn't see anything erotical here. I would see fornication and asphyxiation and choking and fighting for survival and growing and just rotting away.
So Treadwell is Rousseau and Herzog is Sade, and in the end, Treadwell gets eaten alive by grizzly bears, which makes Rousseau look like a fucking idiot. I agree with Palia and Herzog in following the Dark Mother view of nature. But I want to nitpick Palia's claim that Sade is a great proponent of this view, which she's clearly making partly as a troll argument, but which she still defends at length. My reading of Sade is that he's first and foremost a blasphemer. I know an edgy atheist when I see one. I lived that struggle. In Sade's books, there's just so much shitting on crucifixes and vomiting the Eucharist. The theme is transgression of taboo, a type of violence that only has meaning in society. Without society, there's no taboo. And without taboo, there's no thrill of transgression. Nature does not care about taboos. So I think Christianity is the target of Sade's grudge, not Rousseau. There's nothing natural about Sade's human centipedes of fornicating nuns. And as Palia herself points out, Sade's other major grudge is against motherhood and procreation, which manifests as eroticized abortion and Jack the Ripper-style reproductive mutilations. Quote, Sade's sadomasochistic inventions are modes of distancing by which male imagination tries to free itself from female origins. Sade's obsessive sodomy is a ritual of riddance to evade maternal power. This interpretation fits much better into Palia's larger thesis about male escape from female nature. Quote, serial or sex murder, like fetishism, is a perversion of male intelligence. It is criminal abstraction. There is no female Mozart because there is no female Jack the Ripper. Wow. Feminists triggered. Palia's desire to be edgy is muddying her thesis. She's claiming sexual violence represents both nature and a male attack on nature. And that's not necessarily a contradiction. Aggression can have multiple sources. But Sade is not a disciple of Dark Mother, because Thonian female nature is both creation and destruction. and Sade detests creation. The proper attitude to mother is both reverence and fear, and Rousseau may in fact be closer to understanding that than Sade, because at least Rousseau is a sissy cross-dresser who understands the femdom component of nature religion. Rousseau's problem is that he's not afraid enough. When I speak of the eroticism of the sea, I'm really talking about the shoreline. It's the surging rhythm at the edge of death that to me is so erotic. The open ocean I find too terrifying to be erotic. The correct response to that is fear. When I see videos of people scuba diving miles off the coast, I think, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of there. You're not supposed to be there. Like those billionaires going to the Titanic in that stupid submarine. Ridiculous. Rousseau's idealized view of nature started the delusional utopian tendency in progressive thinking, which leads to revolutionaries being eaten by revolutions and environmentalists being eaten by grizzly bears. Rousseau-adjacent environmentalists to this day still talk about nature like she's a tender virgin, defiled, raped by wicked, corrupt humanity. It's ridiculous. Nature is not a tender virgin. She's a devouring mother who will consume us all. The point of fighting climate change is not to save nature from humanity. It's to save humanity from nature. What I'm saying is, it's really Werner Herzog who understands nature better than Rousseau or Sade.
Of course, there's a lot of misery, but it is the same misery that is all around us. The trees here are in misery and the birds are in misery. I don't think they sing, they just screech in pain.
Part 5. Decadence. A final major Palia theme is decadence, which she thought was important enough to put in the title of the book. Decadence is a very charged term. It means very different things to different people, so we'd better be specific. Literally, decadence means decline, in Latin decadentia, downfall. It's used by people with a bearish view about the trend of history, a sense of decay, moral collapse, the autumn season of the cycle, the West has fallen, etc. The prototype is usually the fall of Rome, which pagans blamed on Christianity and Christians blamed on paganism. The medieval Christian trope, still popular today with trads, is that collapse was triggered by the luxury and hedonism of the late emperors, and Marxists echo the Christians, as they often do, complaining about the bourgeois decadence of late-stage capitalism. And late-stage capitalism, meanwhile, has turned decadent into a marketing cliche and ad copy for chocolate truffles and hotels with spa vouchers. For Nietzsche, decadence has almost the opposite connotation. Decadence in Nietzsche refers to 19th century Christianity, which he sees as weak, resentful, slavish, life-negating, in contrast to the vigorous, life-affirming ancient pagans. In Sexual Personae, Palia adopts the decadent artistic movement's reclaiming of the term, which she widens to cover most of late Romanticism. According to Palia, decadent themes include, quote, cruelty, sexual ambiguity, narcissism, fascination, obsession, vampirism, seduction, violation. The classics. Palia defines decadence as, quote, sophistication without humaneness or humanism. She argues that decadence is the unintended but inevitable result of Romanticism, the ideology of Wordsworth and Rousseau. Decadence results from Romanticism's celebration of 1. Idealized nature, 2. Rebellion against society, 3. Freedom from hierarchy, and 4. Individual genius. These values all rely on certain utopian illusions, because in fact, nature is violent and destructive. Society is our defense against chaos. Liberated people crave new hierarchies, and individualism tends toward narcissism. It's obvious from the way Palia writes about this that she also has in mind the failure of the 60s counterculture, which she considers Rousseauist. So decadence is basically the hangover of failed utopian liberalism. It's the discovery that freedom produces a craving for bondage, that sex and nature have inherent links to violence, that social justice can't abolish sadomasochism and may in fact intensify it. And for Palia, art is like a dream where all these repressed, unpleasant truths reveal themselves. Decadence values art for art's sake and rejects the Victorian idea that art exists to morally ennoble us. Oscar Wilde's preface to The Picture of Dorian Gray is a decadent manifesto. Quote, there is no such thing as a moral or an immoral book. Books are well written or badly written. That is all. Polya wants to take the decadent thesis even further than Wilde, claiming not only that art is beyond morality, but that art inherently involves voyeuristic and sadistic pleasure. Quote, literature's endless murders and disasters are there for contemplative pleasure, not moral lesson. She's paraphrasing Nietzsche's bit that almost everything we call higher culture is based on the spiritualization of cruelty. Oh my god, so much edge. I don't know if I've ever made a video with so much edge. Decadence is kind of a return to the hierarchic aestheticism of ancient Egypt, symbolized by cats, admired by decadents and Egyptians for their cruelty and elitism. Polya complains that liberal scholarship, especially feminism, is fundamentally in denial about artistic daimonism. Quote, critics drift toward apologia, tediously extolling Wilde's humanity or morality, things utterly non-existent in his best work. As an advocate of aestheticism and decadence, I feel no need to disguise Wilde's cruelty and immoralism. Sexual Personae concludes with a final troll argument equating Emily Dickinson to the Marquis de Sade, which may not be entirely fair, but it is very funny. I think the target here is once again feminist criticism that interprets the aggressiveness in Dickinson as the frustration of a female genius stifled by patriarchy. And Polya wants to say no, this is not a feminist expression of victimhood, it's Emily's thriving Sadian imagination. Quote, her sadism is not anger, the a posteriori response to social injustice. It is hostility, an a priori Achillean intolerance for the existence of others. Let women have a priori Achillean intolerance for the existence of others. I guess that is the thesis of decadent feminism. Okay, so I confess that I basically sympathize with Polya's view of decadence. Over and over in my videos, I find myself returning to this idea that sadism is not some exotic aberration, but just an ordinary shade of human emotional experience. I identify with Polya because, like her, I find myself in constant conflict with self-righteous dogmatists. I find it hard to get along with people who are totally committed to their hero's quest, because I don't identify as a good person, so I'm drawn to people who seem willing to sneak out of the crusader camp and just try to look at life for what it is. But I also feel uneasy about my attraction to Polya because, despite it all, part of me really is a sincere liberal. And let's face it, the Sontag of the 90s is basically a reactionary.
Beauty is this myth invented in the last 20 years, okay, for white heterosexist men in a room, to keep the feminist movement back. Backlash.
I want to be both liberal and decadent, because liberalism cannot be a total philosophy of everything. There's concessions art should never make to politics. I need to live a part of life outside the moral point of view. Morality is not enough to make life livable, because there's more pain to go around than pleasure, and the world is fucked in certain ways that cannot be unfucked. I choose to give myself permission to confront that with a sense of irony. In Polya's words, we must accept our pain, change what we can, and laugh at the rest.
And I was heavily influenced by acid rock, that sort of like that searing, cutting sound of the lead guitar. So people, again, who like rock love me. People who like soft women's music hate me. They think, oh, she's so obnoxious. But what I have is simply the obnoxiousness and brazenness of rock.
The Orange Bowl Parade, Miami's gift to the nation, wholesome entertainment. But in San Francisco, when they take to the streets, it's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
Groomers. Tangent. Well, the Groomer libel, you voted for this, is essentially a conspiracy theory / moral panic that claims that there is a widespread LGBTQ agenda to recruit and sexualize children. This is not a new idea. It's not an original idea. It's not bold. It's not innovative. But it sure did attract a lot of attention in the year of our Lord 2022. And that's why we're here at the end of our year talking about this miserable nonsense. I can't stand it. The first thing we have to understand about groomer libel is that this is not really the language of men of reason. You know what I'm saying? This is kind of my breaking point. I don't really believe in reason anymore. I've seen too much. The groomer libel takes pre-existing QAnon rhetoric, the idea of a conspiracy of pedophiles, the idea that the point of far-right agitation is to, quote, save the children, and it weaponizes all of this specifically against LGBT people. It's a slippery slope argument, which claims that there is a continuum of homosexual machinations with overt goals. Let us get married. That's all we want. Ooh, we're just innocent gays. And then the demands begin. You give an inch, they take a mile. Bake our cake, use our pronouns, allow minors to dance for us in drag. And finally, at the demonic bottom of this hell spiral, let teachers choose your kid's gender. Grooming, that's what they call grooming. Let it be said at the outset that the entire conspiracy hinges on a fundamental equivocation between grooming, that is the manipulation of a minor by an adult for the purpose of sexually abusing the minor, an equivocation of grooming with the much more vague concepts of indoctrinating, recruiting. In fact, the Groomer libel is extremely vague. There's at least 5 different claims that I've noticed people making under this heading of groomers. Claim number 1 is that drag shows or drag brunches or drag story hours are grooming events designed to recruit children into the LGBTQIA plus mafia. How dare they? How very dare. Let's bring up some examples. I attended another all-ages drag brunch in Plano, Texas over the weekend, and the footage I have is shocking. My pussy good, pussy sweet, pussy good enough to eat. Fuck me all night. It gets worse. More footage to come. We will stop this. Need a bucket and a mop for that wet-ass P-word. What are we gonna do with these people? Throw them into the Grand Canyon. Let's bring up some more examples. Libs of TikTok, our favorite Twitter account. This is what a family-friendly drag show looks like. A stripper performs at an all-ages drag show while a kid in the front row attempts to hand the stripper a cash tip. Grooming. A groomer alert. Claim 2 is that sexually provocative clothing or behavior at pride or other homosexual events is sexualizing children, which is to say, exposing their innocent, precious eyes to some insinuation of adult sexuality.
It's a parade of homosexuals, men hugging other men, cavorting with little boys.
I don't like being gaslit about how totally not weird this is. It's not gonna lick itself. Innuendo. Grooming. It's all implication, isn't it? Like, there's not been a single case, and I've been following this for a year, there's not really been a single case of anyone alleging that a child was abused at a drag show. It's all this kind of vague implication. Ooh, there's this sexually provocative stuff, and it's happening near children. I think we all know what that means. Do we know what that means? I mean, I think that it's probably worth talking about what grooming is. What is grooming actually? How is grooming defined by organizations that are actually concerned about the welfare of children, that are actually concerned about protecting children from sex trafficking, from abuse? An English organization will forgive the Englishness just this once. The NSPCC, National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, defines grooming as when someone builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a child or young person so they can manipulate, exploit, and abuse them. Children and young people who are groomed can be sexually abused, exploited, or trafficked. Tactics include pretending to be younger, buying gifts, taking them on trips, giving advice or understanding, giving attention, and critically, the goal is sexual abuse. I feel like I have an instinctive understanding for what grooming is because I was once the victim of, in the grand scheme of things, a minor kind of grooming, but one that certainly qualifies it as grooming, I think. When I was 14 years old, I was groomed by men on the internet. I was catfished, basically, into thinking that I was chatting with girls my age, 14. It was only kind of later I kind of realized that I had been talking to adult men on dating sites as a 14-year-old and had been manipulated, coerced, and tricked into sort of providing sexual performance for adult men when I was a teenager. I had gotten no real sex education at that point, apart from essentially sex is when a man inserts tab A into a woman's slot B, and sex is bad before marriage, save yourself for marriage, sex bad. Like, that's it. That's the sex education I had at 14, and they just released me into the wild west of early 2000s internet. This is not a terribly traumatic thing for me. I think that I have a vague sense of distrust that lingers over me maybe as a result of it, but I'm not claiming to be, I think most cases of child sexual abuse are much more severe than anything I've been through. So I'm not trying to claim to speak for victims or anything like that. I'm just saying that, I don't know, that to me is what grooming is, right? It's manipulating a child for the purpose of sexual abuse. That's something that I went through when I was 14. It's a horrible thing that I don't want anyone else to go through. Is that what's happening at these drag events? Let it be said, first of all, that most drag performances that involve children, the drag queen story hours and so on, don't even have any kind of sexually explicit content at all. A lot of conservatives who promote the groomer libel do seem to believe that drag is inherently sexual, that cross-dressing is inherently sexual, that it's a sexual display, and that by engaging in it in the presence of children, you're sort of inherently exposing children to sexuality in a way that's traumatizing and manipulative. This is false, and it's, as a trans person, it's very disturbing, right? Because the people who push the groomer libel do not paint gender nonconformity with a fine brush. They do not distinguish between drag queens, cross-dressers, and trans people. So they see cis straight people as representing a kind of non-sexual normality. So the common response from progressives to the groomer accusations is to kind of do hypocrisy dunks. You can point to professional wrestling, to Hooters, to beaches, to weird conservative stunts that involve sexy women, cheerleaders. All of these things involving adult heterosexuality, no one seems to have any problem with around children, right? But any form of gender deviance is defined by proponents of the groomer libel as sexual performance. And so as a trans person, this is very scary, because it means that if this lie about us kind of reaches a wide enough audience, we will be exiled from public life. That's kind of the long-term goal of this. Tangent. Let us finish listing out the fundamental claims of the groomer libel. Claim 3. Teachers are grooming, that is, recruiting your children into homosexuality, or worse, gender transition.
The Communist Party USA, their goals are happening. People are stealing the innocence of children. My innocence was never stolen. That's why I am the way I am.
This wicked book, me and Earl and the dying girl, sexually indoctrinated with wicked, vile books. And she believes in traditional marriage between a man and a woman. And in that book, it talked about two moms.
Teachers, many times, who may have used these same books to groom students that have maybe molested students.
They're promoting Pornhub. This is being promoted in schools. I understand the real agenda behind this push, and it's a sexual rights agenda for children that's coming down the pipeline via government schools. And the real agenda is to lower the age of consent and promote pedophilia.
When the light of the Bible is removed, what is left is darkness and evil.
Pornography can be very addictive. Would we leave heroin needles sitting out in schools?
Never mind the middle schoolers. How many adults have mastered critical thinking skills while they're horny? If it is true, according to reader response theory, that readers experience...
Here's an example. A teacher posts to Twitter, really excited for the House sex ed bill hearing later today. Teaching comprehensive, queer-inclusive, pleasure-based sex ed was a highlight of my time teaching. Quote tweet, libs of TikTok. Okay, groomer. So comprehensive sex ed is grooming. We have a serious groomer teacher problem in this country. At the core of this is a kind of anxiety that parents have that they will lose control of their children's sexuality and their children's beliefs. The commentator Michael Hobbs has dissected moral panics from the satanic panic in the 90s to the political correctness scare that seems to be an ongoing thing on college campuses. And basically, he's said that moral panics often tend to center on moments when parents fear losing control of their children. So as daycare is becoming a more common practice in the 90s, the satanic panic occurs where parents feel, oh, they don't know what's going on with their kids during the day. And so that leaves them with this anxiety where they're sort of prone to having, exaggerated fears stoked by people willing to make things up and to sort of create the illusion that there's a serious systemic problem where none exists.
And I'm a little shocked, I guess is what I would put it. It's called something called furries. If you don't know what furries are, it's where school children dress up as animals, cats or dogs, during the school day. They meow and they bark, and they interact with their school, with the teachers and that in this fashion. And now schools are wanting to put litter boxes in the schools for these children to use. How is this sanitary? I even heard from one person here recently said that a student identified as a cat and wanted a litter box. And the school didn't provide the litter box, so the student went ahead and defecated on the floor. If some kids can't wear American flag to walk through the school on their shirt, and you keep them out of school, and you kick them out of school, but it's okay if they wear a cat costume, and that's fine, and you have a litter box for them, and that's fine?
The same thing is true with the political correctness panic. Parents are afraid their kids are going to go to college and, they're coming back Marxists. They're coming back indoctrinated. They're coming back believing things I didn't teach them and things I don't believe, right? If you think of your children, parental love so often is a kind of extended narcissism, right? Parents view their children as extensions of their own selves. So it's terrifying to parents to lose control, and parents sort of see education about homosexuality or about, trans people, gender variance, sexuality in general, as kind of this very threatening thing. They can't imagine that any child of theirs would be queer for any reason other than external recruitment. Again, this is not a new idea, and we'll talk about the history of this in a moment. Claim 4 is that childhood or adolescent gender transition is being promoted to children by schools, by hospitals, by big pharma, by the medical establishment, with the aim of mutilating children for profit. This can be anything as simple as merely acknowledging the existence of trans children. Don Cheadle wore Protect Trans Kids shirt. The Daily Wire's marketing director posts, "Okay, groomer." Being trans, they see as inherently sexual. So any acknowledgement of trans children is sexualizing kids, therefore grooming. This is the logic that we are up against, and I recommend not treating it as logic. Claim 5 is simply that LGBT people are pedophiles or allies of pedophiles. Pedo-simps.
The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. The Democrats are the party of princess predators from Disney. The Democrats are the party of teachers, elementary school teachers trying to transition their elementary school age children and convince them they're a different gender.
Again, notice the equivocation. Pedophilia, transing, very coarse brushes. Tangent 2. subtangent, the history of the Groomer libel.
With television commercials, the Save Our Children group is appealing to parental anxieties, saying gays will flaunt their homosexuality before impressionable children.
The same people who turned San Francisco into a hotbed of homosexuality want to do the same thing to Dade County.
The idea that gay people are pedophiles or pedo-enablers is an age-old libel that goes back to the very beginning of organized opposition to gay rights. In 1977, just 8 years after the Stonewall riots, Anita Bryant became the voice of opposition to gay rights.
I have been blacklisted for exercising the right of a mother to defend her children and all children against their being recruited by homosexuals.
Bryant drew attention with statements like, quote, gays can't reproduce, they have to recruit.
This is the core idea behind the Groomer libel. It's just Anita Bryant's idea. It's just reheated 70s homophobia. Bryant headed the Save Our Children coalition to overturn a 1977 Dade County ordinance banning discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodation on grounds of sexual orientation. This also influenced California's Proposition 6, the Briggs Initiative, which mandated firing openly gay public school teachers and any employees who supported gay rights. So from the beginning of organized backlash to gay rights, gay teachers have been a kind of battleground. Harvey Milk, famously, his slogan was, "I'm Harvey Milk, I'm here to recruit you," playing off of the idea of recruitment, now called grooming. The fundamental idea of the homophobic backlash is that gay people are recruiting, they can't reproduce, so they must recruit. They're doing this especially through publication. Also, gay people are pedophiles. Also, gay rights threaten religious liberty, right? My religious bigotry is being attacked by the homosexuals. It's super fucking hard for me. It's super fucking hard for me. It's super fucking hard for me. These talking points have never really gone away, but I do think they became less prominent, especially after the shift in the 2010s, where a majority of Americans came to support same-sex marriage. But in the last few years, 70s homophobia has returned with a vengeance, and this time it's particularly targeting trans people. Arguably, the entire Groomer conspiracy theory can be traced back to one gender-critical divorced weirdo named Graham Linehan. In December 2019, Graham Linehan tweets "OK Groomer" multiple times, a modification of a meme, "OK Boomer," that was popular at the time.
Whatever you say, boomer.
I cannot find an example of someone using the phrase "OK Groomer" until Graham Linehan used it in 2019. So I think this little weasel may have started the whole goddamn thing. On March 8, 2020, a 4chan post encouraged Twitter users to comment "OK Groomer" under every post regarding, quote, LGBTQ sexualization of children, with the goal of making LGBTQ people finally come out as pro-child molesting. This is sort of moderately clever in that usual 4chan way. You claim to be a Save Our Children warrior, fighting the groomers. If anyone suggests that you're sort of turning groomer into a homophobic slur, you can fall back on, oh, so you think that it's inherently homosexual to be a child molester. It's interesting that you think that. Perhaps it is you that is the homophobe. Or you can simply say, you sure are getting emotional about this groomer thing. I guess grooming children is really important to you, huh? These little weasels. These little bastards. They're clever in their small-brained way. You know, these things don't catch on for no reason. They catch on because they work. They're like Jedi mind tricks. They manipulate the simple-minded, which unfortunately is a lot of people. It makes me want to drink sangria out of my Hadestown coffee mug. There's pomegranate seeds in the bottom, which represent the shatters of my broken heart. On May 7th, 2020, Graham Linehan accuses UC Berkeley professor Grace Lavery of grooming because she teaches things that parents won't approve of. On June 30th, 2020, Abigail Schreier publishes Irreversible Damage, the transgender craze seducing our daughters. Abigail does not use the phrase groomer, as far as I'm aware, but this book implants the idea in a lot of conservatives' minds that the sort of classic TERF ideas about transmasculine youth being confused little girls who are sort of being promised, transition as a solution to all the problems that come with being a female in this world. This idea sort of gains traction among conservatives after that book is published, and it's going to be kind of incorporated into the whole groomer conspiracy. In January 2021, Jack retweets an OK Groomer post. Things go quiet for a year. And then on February 1, 22nd, author James Lindsay begins posting OK Groomer multiple times. A lot of this history is summed up really well in a thread on Twitter from Alejandra Caraballo, who has done an admirable job of chronicling this miserable history. I hope she's doing okay, but I'm sure her brain is broken, as is mine. Also, in early 2022, a bill is introduced to the Florida State Legislature called the Florida Parental Rights in Education Act, also known as the Don't Say Gay Bill. On March 4th, Ron DeSantis Communications Director Christina tweets that the Don't Say Gay Bill would be more accurately described as an anti-grooming bill. And now the snowball is really rolling down the hill. British gender-critical journalist Janice Turner accuses trans charity Mermaids of pure grooming because of an exit button on their website. Again, the idea is that providing any information to minors that parents wouldn't want them to have for any reason is grooming. So homophobic parents' rights are more important than the rights of minors to access accurate information about sex and gender. That's the claim that's being advanced. And any educator, any charity, any organization that's providing support or information to queer youth are groomers, according to this logic. The equivocation that's taking place is summarized explicitly in a tweet from James Lindsay, retweeted by Ben Shapiro on March 28th, defining grooming as the deliberate act of bringing a child into a sexual, political, or racial ideology, practice, cult, or lifestyle without the knowledge or consent of his or her parents for the aim of isolating them from their family so the external party can abuse and manipulate them. So this is a definition of grooming that's completely detached from any child welfare organization's definition. Obviously, it's a definition that kind of specifically speaks to the fears of conservative parents who feel that their children learning about the existence of racism or the existence of gay people are being indoctrinated, manipulated, recruited, which is to say, and I'm really exhausting my fingers with these air quotes here, groomed. They're defining grooming as indoctrination without parents' permission. Indoctrination is a very vague concept. What is it different? I mean, there's obviously a kind of relativity to the idea of indoctrination, right? One person's indoctrination is another person's education. I think that teaching children about hell is indoctrination. You're trying to scare them into believing in your religion. Conservatives think that teaching children that being gay is okay is indoctrination because they think that they think they can extinguish the existence of queer people by simply denying their existence. If they can just keep kids from finding out about us, then they'll stop it. This is false. I was given no indication that trans people exist at any point in my education, and yet here I am. but I'm really wasting my time trying to use logic. On March 28th, 2022, Ron DeSantis signs the Florida Parental Rights in Education Act, prompting many Disney employees to walk out in protest of Disney's initial silence and then lukewarm condemnation of the Don't Say Gay bill. In April 2022, an anti-groomer protest at Disneyland takes place.
Boycott Disney! Boycott Disney! Our children! Save our children!
And on April 8th, Media Matters finds that Fox News has aired 170 segments targeting trans people over a 3-week period. All of this kind of sets the stage for what's going to happen in the summer of 2022, where things get really grim. I was only vaguely paying attention to most of this because I was working on a video called The Hunger, which I published on May 30th, 2022, and then spent a lot of time on social media at the beginning of Pride Month. And I really got hit with the brunt of this groomer rhetoric. It was kind of a shock to me to return to social media after a break and find I'm being accused of pedophilia 10 to 20 times a day. It seemed like every day I'm reading a story about the Proud Boys disrupting drag queen story hours or protesting at Pride events. At first I tried tweeting to reason with these people, but quickly realized I'm wasting my time and resorted to irony. To do a little trolling. It's time to go on the offensive. I won't rest until every American child has been transed. And the response to this tweet, well, deny them the excuse of making a joke. Once they start to backpedal, always expect this to be a real wish of theirs. I'm serious. So the far right, which has long been using the excuse that they're just joking or just memeing, I can't believe you're taking us seriously, you libs who don't understand comedy. They will not tolerate 1 second of progressive irony on this topic. And immediately I'm inundated with hundreds of people who are honest to God, convinced that I am personally plotting and capable of transing every American child. I've got Pepes loading shotguns looking at me. They weren't supposed to become this insane this quickly. The genocide of Christianity was supposed to be a slow boil, but the invention of the internet accelerated bio-Leninism before the demographic tide turned fully in their favor. The internet saved humanity. These people reproduce by grooming children. When you try to restrict their access to children, they scream out in agony. To them, it's akin to genocide. They don't reproduce. They recruit. 2022 sort of culminated for me in this absolutely psychedelic headline from the Idaho Tribune. Neo-Nazis, White Lives Matter, Patriot Front, Satanists, Antifa, and drag queens turn Coeur d'Alene into anti-Christian freak show. They're all anti-Christian. A local Pride in the Park event in North Idaho became a national spectacle as neo-pagan extremist groups such as Patriot Front and White Lives Matter clashed with Satanists and drag queens in North Idaho this Saturday, June 11th. While these warring groups couldn't be any more different from one another, the three unifying factors threading them together is they were all from out of state, they're all universally despised by normal people, and they're all anti-Christian. The day began with Satanists co-mingling with children in a park in Coeur d'Alene, before being invited to dance on stage with drag queens, men dressed as women, for those not in the know, who were official performers for the event. The event continued while off in the distance, a large group of neo-pagan reactionaries calling themselves Patriot Front were rounded up by the police and charged with conspiracy to riot. Over to the left was the White Lives Matter group arguing with strangers about human biology and handing out pamphlets. And finally, in the right corner, we had Antifa members who traveled from Portland, Oregon to find themselves locked up among the neo-Nazis and pagans. All of these groups are outsiders. All of these groups are anti-Christian, and all of these groups together turned our beautiful home into a national freak show. These Satanists, drag queens, neo-pagans, Antifa, white supremacists, all of them are weird. They're not normal. They don't look normal. They don't talk normal. They don't act normal. They're not normal. If North Idaho is going to come together, it will be under the banner of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Anything else isn't enough and will not work. You know who didn't cause a scene? Those who went to the park to pray. Take notes, Idaho, by Jonathan Meadows, an author, a Christian, and a loving husband and father. I can't do this anymore. I quit. I can't de-radicalize these. You can't de-radicalize this. Throughout 22, Tucker Carlson has become the voice of the Groomer libel, constantly implying that teachers, that hospitals, that gay hypnosis and cash awaits those with absurd genders. The most viewed cable news host in the country is broadcasting this nonsense every night. And what are the effects of this? Well, in short, widespread violence and calls for violence, both extrajudicial and state violence. Of course, you're always going to have your fire and brimstone preachers casually suggesting that they kill us all.
Death! These people should be put to death. Every single homosexual in our country should be charged with the crime, the abomination of homosexuality that they have. They should be convicted in a lawful trial. They should be sentenced with death. They should be lined up against the wall and shot in the back of the head. That's what God teaches.
But now you've got donut shops being firebombed for hosting drag shows, masked brown shirts showing up at pride events, Mississippi Republicans condemning those who try to find political compromise with those who want to groom our school-aged children and pretend men are women, etc. I think they need to be lined up against wall before a firing squad to be sent to an early judgment. Ben Shapiro threatening to pick up a gun.
Beto O'Rourke does not get to raise my child. And if he tries, I will meet him at the door with a gun.
Armed militias showing up at drag shows. Tulsi Gabbard calling for the imprisonment of woke doctors. And of course a mass shooting at Club Q in Colorado Springs, killing 5 people and provoking extremely deranged apologia among conservative thinkers. We shouldn't tolerate pedophiles grooming kids. Club Q had a grooming event. How do prevent the violence and stop the grooming? The grooming of children is not stopping. People are calling for more violence. I do not think legislators will stop the grooming. People will not stop calling for violence. So you tell me what happens next. 2022 saw a new wave of bills criminalizing gender-affirming care for minors. In August 2022, libs of TikTok falsely claimed that the Boston Children's Hospital was providing gender-affirming hysterectomies to minors, leading to bomb threats. So we've had wave after wave of anti-LGBT violence and the threats of legislative violence. And on top of that, there's the psychological impact of this on queer people. Some cis gay people have attempted to cling to what social normality they have and turn against trans people, gays against groomers.
And unfortunately, the tragedy that happened in Colorado Springs the other night, it was expected and predictable. We all, within Gays Against Groomers, saw this coming from a mile away. Yeah. And sadly, I don't think it's going to stop until we end this evil agenda that is attacking children.
Is this woman even really gay? I don't know. This is just a tangent. I don't have to check facts. No one else seems to be checking facts, so why should I? My experience of the effect of all this on trans people is that it's been devastating. For years I've talked to trans people and heard so many say that they avoid children. They avoid even being seen in the same room as a child out of fear of this stigma about pedophilia. Trans people don't want to be seen with children. I don't want to be seen with children. Kill your shitty child. Some queer people have posted about their experiences being publicly confronted with groomer talking points and pedophile accusations. I also think all of this has just kind of destroyed the possibility of reason about certain topics. Is it possible now to have a conversation about what is appropriate for children at a drag show, for example? I feel like this is impossible to discuss because the air is so poisoned by this groomer nonsense that it's impossible for anyone to think clearly. It also really derails legitimate discussions about child sex trafficking and sexual abuse when you misuse these words like groomer so thoroughly that no one even knows what they mean anymore. And it erases the complexity of discussions about children and sexuality. Like, I've seen a lot of well-meaning progressive people try to combat the groomer talking points by saying that, oh, children at drag shows couldn't possibly be influenced by these things because children have no sexuality. Children just have no sexual thoughts. This is just not true. Psychologists have had to fight for hundreds of years at this point to establish the fact that children do have sexual feelings. I had sexual feelings when I was a child. Adults didn't tell me what I was feeling, but I knew something was up with whatever Jasmine is doing to Jafar. Why is this giant phallic slug enslaving Princess Leia in a bikini in a PG movie for all ages? I don't know, guys. A lot of people want to know how to combat this rhetoric, and I wish I had a good answer. The number one thing I see people doing, and what I've often resorted to doing, are kind of hypocrisy gotchas, where you say, oh, so you think it's inappropriate for a drag queen to lift her skirt, but what about Hooters waitresses? What about women in bikinis on beaches? What about worldwide? What about professional wrestling? Aren't these kind of kinky outfits? Why are children allowed to see this? Why are children allowed at the beach? Why are I don't know. I feel like this is having a chilling effect on the culture. It's sort of sexual conservatism is increasing in all corners in response to these talking points, as kind of paranoia about grooming sets in, even in progressive spaces, and we kind of shut up sexuality and shut up any discussion of sexuality as we insist that being gay is more about emotions than it is about sexuality. And we insist against all experience and science that teenagers don't have sexual feelings. I don't know. I just feel like reason has lost. And it's important to remember that conservatives are not going to be convinced by your hypocrisy dunks, right? Oh, you think it's okay to go to Hooters with your child but not to a drag show? Hypocrisy exposed. Well, look, that's not a contradiction. It's not hypocrisy to people who believe that homosexuality is fundamentally different. Fundamentally, it's perversion, it's unnatural, it's immoral. So of course they're going to judge things more harshly when it's done by queer people than when it's done by straight people. They don't care about children being indoctrinated into the straight lifestyle. They don't accept that as a possibility because they assume that being straight, that being cis is the natural way of things, the natural order, which is being corrupted by these activists, right? So to them, it's not hypocrisy. And pointing these things out that, oh, no one seems to have a problem with overt displays of heterosexuality, that doesn't feel like an own to them. They don't feel like you've made a point because they don't think that gay people and straight people are equal. So all of this groomer stuff, trying to respond to it as if it's a good faith claim of concern for children rather than what it is, which is an assertion of bigotry and hatred and distrust and exile of queerness. It's just so misguided and it's never going to work, right? So I don't really have the answer here. I feel kind of hopeless, to be honest. I know that's not the tone that people want me to end this on. I'm supposed to like de-radicalize the alt-right or whatever, but I don't know. The more I look at this kind of issue, the more I think that reason is futile, and this is not a conversation, it's a war. And I have a hard time seeing people who push these obvious lies as interlocutors. I see them as enemy combatants. I guess it's kind of sad that's how I think now, but it's how I've been led to think by the last year. And the way that the discourse has gone, I just don't feel like I have answers the way I used to. I guess we could just troll people. Haha, we're gonna make your kids gay.
Security agent, security agent.
No, let him stay.
No.
Let him stay.
Well, at least it's a fruit pie.
Tangent. The male gaze. Tangent. The feminine urge to be recognized in your full subjectivity by a partner who simultaneously desires you as an object and to somehow navigate all the contradictions inherently entailed therein. So the male gaze is a piece of jargon from academic film theory and art criticism that has entered the everyday vocabulary of the woman in the street. In colloquial usage, the male gaze describes a basic trauma of feminine existence, women's everyday experience of being scrutinized, appraised, leered at, surveyed, and judged by men. The phrase was originally coined in 1972 by the art critic John Berger in his book and BBC television series Ways of Seeing.
Women constantly meet glances which act like mirrors, reminding them of how they look or how they should look. Behind every glance is a judgment.
So the concept of the male gaze is very important to feminism, but it has to be articulated carefully or things can get real stupid real fast. Especially when it comes to discussing the male gaze versus the female gaze, as if these are two essential, unitary, categorically different ways of looking at the world. There's a kind of lazy view of male gaze and female gaze that says the male gaze is when leering, perverted, voyeuristic, hypersexual, focused on body parts, ew. And the female gaze is when soft, aesthetic, innocent, chaste, pure, focused on emotions, good. The female gaze is when emotions. Congratulations, you've redescribed Victorian gender stereotypes. I don't know if this qualifies as radical feminist theory. I feel like for a theory to qualify as feminist, it has to at least advance a thesis that 19th century sexologists would disagree with. Back in the 1800s, there was a guy called
Richard von Krafft-Ebing,
who wrote a book called Psychopathia Sexualis, one of the first systematic attempts to study human sexuality. Its case studies had to be published in Latin so commoners wouldn't get any notions. Krafft-Ebing reached such groundbreaking conclusions as, quote,
"Man has beyond doubt the stronger sexual appetite of the two. Woman, however, if physically and mentally normal and properly educated, has but little sensual desire. Nevertheless, sexual consciousness is stronger in woman than in man, but her love is more spiritual than sensual."
This was a basic idea of 19th century sexology, of early psychoanalysis. Men are driven by sex. Women are emotional, and who knows what they want. But sometimes I feel like the last century or so hasn't really made that much progress on this. I just read an academic feminist article on the movie The Devil Wears Prada, which argued that this movie is female gaze because women like to look at clothes. Did we really need 100 years of feminist research to discover that men like boobs and women like clothes?
Groundbreaking.
I'm not even saying that it's wrong. Like, most men do like boobs and lots of women do like to look at clothes. But this observation is just a little obvious for my taste. I always thought The Devil Wears Prada was female gaze for different reasons. Don't you just want Miranda Priestley to step on your cerulean sweater? I hope I don't need to argue that men can write mushy romance and women can be leering perverts. With gender and sexuality, every generalization is an overgeneralization. So what are we even talking about here? I do think there's utility in talking about the male gaze, so what is the male gaze? Well, it's not just taking sexual pleasure in looking, what Freud called scopophilia, pleasure in looking.
It is usual for most normal people to linger to some extent on the intermediate sexual aim of a looking that has a sexual tinge to it. Indeed, this offers them a possibility of directing some proportion of their libido onto higher artistic aims.
It's hot, I'm taking this sweater off. I feel like the worst, most reductive understanding of the male gaze that I want to avoid is the idea that the male gaze is when a man looks at a woman with lust in his heart. It can't just be that. So what is it? What are we talking about? A male behavioral pattern? A style of visual representation in art, in cinema, in pornography, in advertising? Is the male gaze an essential fact inherent to masculine sexuality? Or is it a sociological phenomenon? Well, when we talk about the male gaze, a lot of what we're talking about is the way that sexual gazing intersects with power. There's power in gazing and vulnerability in being gazed at. Like in the 2000 comedy Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy, where Ron Burgundy envisions a perfect patriarchal household where he prohibits his children from making eye contact.
No eye contact.
I think this scene is actually only in the extended edition, so now I have to live with the fact that I have somehow watched the director's cut of Anchorman, The Legend of Ron Burgundy. The patriarch gazes at his children, but the children are not allowed to gaze in return. Lowered eyes are a sign of submission. Feminist Bell Hooks writes in her essay, The Oppositional Gaze, Black Female Spectators.
When thinking about black female spectators, I remember being punished as a child for staring. For those hard, intense, direct looks children would give grown-ups, looks that were seen as confrontational, as gestures of resistance, challenges to authority. The gaze has always been political in my life. There is power in looking.
She describes how enslaved people were often punished for looking at their enslavers. John Berger points out that in European oil paintings, men are clothed while women are nude. This reflects a situation of power. It's humiliating to be seen without being able to see, like the sexual aggressor Frank in David Lynch's film Blue Velvet, who commands Dorothy not to look at him while he's assaulting her.
Don't you fucking look at me.
Women, children, enslaved people, those without power are denied a gaze of their own. In the case of enslavers, it's obvious to me that the reason that they punish the gaze of enslaved people is that there's shame and guilt in being seen. To stave off the feeling of guilt, the aggressor has to deny his victim's viewpoint. Something similar to that was said by a French philosopher called Sartre, who started a little thing called existentialism that you may have heard of. According to Sartre, we actually discover ourselves, our own ego, through the experience of being seen by other people. He uses a revealing example of a peeping Tom who has no consciousness of himself as he looks through a keyhole, but who suddenly experiences shame and self-consciousness, not just when he's seen, but when he becomes aware that he could be seen. Being gazed at forces the experience of self-awareness on us, which is maybe inherently an experience of shame. Cringe. It's what Barbie experiences when she's leered at for the first time.
I feel kind of ill at ease, like I'm conscious, but it's myself that I'm conscious of.
Before I dig too much deeper into this, I should probably address that many men object to the entire concept of the male gaze, claiming that their sexual desire is inherently visual and that feminists complaining about the male gaze are castrators who are persecuting male sexuality.
Yeah, my sexuality does not become a crime simply because I am a straight, white male who likes hot ladies. And frankly, Anita, we can live without your own brand of cyber Sharia.
I think this conflict arises because men often feel enslaved by their own desire for women, and women feel enslaved by men's desire. I don't think this is a valid objection because, one, the male struggle against what the church fathers called concupiscence is not an oppression inflicted on men by women. And two, a steelman version of the feminist critique of male gaze is not an attack on visual pleasure itself, but on the way that it's used to dehumanize women in everyday life. I want to be clearer on this point than many feminists are. I think that visual pleasure is as natural a component of human sexuality as the pleasure of skin-to-skin touch.
Don't you feel eyes moving over your body, Clarice? And don't your eyes seek out the things you want?
I do not think we should eliminate male visual pleasure, nor could we even if we wanted to. I also reject the essentialist idea that female sexuality isn't visual, but I know I'm going against the popular wisdom here, which says that male sexuality is visual and female sexuality isn't. This idea is so prevalent that before we get into any kind of more theoretical discussion, I feel like I have to address it. Part 1. Alleged psychosexual dimorphism. I don't believe in anatomical destiny. I am a trans person, so that wouldn't really make any sense. But I do believe in sociological tendency. I think it would be fair to say that men have a tendency to look at women, and to artistically represent women in ways that many women find uncomfortable and traumatizing. Now, there's a common sense belief that there is something called male sexuality, which is fundamentally different from another thing called female sexuality. People believe this for understandable reasons. At a population level, men and women express sexuality very differently. And yes, hormones and other biological factors probably have something to do with it, but I think that talk of an organic male sexuality versus female sexuality is probably not justified, for reasons that I will explain. That said, comparing and contrasting the sexuality of men and women seems almost inescapable. The stereotypical view of the difference is well captured in an episode of the show Tuca and Birdie, in which the heterosexual bird couple, Birdie and Speckle, decide to spice up their sex life by showing each other what kind of pornography they consume. So Speckle shows Birdie a stereotypical X-Hub type video with a corny plot where the pizza man turns out to be the girl's boyfriend and then they immediately fuck on the couch. And then Birdie, the girl bird, shows Speckle The Nests of Netherfield, a Jane Austen or Regency romance parody.
I've longed for this moment through 15 long winters and one surprisingly short spring.
Then we shan't waste a moment more.
And Speckle and Birdie are unable to understand what the other finds hot about the thing they like without a lot of explanation.
You want me to ignore you for 15 years, then give you a small peck on the beak?
No! It's not about the peck. It's about the building of desire, the longing, the passion.
I guess this is an experience that a lot of heterosexual couples have. The tension arises out of the fact that men's sexuality is often expressed as visual, physical, and emotionally detached, whereas women's sexuality is stereotypically narrative, spiritual, and requires emotional investment. The usual dynamic is that men are bored by the things women like, which they find incomprehensible, and women are creeped out by the things men like, which they find gross. The underlying assumption is something like male sexuality is simple gratification of an animal instinct, whereas female sexuality is literary. Pleasure has to mean something. Slavoj Žižek says that women preemptively narrativize sexual encounters.
The true enjoyment is not in doing it, but in telling about it afterwards.
And there is a long-standing tendency of women to prefer written erotica to visual pornography. This has resulted in a lot of feminists basically ceding visual sexuality to men. Sexual interest in looking at anything above the ankle is the male gaze, and sexual interest in looking at anything below the ankle is definitely the male gaze. And men's leering, awkward, unself-conscious, guiltless sexual hyperfixations certainly are everywhere in media. A lot of the most popular anime series like Evangelion, I actually find basically unwatchable because of this. Just the constant, gratuitous creep shots of underage girls, because you could argue it's really important to Shinji's character or whatever that we all share his gaze. Still not gonna recommend this show to a woman though. There's any number of examples I could point to of men on the internet having insanely delusional, introverted ideas about what women's bodies look like.
AI art bots have already perfected the female form. I think psychoanalysis is a dysfunctional German field that provides little explanatory power.
I doubt the male gaze would bother women as much as it does if so many men didn't allow sexual fantasy to overtake their sense of reality. It's embarrassing. It makes you seem like you've never interacted with a woman in real life. So it's gonna be hard for me to defend men against this stereotype, but I will defend men from the accusation that their sexuality is merely animalistic or extremely simple. Look at this boomer meme suggesting that women's sexuality is really complicated and men's sexuality is an on-off switch. Is male sexuality really simple? I mean, men are the ones who are capable of substituting a woman's foot for the entire sexual object. Is that simple? Is that not mysterious? And on the other hand, when women read romance and erotica, don't you see in your mind's eye what's happening? Isn't that a kind of visual sexuality?
Edward in the sunlight was shocking. I couldn't get used to it, though I'd been staring at him all afternoon.
His skin, white despite the faint flush from yesterday's hunting trip, literally sparkled, like thousands of tiny diamonds were embedded in the surface.
This is a very opulent visual description, considering that women's sexuality is not visual. I feel like there's 3 common theories of female sexuality that I've noticed floating around. The first theory we could call the phallocentric. The idea is that female sexuality is basically complementary to male sexuality, the female glove that fits the male hand. Male sadism, voyeurism, and dominance correspond conveniently to female masochism, exhibitionism, and submission. According to this basically reactionary anti-feminist view, women desire nothing more than to supply what men demand. Theory 2 I'll call the Neo-Victorian theory. The idea is that female sexuality is spiritual. It's narrative, not visual. It's slow to accelerate, based on yearning, soft, pure, and chaste, ooh. The fundamental attachment is to emotions, not to bodies, ew. Theory 3 I'll call the female eunuch theory. This theory basically says that female sexuality as we know it is just a more repressed version of male sexuality. There's no fundamental difference between male and female sexuality on this view, except that the same instincts are expressed differently because of different socialization. This view basically assumes that masculine sexuality is the default and is superior. Germaine Greer argues that patriarchy has made women into castrated men, and suggests that women should abandon romance novels for hardcore pornography and learn to enjoy the visual pleasures of leering at young boys. Obviously, each of these theories is problematic, though they could each be defended to some extent. And the first 2 you could interpret either as anatomically destined or as socially constructed. I guess my take is that libido is, of course, an organic drive. Humans are mammals. We have a sex drive just like other mammals have. But human laws and norms are internalized as guilt and shame, which psychologically determine the form that desire takes. Because men and women are subject to different pressures and norms of masculinity and femininity, guilt and shame shape male and female desires very differently. And I think that is most of the reason for the huge differences we see between the sexes. And later in this tangent, I'll argue that that accounts for why male and female sexual desire manifests so differently. So that being said, let's look at how male desire manifests. Part 2. The Male Gaze According to Laura Mulvey. Laura Mulvey's 1975 paper, Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, is the foundational text of male gaze studies. Mulvey's theory is not about how men look at women in general, it's specifically about the language of cinema and how men represent women in movies, specifically mainstream Hollywood movies. Mulvey claims there are
2 contradictory aspects of the pleasurable structures of looking in the conventional cinematic situation. The first, scopophilic, arises from pleasure in using another person as an object of sexual stimulation through sight. The second, developed through narcissism and the constitution of the ego, comes from identification with the image seen. The first is a function of the sexual instincts, the second of ego libido.
So to translate that from the psychoanalytic jargon, there's 2 components to male gaze. One is the attraction to objectified women, and the other is identification with idealized men. The first is based on object-oriented sexual attraction, and the second is based on a kind of mirror narcissism, a pleasure that men get from seeing their ideal selves reflected back at them. Now, most people who talk about the male gaze focus on the first aspect, the objectification aspect. Women in movies suspend the narrative flow and are enjoyed as objects of the gaze. As objects of desire, they motivate the protagonist. The camera cuts women's bodies into pieces for piecemeal consumption by male characters, male viewers, and the camera, which is symbolically an eye, which is symbolically a phallus, and so on. All that psychoanalytic feminist stuff. According to Mulvey, through the visual language of cinema, women are coded as to be looked at. Shiny objects that the camera dwells on because it's just nice to look at them. I feel like most of us probably understand this concept. I don't need to elaborate on this too much. The other aspect I think is a little bit more difficult to understand, this idea of identification with the male protagonist as an ego ideal. If you take out the jargon Berg, and it's really not that difficult to understand. It's kind of like the feminist equivalent of men complaining that media created by women has Mary Sue protagonists, right? These kind of idealized, self-insert fantasy protagonists that men viewing movies want to be.
A male movie star's glamorous characteristics are thus not those of the erotic object of the gaze, but those of the more perfect, more complete, more powerful ideal ego, conceived in the original moment of recognition in front of the mirror.
This is a reference to the psychoanalyst Lacan. We'll get to that. The idea is that for men, there's a narcissistic pleasure of identifying with the image of their ideal self. James Bond, superheroes. And I feel like recently male identification with movie protagonists has gotten weirder. The Joker, Patrick Bateman. So we have these two pleasures of the male gaze: scopophilic looking at the objectified woman and narcissistic identification with the idealized man. Obviously, this all assumes that the audience is male. In her follow-up essay, Mulvey addresses the question about women viewers of Hollywood movies, and she claims that women identify with the masculine spectator position too, and enjoy movies vicariously as sort of honorary men as long as they're in the theater.
For women, from childhood onwards, transsex identification is a habit that very easily becomes second nature. However, this nature does not sit easily and shifts restlessly in its borrowed transvestite clothes.
If, on the other hand, women reject male identification, then they view movies in a disenchanted, skeptical way where they can't enjoy it as fantasy. This is what Bell Hooks calls the oppositional gaze, a kind of refusal to enter into the male fantasy or to the white woman's fantasy. This is the basic stance of critiquers, right? Because they're not able to enjoy this art, they complain about it. To people who enjoy movies, this is usually annoying, but I think we can sympathize with it at least a little bit. It's hard when nothing in the mainstream culture is for you. I also want to flag that Mulvey's male gaze theory makes a lot of heterosexual assumptions. And assumed heterosexuality is a major problem with the entire discourse around male and female gaze. Which is not to say that Mulvey is wrong, just that once you start talking about how queer people experience media, the whole theory sort of becomes incoherent. We'll come back to that later. I think I really will come back to that later. It's like 6 in the morning. I think I want to go to sleep and just film the rest of this tomorrow. Part 3, objectification. It's a new section, it's a new day. I'm getting started at a crisp and bright 11 p.m. So, objectification. Objectification, I'm sorry to say, is probably fundamental to human sexuality. Most people are on some level attracted to bodies. So again, this is an area where feminist critique needs to be precise, because condemning all sexual objectification leads to zany conclusions which actually predate feminism. Maidenless German philosopher Immanuel Kant writes that masturbation makes the human agent an object of enjoyment and is therefore self-abuse and morally worse than suicide. I think this is taking things too far. Probably it's okay to sometimes use yourself as a little bit of an object. We can have a little objectification as a treat. But the feminists are right that we don't want too much objectification either. I feel like the term objectification is not really specific enough for most feminist purposes, because it's the nature of human existence that we all exist as both subjects and as objects, and sexuality, therefore, attaches to both subjective and objective agents of people, to bodies and to minds. As I see it, it's not really objectification in itself that's the problem, but rather desubjectification, dehumanization. What feminists like Anita Sarkeesian are complaining about when they talk about objectification might better be termed dehumanization. Right, this is what Martha Nussbaum's criteria of objectification are pointing towards. Instrumentality, commodification, interchangeability, violability, disposability. It's not just that someone is an object of perception for you, it's that they are a violable, thing-like, non-human object. I see objectification as kind of psychologically opposed to identification. When we objectify someone, we're refusing to identify with them. Why do men objectify women? Well, misogyny, yes, but let's be more specific. In part, I think it's because most men don't identify with women. They don't even know how to. Men are not socialized to identify with women. Boys often fear identification with girls or identification with their own mother. It's as if the boys are afraid that by identifying with girls, they might themselves become girls. I guess in my case, that is what happened. Well, the phenomenon of men writing women illustrates what happens when men who can't identify with women attempt to write female characters. Instead of plausible female identification, you get mere erotic projection. She breasted boobily. A lot of men don't know how to write women as subjects, so they write them as objects. And this is really upsetting to most women. Women are not man-haters by nature. Most women crave recognition from men, and they're disturbed that so many men seem to relate to them in this introverted, objectifying way. I also think that heterosexual men have a selfish, sexual motive for refusing to identify with women. And when I say that guilt and shame shape desire, this is part of what I'm talking about. Many people in general who are attracted to women unconsciously view women as easily hurt, easily offended. We're guilty about desiring women because we unconsciously view women as weak and vulnerable. And so we feel that being attracted to women is predatory. And I think this is a problem for straight men and for gay women, but gay women don't usually solve this problem with objectification because gay women usually find it easy to identify with other women. We see ourselves in other women, so we can't view them merely as objects. But because men often don't identify with women, objectification is a solution to the problem of guilt. Because negating the other's subjectivity eliminates the shame of being seen. When you objectify a woman, she becomes meat. You can stare and lust and consume her without the guilt and shame and self-consciousness that would result from seeing her as an equal subject. And that's why we have sex dolls. It's why we have cyborgs, robotic women, AI big titty anime GFs. A lot of men gravitate towards these objects of guiltless, introverted sexual consumption that make women really uncomfortable. Because women don't like being seen this way. Women want to be recognized as people. They don't want to be reduced to slabs of meat. Granted, some women learn to profit by pandering to this type of gazing.
Ice cream, yum!
Kitty paws purr. No, it's spicy. All of this, of course, raises the question, why do gay men objectify? I think part of it is that objectification isn't so often the trauma for gay men that it is for women. So gay men tend not to have quite the same complex, ambivalent relationship to objectification that women do. I also think that because masculinity is associated with power, objectification of men has different implications than objectification of women. In particular, a muscular man's body is not passive, soft flesh to be preyed upon. A muscular male body is power. And you see this in the almost quasi-religious attitude to male bodies that's part of gay male culture. I would even argue that gay men's objectification of men is extremely threatening to heteronormativity. It's the to-be-looked-atness of men at pride parades that is so scandalous to straight people. It's threatening to the male voyeur, female exhibitionist, heterosexual dyad. But that's not to say that objectifying men is inherently unproblematic. Regardless of whether men or women's bodies are the object, objectification taken to its extreme is predation. Part 3.5, Jeffrey Dahmer. I see Jeffrey Dahmer's cannibalistic lust murders as an extreme case of sexual objectification. If you take the logic of consuming, dominating, objectifying masculine sexuality to its extreme, you get serial killers. Before Jeff Dahmer became the cannibalistic psycho we all know and love, he stole a male mannequin from a department store. This man wanted to create sex zombies, perfect, obedient, submissive, totally possessed by him. I take as a serious challenge to us gender anti-essentialists the question, why is there no female Jeffrey Dahmer? It's not that women are angels or that women are inherently non-violent, because we know that's not true. There's women domestic abusers, there's women serial killers, but female serial killers seem to kill for different motives. It's revenge or profit. It's not pure dominating lust. Some feminists would argue that lust killing has to do with the relationship of masculinity to sexual dominance. Women's identity as women isn't actualized through sexual conquest in the way that men's identity as men is. I think this explanation makes sense when it comes to killers like Ted Bundy, who is clearly a misogynist. His killing is an extreme overextension of the social value of male sexual dominance. But how do we explain gay lust killers? How do we explain Jeffrey Dahmer? I chose him as an example for a reason. So far as I am aware, no lesbian in recorded history has ever had a refrigerator full of severed women's heads. I feel like it's related to a broader trend of sexual dimorphism when it comes to fetishism. In common usage, the word fetish is way overused. People basically use the word fetish to mean any kind of non-procreative sexual preference whatsoever. But I think the word fetish should be relegated to its more specific Freudian usage. The idea of sexual fetishism was originally introduced by analogy to religious fetishism, the idea that certain objects represent or are inhabited by gods. Likewise, fetishism is the investment of libido in specific objects. Freud calls it partialism, where a part of the sexual object stands in for the whole. So we have usually male fetishes for things like feet and shoes. I consider this one of the great mysteries of human sexuality. None of the proposed theories are all that convincing to me. Freud says that the fetish object is meant to kind of relieve castration anxiety in men, the idea being that men's sexuality sort of fixates on an object that they were aware of before they became cognizant of the mother's lack of a phallus. Some neuroscientists have suggested that on the sensory motor cortex, the part of the brain that receives input from nerves in the feet is close to that which receives input from the genitals, and so foot fetishes result from that. I don't find either of these explanations very plausible, but I feel like Freud's explanation can be translated into a more plausible version of itself. It's not that men literally fixate on a thing they saw before they saw the mother's pubic hair or whatever. Rather, it's that what Freud is calling castration anxiety is really men's fear of female subjectivity. It's their fear of the guilt and shame that comes with being seen by the woman. So reducing the woman to an object, to a shoe, to a foot, there's no anxiety or guilt associated with wanting to consume a shoe, because a shoe is not a subjective being that can subject you to its own gaze. And so you don't have to deal with the ordeal of being seen when your sexuality is fixated on a goddamn shoe. It is primarily men that do this. There are women who are especially attracted to certain parts of the body, usually hands or forearms, but this generally doesn't become a fetishistic obsession that overtakes attraction to the entire person. There's a horror movie from 2002 called May about a girl who kind of violently enacts the dynamic of male fetishism. She's only attracted to parts of people, but never the whole.
So many pretty parts, no pretty holes.
And so she goes on a slasher killer rampage and sews up a perfect body out of the parts of various people. This is a kind of fun premise for a horror movie, and it subverts the usual gender dynamic of fetishism. But I'm struggling to find any actual example of real women who act like this. Why don't women fetishize the way men do? Like I said, to me, it's still one of those great mysteries. I think about it every night as I'm lying awake in bed, thinking about stitching up the perfect human doll. Part 4. Subjectification. Part 5. The female gaze. There is no consensus on what the female gaze is, or even on whether the female gaze is a valid concept. Zoe Agapitou argues in an article on the internet I found, one solution to the question of the female gaze is that it does not and cannot exist because such a gaze would require the existence of a female-dominant culture in order to be theorized. My face when no matriarchy. Do women have a gaze? Do women have eyes? Can women see? No. The objection to the concept of the female gaze is that the idea of the male gaze is intertwined with patriarchal power, so there could not be a corresponding female gaze unless there were a corresponding female-dominant power structure for it to be embedded in. This viewpoint seems to be a minority opinion though, since discourse about the female gaze, at least on social media, only seems to increase every month. One idea about the female gaze is that it's simply the negation of the male gaze. Anita Sarkeesian is a feminist critic who often implicitly seems to think this way. Instead of unrealistic, sexy male fantasy armor, female characters should have normal, practical armor that doesn't turn men on. Instead of sexy male fantasy unlockable costumes, female characters should have unlockable costumes that aren't sexualized.
And if you must go the bunny girl or cat girl route, this right here is definitely the way to do it.
Anita does a lot of theorizing that could basically be summarized as she just wants games that are made by women and that cater to women's sensibilities, and that don't cater to salivating male sexual hyperfixations. But I think this idea of the female gaze as simply not the male gaze is a little unsatisfying because a lot of people like the idea that women have a sexual gaze of their own. However, mainstream attempts to cater to a hypothetical female gaze have tended not to succeed. In the 20th century, Playgirl magazine was never as popular as Playboy, except among gay men. When Magic Mike came out in 2012, everyone said this was going to usher in a new age of female sexual gazing at men's bodies in movies. But I feel like that hasn't really happened. And I think there's a lot of reasons why that is. I mean, one reason is that our culture still treats female desire like a joke, like it's inherently hilarious that a woman would be attracted to men, which I think has a shaming and inhibiting effect on the psychology of women. I also think it's worth noting that Magic Mike has a male director, male cinematographer, and male writer, so the notion that it's deeply informed by women's desires, we could call that into question. I actually once went to a Magic Mike live show at a bachelorette party in Vegas during a very different stage of my life. And the one thing about it that really stands out to me still is just the lengths the male strippers had to go to persuade the female audience that they have permission to enjoy. The level of guilt and repression that binds the average straight woman is a force that's hard to contend with. My experience is also that in practice, male striptease is very different from female striptease. Male striptease, embodied by Magic Mike, it's not about the gradual exposure of soft, vulnerable flesh. The emphasis is all about muscles, thrusting, phallic power. There's maybe a little bit of a feminine subversive element in the shaved legs, the thongs, the twerking, but so often it relies on tropes of working class masculinity, uniforms and stock characters, cowboys, soldiers, sailors, cops, firemen, Tarzan. It's all derived from like the village people, the gay men's ideas from the 1970s. Just so much thrusting. I think that gay men remain more likely to worship this kind of hard, physical masculinity. Of course, that's a generalization, like everything I'm saying in this tangent. Obviously, some women like muscles. Dear Marvel, I just saw your issue of Marvel Swimsuit Special 1994. It was very cool because it was 50-50 male-female. For once, someone was fair. It's usually 98% female. I'm a black female, late 20s. I want to see Thor nude. The Dan Panosian's Tom Smith picture didn't do him justice. In fact, 60% of all Thor pictures don't do him justice. Thor is truly a godsend. Please draw him much more handsome and nude in next year's issue. Thank you. Address withheld by request. There should honestly be a national holiday named after the woman who wrote this, but I still feel like she's the exception. Gay gym bros are all over Instagram, but there's not a lot of Tumblr girlies blogging about muscle worship.
I used to have a lot of pride in my prowess of understanding women, but I realized that I am probably really off. In my pursuit of writing a chick flick, I have written a story about men doing manly shit. I tried to include things that women would be attracted to. Policemen and firefighters saving the day. Sweaty buff military dudes doing brave shit downrange while smelling like testosterone. Guns and fast cars. Muscular dudes deadlifting iron weights and women, and sometimes each other. Women being swept off their feet by rough, calloused hands, literally. Ripped sailors manning the harpoon and then returning to shore where they get into bar fights. Henry Rollins. Scenes in the men's locker rooms and descriptions of showers where water runs down naked, muscular bodies. Chest hair. I even have one scene where a dude is listening to a woman talk about her feelings, to show dudes having a sensitive, articulate side, while being able to kick ass at the same time. I think women like that. Anyway, my audience demographic didn't turn out as expected. My story became popular among dudes, especially in the 14-25 age range. Maybe like 5% is woman. Where did I go wrong?
You fucked up my N-word. Where are the twinks? Bitches love twinks.
Bitches do love twinks. I feel like this is one of the big under-recognized facts of human sexuality. Straight women love twinks. Timothée Chalamet, K-pop idols, Edward Cullen, Beatlemania.
Gorgeous! He's gorgeous! Ringo has a sexy nose!
I know they're not technically twinks, but you know what I mean. Most straight women like men who have something feminine in them, something that women can identify with. Conventional wisdom has it that gay men love men who have something of the feminine in them, and sometimes that's definitely true, but honestly I feel like gay men are more likely to desire the masculine ideal than straight women are. A lot of gay men are gay because they love masculinity, whereas a lot of women find like rough, hard masculinity kind of like difficult to identify with, difficult to interact with. Like I honestly think that like the number one fact that debunks all incel theory is that straight women are not obsessed with chiseled jawlines. Straight women are attracted to like the most weird, idiosyncratic looking men. Look at the whole Tumblr sexy man phenomenon. Speaking of Tumblr, there's another idea of what the female gaze is that says that it's about the yearning. So maybe the archetypal example would be the Darcy hand flex from the 2005 Pride and Prejudice movie.
Mr. Darcy?
Miss Elizabeth?
Desire, tension, yearning. There's no question that in practice, this is the female gaze. Women love to yearn, but at the same time, I feel uneasy about limiting feminine fantasy to the exaggerated modesty of hand grazing. Men fuck, women make love.
I don't make love. I fuck. Hard.
Maybe not even make love. Women graze hands. Women are roommates. Isn't this neo-Victorian? Like the male gaze is this raw, animal, goggle-eyed lusting, but the female gaze is a miserable lesbian in historical costume on a rocky beach looking out at the ice-cold sea and contemplating death? I mean, relatable. I guess, if you give women permission to objectify, they'll often mention that they're attracted to such body parts as hands and forearms, which I'm sorry to be all psychoanalytic about it, but these are obvious phallic symbols. The veinier, the better. I think probably too bold a thesis on the female gaze is Germaine Greer's The Beautiful Boy, in which she argues that women should cultivate attraction to, you know, underage kids. That has not aged well, and that is not a text for the 21st century. Here's a question for the comments section. How different are straight women's desires from gay men's? I guess my thesis here is that a lot of the difference can be attributed to women's uneasy relationship with visual sexuality in general. Modesty norms, slut-shaming, fears that men will interpret women's expression of any kind of desire at all as an invitation for degrading and violent sex. I think for a lot of women, visual erotic media is also associated with putting on a show for men, performing sexuality instead of actually experiencing it. And I think that's one reason why a lot of women prefer written erotica. Most erotica is written for women, whereas most visual pornography is produced for men. That fact alone probably explains some portion of the trend. And there's also just this social pressure to be feminine, where femininity often implies passivity. Women aren't supposed to desire men. They're supposed to desire men's desire, which leads us to Part 6. Feminine narcissism. Sexologists have long been suggesting some version of the idea that women's sexuality is inherently narcissistic. In trans women, it's called autogynephilia. In cis women, it's called feminine narcissism, but it's basically the same idea. Most women are pretty hostile to the idea of feminine narcissism because it's usually used to disparage women and to reinforce pre-existing stereotypes of cis women as self-absorbed bimbos or of trans women as dangerous predators, which conclusion just reinforces everyone's assumptions about us in the first place. But if we can detach it from the annoying political debates, I think we have to take this idea at least a little bit seriously, because it's not just male sexologists who have suggested it. What do you make of this viral tweet?
Men think women wear sexy outfits to the gym for the male gaze, but in reality this is only a fraction of the explanation, the primary being that female pleasure is inherently narcissistic, and we like to watch ourselves looking hot.
Who is liking this tweet? Is it only misogynistic men, or is there something about this that a lot of women relate to?
Do men even like lingerie?
We like how it makes women feel.
It's not for them.
They like how much we like it.
Women don't wear lingerie for men. I wear it so I can be wearing anything, anywhere, and secretly know that I am strapped up like a finely tuned machine, a bomb disguised as an uncomfortable present, an expensive hidden thing.
Remember that in Laura Mulvey's analysis, part of the male gaze involves narcissism too, the narcissism of identification with an ideal male ego. I do think that feminine narcissism is different. It's rooted in the heterosexual assumption that men are subjects and women are objects. This idea of a woman gazing at herself goes back to the beginning of theorizing about the male gaze. John Berger writes,
"Men look at women. Women watch themselves being looked at. This determines not only most relations between men and women, but also the relation of women to themselves. The surveyor of woman in herself is male, the surveyed female. Thus she turns herself into an object, and most particularly, an object of vision, a sight."
There's a famous quotation from Margaret Atwood's novel The Robber Bride that goes,
Male fantasies. Is everything run by male fantasies? Up on a pedestal or down on your knees? It's all a male fantasy, that you're strong enough to take what they dish out, or else too weak to do anything about it. Even pretending you aren't catering to male fantasies is a male fantasy. Pretending you're unseen, pretending you have a life of your own, that you can wash your feet and comb your hair unconscious of the ever-present watcher peering through the keyhole in your own head, if nowhere else. You are a woman with a man inside watching a woman. You are your own voyeur.
Simone de Beauvoir says in The Second Sex, to feel like a woman is to feel like a desirable object, to believe oneself desired and loved. Feminine narcissism generally involves an identification with an external, usually male spectator. There's an ongoing debate about the nature of feminine narcissism, where one side says that it's really just pandering to an external male gaze and has nothing to do with the woman's own pleasure at all. And another side says that actually, women do derive a kind of genuine pleasure from this sort of narcissistic gazing. Look at Britney Spears' Instagram feed. This constant exhibitionism. Who is this for? Honestly, I don't think that this is for men. I think that it's for her. In fact, you know it's for her because men are really threatened by Britney's Instagram account. People act like she's gone crazy. The opposing argument is expressed in this Tumblr post.
My ultimate pet peeve is women sexualizing themselves being defended as she's embracing her sexuality. It could not be more removed from her sexuality. Her sexuality is what she finds attractive. Making yourself more attractive to men is embracing men's sexuality.
So the question is this just internalized male gaze, or is it authentic female self-love? Isn't part of the reason that men feel threatened by feminine narcissism that there's something enviably autonomous about a woman desiring herself? But which self is it that does the desiring? Is it her, or is it the male voyeur in her head? You see this debate a lot around music videos, like Cardi B's video for WAP, Some feminists say this has nothing to do with female sexuality and is mere pandering to the tastes of men. Others see it as an expression of an authentic female sexuality in its own right. Don't women derive some kind of pleasure from inviting, actively soliciting male attraction? Some feminists seem to assume that female sexuality should be totally autonomous from men, or that female sexuality ought to be tender, soft, diffuse, emotional, not exhibitionistic, not sadomasochistic, not phallic, not visual, delicate, ladylike sexuality, without all that icky masculine pervert stuff. I think that most women want to be desired by men, but they don't want to know the details of male desire. The male gaze in all its horrifying details creeps women out. Consider, for example, the famous cartoonist R. Crumb, whose introverted corporeal obsessions with women appeal to a lot of men, but almost are universally disliked by women. This is not how women want to be seen. I guess it's a moral question too. Should we condemn men for seeing women in this way? I'm actually not sure that we should. I can't say that I like the way that R. Crumb depicts women, but at the same time, I find something almost touching in his honesty. He's not trying to impress or seduce women, he's just like blurting out in visual form his own abject desire. There's just no a priori reason to think that male desire should correspond to female desire. Straight people want to think that's true, but often it just isn't. Some kind of compromise has to be reached. Women want men to desire them, but sometimes you have to invent a fantasy man because he's the only one who will see you the way you want to be seen. In my opinion, the absolutely perfect feminine narcissist fantasy is the draw me like your French girl scene from James Cameron's Titanic. Leo paints Rose nude, but it's all Rose's idea, she's in control, and Leo is this adoring soft boy who just kind of sits there and trembles with the force of his yearning. It was the most erotic moment of my life.
It was the most erotic moment of my life.
Part 7. The Lesbian Gaze. Like straight women, I think most gay women have an ambivalent relationship to sexual gazing. For example, if you browse lesbian forums, you'll see a lot of posts like this.
Feel like a bad feminist for having explicit gay thoughts. I see a woman and I'm like, damn. And then I have gay thoughts and then I'm like, she's not an object stop. And then I'm like, I am gay. This is how my brain works. And the cycle continues.
As a feminist, I am appalled by these images, and as a lesbian, I am delighted.
Being attracted to women isn't objectification. That said, I'm trying to learn that too because it's gotten to the point where I'm having to teach myself that it's okay to look at my wife's boobs. My wife, who I married. Internalized homophobia is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, been there. Be respectful and don't look at her butt when she changes or bends over. You've only been together for years.
There's this feeling that frequently comes up that sexual attraction to women is inherently in conflict with feminism and with respect for women. These women feel that sexual gazing is inherently predatory and unfeminine. Like there's this dichotomy between looking respectfully and gazing at a woman with lust in your heart. Is there something inherently degrading or dominating or disrespectful about sexual gazing? Well, I don't think so. It's all a question of context, right? You looking at your wife with lust in your heart when she wants you to be attracted to her is not dehumanizing, nor is it immoral. But in many contexts, it is rude or it is predatory to leer at people who you're attracted to. The problem is that once you build in systems of inhibition, guilt, and shame that prevent you from leering at sexual objects in some contexts, it's difficult to release that inhibition in contexts where it is appropriate. I also think that a lot of gay women have a hostility to sexual gazing that comes from a fairly justified paranoia about voyeurism. Gay women are a sexual minority, and we have to constantly navigate a world where our sexuality is primarily viewed as a kind of fetish object in itself for consumption by men. For example, on Reddit, the forum r/lesbians is a pornography subreddit for men. Actual lesbians have to use other forums, because there are more men who fetishize lesbians than there are lesbians in the world. Many gay women also have traumatic experiences with unicorn hunters on dating apps, women springing their boyfriends on them unexpectedly. A gay woman I know told me about an encounter she had where she went home with a woman that she met on a dating app and started to hook up, only to have her hookup's boyfriend literally come out of the closet mid-scene and attempt to join in. No consent, just like full sexual assault. So for a lot of gay women, there's, a kind of atmosphere of fear around being gazed at that's been inculcated by a series of traumatic experiences. It reminds me of something that Bell Hooks describes a Black female movie fan telling her about how she watches movies.
We are afraid to talk about ourselves as spectators because we have been so abused by the gays.
I think gay women are in a certain situation. Gay women have been abused by the gays, and so they're uncomfortable with it even when they themselves are the bearers of the look. And the result can be a kind of neo-Victorian hostility to visual stimulus. Consider the very different reactions among queer women to the two lesbian movies, Blue is the Warmest Color, which is regarded as a male-gazy piece of repellent pornography, and Portrait of a Lady on Fire, which is widely loved. Now, some of the problem is that a lot of, quote, lesbian movies are directed by men, and women can usually sense, if they don't know, that there's a male eye behind the camera, which in itself triggers the fear of voyeurism and is off-putting. Women often object to sapphic sex scenes that feel performative or unrealistic in certain ways. I don't take the unrealistic objection at face value because I don't think that anyone really wants sex scenes to be, quote, realistic. Isn't the point of creating art that we want fantasy, that we want a, in some ways, idealized situation? So when women complain that a lesbian sex scene is unrealistic, usually what they mean is that they can sense the male eye behind the camera. Unrealistic Dionysian shrieking, strange contortions of the body designed to maximize exhibitionism for the camera, obliviousness to the discomfort of being penetrated by someone with long nails. The result is that women can't buy into the fantasy and can't enjoy the spectacle on screen. They become oppositional spectators, conscientious objectors. And it's compounded by the fact that many gay women also have a kind of guilty or disavowing relationship to sexual gazing itself, which we saw in these Reddit posts about women who feel guilty even looking at their own partners in a sexual way. Gay women tend not to go in for shameless leering because they know what it's like to be abused by the gays. Being an object of the gays has, for most women, been a source of trauma, and also women tend to identify more with other women, which, as I've discussed, can be an obstacle to objectification. And again, I'll repeat the disclaimer that I am generalizing. Yes, there are lesbians who basically act like creepy men, but those women are the exception and not the rule. Another stereotype that I think has some basis in truth is the idea of lesbian bed death. The idea that same-sex female couples have a particular difficulty in maintaining sexual intimacy in long-term relationships. Obviously, this is a problem for everyone. It's not just gay women. Straight people have this problem. Gay men have this problem. But I do feel like the problem has a certain flavor when it comes to gay women. And I think it has to do with the almost over-identification of women with each other in romantic couples. Desire requires distance, requires a gap to be overcome, and two women who intensely identify with each other will find that their ego boundaries begin to dissolve.
You and I have begun to blur.
It's a case of too much of a good thing. We all want to be seen and recognized, but I think that being so relentlessly humanized can actually be sexually inhibiting. Something about objectification is kind of hot. It enables you to access the kind of more intense, aggressive elements in human sexuality without the restraint of guilt. So we want to feel seen, but not too much. It's kind of like eye contact. You should make eye contact with someone during a conversation, but there's such a thing as too much eye contact. The reason a staring contest is uncomfortable is that you are looking at someone, looking at you, looking at them, looking at you, looking at them, and something about that recursive relationship of seeing and being seen it's a little bit uncomfortable. It makes you feel self-conscious all the time, and that self-consciousness is inhibiting and it keeps you from enacting sexual desire. There's an SNL sketch contrasting a parody reality show for gay men with a parody reality show for gay women.
If you think Fire Island is non-stop sex, wait till you see what passes for a bang fest in Cherry Grove.
I just need you to tell me that you see me. I see you. I see you.
Here it is again. Men like bodies, women like emotions. I mean, I guess you have to concede that there is some truth to the stereotypes. Though to be fair, I think that middle-aged gay men probably act a lot more like lesbians. I don't know, this prejudice is something that I actually internally struggle with. I don't rationally endorse this, but I sort of feel in my bones that men desire more intensely. And I think to some extent I actually envy gay men for what I perceive as their enlarged sexual desire and enjoyment. That's kind of a me problem. It's probably an issue for therapy and not for YouTube content. But okay, to the extent that the stereotypes are true, why? Well, my theory is that it's largely because women have more anxiety and guilt around gazing, visual pleasure, and objectification. Part 8, the gender fluid gaze. If I had to nominate a type of media as the unadulterated expression of distinctly feminine sexuality, I would choose fanfiction, slash, and male-male erotica. The female gaze in its purest form is not Magic Mike. It's Harry and Draco. Women producing and consuming male-male erotica is stigmatized as in itself some kind of a voyeuristic appropriation of gay men's sexuality, but I think that it provides women with a space to enjoy both erotic attraction and erotic identification, something that women don't often get anywhere else. So you get boys love manga, yaoi, John Locke. Female fans of this kind of erotica have discovered a type of sexual fantasy that they can enjoy without the guilt and anxiety of heterosexual power dynamics. There's a book about this by Lucy Neville called Girls Who Like Boys, Women and Gay Male Pornography and Erotica. I think I've mentioned this book before. I'm sure I'll mention it again. I think it's one of the most clear-headed studies of women's sexuality that I've ever read. The book examines a pretty exhaustive list of psychological reasons that attract women to male-male erotica, but the one that concerns me for the sake of this tangent is the idea that a lot of women find it helpful in sexual fantasizing to borrow a male gaze and to view men as if they were a gay man.
A large proportion of the women I spoke with often identify as male, if not in a day-to-day sense, certainly in a sexual sense.
What does it mean to sexually identify as a man? I feel like the phrase sexually identify is so stigmatized by the attack helicopter jokes, but let's take it seriously. What does it mean to sexually identify? Well, I think in this case it means that when you engage in sexual fantasizing, daydreaming, erotica writing, you self-insert in masculine form. You put your animus into the fantasy and you act as a man. And I find it very intuitive to understand. Neville surveys a few hundred women who are regular consumers of male-male erotica and finds that 5% of them identify as lesbians. Why would gay women want to consume erotica that only contains male characters? Well, one of the survey participants says, despite the fact that my significant other is female and we've been together for 30 years, femslash is of little interest in my fantasy life. Plus, my significant other and I relate to each other in our shared fantasies as male. I definitely have done this myself. In my gender presentation on YouTube, I often will kind of lean into this paradoxical presentation of a gay woman who is also somehow a gay man. In consuming media, I'm drawn to relationships like Hannibal and Will, Louis and Lestat. I think part of it has to do with the usual guilt trip. Attraction to women often makes me feel like a predator. And I feel that that's especially heightened because I'm a trans woman and there's all these tropes floating around in the discourse about how trans women are predators that exploit women, etc., etc. But I can kind of guiltlessly enjoy a predatory dynamic if it's between two men. Which is not to say I only identify as the predator. Part of the appeal is that you can kind of shift identification between predator and prey. Neville describes what's been called the genderfuck gaze. Quote, many perverse but enjoyable relations of looking. The imagined self has the freedom to mutate into alternative manifestations. A shifting gaze, one where they can watch male-male pornography from a number of perspectives. It reminds me of a quote from The Second Sex, where Beauvoir describes a dynamic where lesbians, when embracing each other, each one was both man and woman, and was enchanted with the other's androgynous virtues. Love that. This to me is the gender fluid gaze, the verse gaze. If you'll excuse my making a value judgment, clearly the superior gaze. Part 9. Beyond complaining. So what is wrong with the male gaze anyway? Why are feminists always complaining about this? Is anything wrong? What is it that we want? Well, to clarify this, I have made a list of demands. Demand 1. Men need to learn how to identify with women. Currently, men are not socialized to identify with women, and there are numerous social media influencers indoctrinating the next generation of men into never identifying with women for even 1 second. How do we solve this? Well, step 1 is to put Andrew Tate in a rocket and send him to the moon. Step 2 is something that men kind of have to choose to do for themselves on some level. Read books written by women. Read novels. Read feminist theorists of different dispositions. Follow women on social media and see what they say about things. You do not need to reply. You don't need to respond. Just read and think. I'm not saying you need to believe everything a woman says. No, of course not. A lot of women believe ridiculous things. I've spent a lot of this video arguing against things that women have said. But if you don't close yourself off from the feminine world in the way I feel like a lot of men do, you'll kind of get a better sense for the way that a lot of women sort of react to things and all the diversity of the ways that women feel about sexuality and about men and about gazing. And if enough men do this, I just feel like heterosexuality will work better. It will help men see women as people and not as like erotic projections of their own desire. Demand number 2. Women need to overcome their own social conditioning and learn how to desire more actively. Right? Women should not be so stifled by guilt and shame that they feel like sexual predators for looking at their own spouse's body. In order for this change to happen, society also probably needs to change. Women's sexual desires need to be shamed less, and honestly, male predatory behavior needs to be shamed more, so that the average woman doesn't come of age traumatized to the point of neurosis. Demand number 3, I'm sorry to say, but feminists probably need to stop talking as if the male gaze and sexual objectification are 1 generation away from total abolition. Sorry, this is my anti-utopian lecture that I have to give everyone at the end of every video. I just feel like some feminists are engaged in what to me seems like a somewhat comically futile quest to dictate that all male lusts and tastes should conform to female sensibilities. This is not an achievable goal. I think that men and women are always going to view the world somewhat differently. In particular, I think that men will probably always regard women with some ambivalent mixture of love and hate, of fear and awe and aggression and guilt. And this ambivalence will be revealed in the art that men make, and it will make women uncomfortable. And because there's power in visual representation, I think the differences between male and female gaze amount to a genuine conflict of interest. Probably there is an eternal gender war. There's some things in life that we're just kind of stuck with. Abolishing capitalism or whatever will not fix it. I think the best possible outcome is for this conflict to simply be balanced to the point of equilibrium. And that's something that's being accomplished simply by increasing the power of women in media. The storyteller always brings their own perspective to the story. So a media industry that's dominated by men will probably never be able to represent women in a way that's satisfying to women. And if you're a woman, you may find that women can't even represent women the way you want to be represented. And if that's the case, and you're unable to find an agreeable court-appointed attorney, you may just have to represent yourself.